Back to the live, back to reality. I don't know how much of the preceding live stream was left up because of the domestic terrorist organization / aggravated criminal conspiracy of the Everett Police Department operating from the condo above my home of 13 years. But the title on this video in the description says it all. I'm logged into both devices now that have both been forcibly power washed because of the Everett Police Department's terrorist organization / cell / aggravated criminal conspiracy et al. With members from the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and a litany of others, including but not limited to my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser who's been bragging about his involvement with their aggravated criminal conspiracy and court filings from 2019. And he was telling the truth. They did indeed make actionable all of the felonies that they premeditated, except for the last one, which again, everybody, is to murder me. And that is the charge that's being added to all of your indictments. According to the Bureau, the latest ETA for your detainments and arraignments is next week. Let's hope they don't push it back any further than that, because I was actually hoping it would be on Friday. But the latest ETA is that you're all going to fucking jail next week. So let's hope that it holds, baby. Anyway, both devices had to be power washed because there's no Chrome operating system on them. There's just the Everett Police Department's criminal terrorist cell / aggravated criminal conspiracies. And so the Bureau told me with their last cipher in the ETA of you all being in King County Jail next week to power wash both and log into both as guest users. And then to kickstart this live stream, baby. So here we are. And that's what we did. That's what we're doing. Now, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you in time, you know I didn't do it. And the people that are going to be in jail next week, starting that 35 years without parole from the Everett Police Department, et al., i.e. Unit 207. Well, they're responsible. And this time next week, hopefully I'll no longer be legally detained. And these live streams won't even be a thing. Because the FBI plans on taking these two devices as ancillary evidence per the FBI. The devices are unnecessary. They have all of the evidence they needed without having these physical devices, unlike the Everett Police Department, which needed to kidnap me in order to enter my home and shove USB drives into them, like was premeditated and reported way back in August 2024 and made actionable in March 2025. Well, unlike them, the Bureau doesn't need physically to be in control of any of my devices. So again, I repeat, latest ETA is you're all going to King County Jail next week. And in the interim, I'm to stay as a guest user while running these live streams. And also, I'm not required to run the live streams 24/7. The Bureau said I can just kick off a live stream anytime you're outside of my door. So there's that. Anyway, happy hump day, everybody. So glad we have an ETA. I'm sure the whistleblowers appreciate it too. And if you missed it, for the last 14 hours, I've been able to get 2 one-hour slots of sleep in because of the domestic terrorist organization of the Everett Police Department, i.e. the 16-plus individuals that are going to be convicted of felony stalking of me, in addition to things like attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, kidnappings, up the yin-yang. And you know, the list goes on. You've heard the list. It's a long list. It's a long list, and remember, you have the right to remain silent if you cannot afford an attorney. One will be appointed to you, but do keep in mind, everybody, that Sprint / T-Mobile plans on suing every single individual that receives an indictment, and the FBI says that an attorney won't be appointed to you for that. Okay, changes saved on that one. Oh my goodness, 39 in use. Such busy little bees. A do, a da. Everything this Jew has said is true. Whistleblower power. With our powers combined, hopefully we can get drunk in the same hotel with our own little federal marshals outside of our door, baby. But remember, I don't know if that's allowed. I have a feeling that we're probably not going to be able to talk until people have been sentenced. But if we're all in a hotel, also don't know if I'm going to be there with you. I know that's where you're going after you're brought to the place where everybody else will be staying. If it makes anybody feel any better, I too am surprised by how easy it is for the FBI to outsmart you guys. All I had to do was go into guest mode for both the devices, really. And I got an ETA. I'm feeling pretty good. 2 solid days in a row. Broccoli and asparagus and cat food and bread and butter. And bread and butter. Do not forget the fucking bread and butter. And it's so nice being in guest mode, just like the FBI said. It's so nice being in guest mode. If it makes everybody feel better, though, the FBI does think that I'm a little bit retarded, dude, just like Alex Jones. They got to tell me stuff 10 different times sometimes. And I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean? They don't understand what it means when I say it. Take shit literally. And then other times they're like literally being like, it's a code. 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 And then 5 weeks later, I'm like, oh. Not really 5 weeks, more like 5 days. 5 days later, I'm like, oh. And other than that, if you're wondering, well, what other updates are they? Well, clearly there's multiple men in the living room of Unit 207 right now that have felt the FBI's penis poke them in the eye. Then I got men directly above my head who haven't felt that because they're less bothered by it. But the men in the living room are going to prison for a long time. So they're a little bothered that they got poked in the eye by the FBI's penis. They want to poke back. They want to have a little sword fight. Oh, hopefully it holds without issue for at least 12 hours, man. I want to eat food and get fat over my 2 days of eating food nonstop. And I want to fucking sleep, which is what I wanted to be doing this whole fucking time since 1 a.m. But now I'm up, so I'm going to go back to eating food. I'm going to go back to eating food and then I'm going to try and go to sleep. If I don't have to sit here and be like, stop, and stop. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you want to go to prison and get butt raped in the ass every day for the rest of your life? Seriously, though, those of you that are going to prison that are men, I am shocked and appalled that that's where you've decided to go. Well, I'm shocked by your criminal conduct. But beyond that, like, dude, prison is not going to be fucking pleasant in any way, shape, or form for any of you that are men that chose to go there. It's going to be like American History X on the regular. And I like anal sex. And I know some of you are like, well, they're just going to hack the Bluetooth speaker on the other laptop that's on guest mode. Don't go to YouTube, Mystic. Don't go to YouTube, Mystic. Yeah, chill, dude. It's all under control. Literally, the last update is that you idiots are all going to fucking jail next week, okay? And then I don't need to run the live unless you show up at the door and I feel so inclined. To put it another way, the FBI seems confident that no one's shooting me in the head or breaking down the door until y'all get arrested. That's how I'm interpreting it. Just ease back. Ease all the way back. And remember, whistleblowers, stay away from my door and windows. Although I gotta say, I was secretly glad that I didn't get reprimanded for yesterday when I was like, run away before you get detained. Like, what the fuck was that, dude? I felt like I was 5 years old. Run away. Don't come around here. Trying to get us both in trouble. What's with the delay, guys? I just want to cut and paste the title into the chat. For fuck's sake, you guys are so sloppy. Are you up there practicing sucking each other's dicks right at this very moment? Like, what is it? How many times do I have to log in? It's already fucking recording a YouTube live stream and you won't let me go to my own fucking studio. Stupid as fuck. Ah, I see. They wanted all their little criminal hacks to be allowed in because they were slow on the draw. That's why. For Christ's sakes, really? Do I need to open 3 of these? I just want to cut and paste this. That's all I'm trying to do. This doesn't even have the description. As you can see, the pinned message reads, Everett Police Department Unit 207 looking at detainment and arraignment next week. Do check out the description for additional details, baby cakes. And the prior live stream if you want to have a look-see at who is indeed going to be convicted for and arraigned for conspiring to perpetrate murder. But not for much longer. Again, the FBI stated today, you're going to be detained and arraigned next week. You hear me, Everett Police Department? You don't even have to come downstairs anymore. They're going to come in and pull you out. in Unit 207. Remember, the Bureau says as of today, their ETA to detain you is next week. Happy Hump Day! Anyway, just so you know, whistleblowers, remember, the FBI also said I don't need to be running any live streams right now. They said that I can just pop them on whenever you send people to my door. I'm doing this partly to piss them off. Is it petty? I don't give a fuck. I've been trying to sleep for 14 fucking hours. Do these people have no fucking life, dude? This shit for 3 years. Crazy. Who do I blame? Well, mostly I blame crazy white crackers and a couple of fucking hombres. I'm done with Latins, dude. I'm never fucking another Latin again. They're all fucking crazy, dude. They got pretty eyeballs and they're good in bed and they're fucking nuts. Okay, is there a new episode of Rick Glassman? Because that's what I really want. I really want a new good episode of Rick Glassman too, where he's not pissed off because Paul Rudd doesn't show up.
At this point, Matt is the only one who's actually physically been on the property. I'm really worried. Like, what if it's not cool? I put all my money into this sight unseen. My stuff is here. I live here now. It never in my life would I have ever thought I would move clear across country, let alone to the southeast. So this is a whole new adventure that I never saw coming. I'm so grateful to David. He was willing to drive that big truck because I don't know if I could have done it.
That was a very, very long, very cold drive. How many times have you done that drive?
I think this is my fourth drive.
Fourth drive?
Fourth. I've sold everything, terminated leases, and I've put all my stuff in a truck and I've moved. Let's go see those babies. Right now, I still have Savannah and Gabriel living in town and the property on Coyote Pass, and that's the only thing that ties me to Flagstaff anymore. Hi. At this point, I am perfectly capable of moving forward in my life. I am really just ready to be resolved and have this property sold. I don't want to have to think about Cody anymore. I don't want to have to talk to him, interact with him, nothing. And as long as that property remains a source of contention, I can't fully move on. So at this point, Matt is the only one who's actually physically been on the property. We had to act really quick because pieces like this don't come available very often, and especially at the price that we got it. And we're just like, yeah, we trust your judgment. Let's execute.
Beautiful, by the way. Absolutely.
There's nothing. There's no electricity. There's no sewer. There's no water. There's not even a well. It's just trees and dirt. It's choking me. I don't want it in my head.
Hi, I'm Christine.
Elise,
Hi,
nice to meet
Elise. Nice to meet you.
My name's
David.
David. Nice to meet you.
When Maddie and Kid bought their house, they met a real estate agent, and they have loved working with her. And so we had her help us with this deal.
I took a picture of the property layout.
You know, this whole
Enjoy
piece
your
is over
weekends!
150 acres. This is a lot of land.
I would never, ever buy land like Janelle is. That's not my dream. I want a big living space in a finished home. No, that would not be. I never really wanted that country lifestyle.
No, I'm not ever going to buy raw land. I see myself fulfilling my dreams of travel with a husband who's totally supportive of what I'm doing and totally my cheerleader. That's what I see.
This is exciting. Are you
No.
losing your mind? Oh my gosh.
I'm going trucking right now.
He wants to go look around. I think 165 acres is a lot. I think we'll leave a lot of it kind of just rugged. And it leaves a lot of room for growth, but it's a lot. It's very daunting. So we are taking it chunks at a time. So we'll probably do 10-acre chunks at a time.
If I think about it, it's kind of scary. It's like I really put all my proverbial eggs in one basket. Like this has to work. But financially, everything is riding on this farm working out. So
Oh, what are those?
The bones.
You found the boats here?
Yeah.
Very cool, bud.
So one thing about this property is there's actually quite a lot of wildlife on it. There's still so much raw land, right? And that's where the animals are. And we have bear here, black bear. I'm more worried about the snakes because there's a lot of poisonous snakes.
What kind of farm was it before a timber farm? Do you know, Louise?
I don't. I can find out.
It's been a timber farm, obviously, for 4 or 5 decades at
Yeah.
least.
I anticipate that the first 5 years are going to be hella hard work, like a lot of work. We got to put in the infrastructure. We got to clear the trees. We got to get our own garden, our own livestock, everything going. Plus, we got to get all the business stuff going. It's going to be so much work, but it's going to be so worth it.
Dude, me and a chainsaw, I can do a lot of damage.
It might take a while.
I mean, I found a lot of like happiness in being with David, and I found him through like a dating site. So I'm thinking Farmers Only would be the perfect one for Janelle.
What is this tree, Maddie, with these pines?
It's some kind of fun.
Crazy It looks like
Stickery
it
things.
things.
I've seen commercials, and it's people that
There's
have
these
land.
guys, they're big hunt dudes with the cowboy hat on, plowing the fields,
Oh,
treating their ladies right.
maybe she'll like a landscaper. I'm just saying.
A landscaper.
I could come up. Well, I don't know. I could come up with a lot of ideas.
Congratulations.
I'm
This
excited.
is freaking amazing.
I'm so excited. When we actually close that thing, when we actually close it, we'll be like, wow.
Let us know when you close it. We expect a video call when you close it, and we'll do a toast with you.
Yeah.
This is right for them.
All right, let's go.
She deserves to have her dreams come true. But not even that. She deserves to be able to make her dreams come true. That's what it is. You got to make them come true. And she is.
Isn't this amazing? It's more than I ever could have hoped for. Seriously.
It's so interesting to be on this piece of land and know that this is it for me. This is where I'm going to be. I'm going to live here. This is going to be my last place I live. This is my home place. It's going to be so much work, but it's going to be so worth it. I know what it looks like. I see this vision. I know what the farm looks like, and I see it. It's just going to be a lot of work to get it there. Recently, Mary and I have had some discussions about the property, Coyote Pass in Flagstaff. I told her that I had a lawyer just because nothing's really happening. Cody definitely holds the upper hand. Like nothing can happen unless Cody wants to take action because his name is on all of the properties. I just worry that I'm going to be tied to this property forever. I'd like to get my money out of it. I would have sold it by now, but I have to wait. I'm waiting on him to decide he wants to get something moving.
I've been talking to Janelle a little bit about the property. So we're both on Flagstaff, so we decided to meet up. Hi.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. This is the best time of year to come out here, I think.
Yeah,
It's just so beautiful. It really is.
it really is. When I see this property, it's actually sad to me because I think we all had some big hopes and dreams.
Just because the UV index just rips your skin off here. I mean, it seems so cool and nice. Till in 10 minutes, you're sunburned.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to go up into the shade? Just so.
Yeah. I do not want this property. I am very confident that Janelle feels the same way. I don't know what Cody's end game is here. Is he trying to play a game with us so we just get so tired of it that we're like, we just dump it? It's like, fine, you have it.
I mean, it's kind of lots. And so Cody and Robin are on the lot that goes, like 20 or 30 yards into the trees. You and I and Cody are on this 4-acre piece.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
My name's only on one piece. Is your name on two pieces?
Yeah, he could sell the 2-acre piece and Robin on and the 5 acres. But he couldn't sell the 4-acre or the 2-acre he's on with me without my permission.
Yeah, and I'm on one of them with you.
This 4-acre piece. Yeah. I would really like to make sure that this is done fair because you definitely are in the worst position as far as if he forces the sale of it. Because we're all 3 on the 4-acre piece, and that's all your owning. So when we bought the properties, Cody went in and sort of just put everybody's name on title, what seemed like arbitrarily. I hired a lawyer because Cody was ignoring me, and I wanted to explore options for bringing a little bit of pressure for him to perform the simple, most basic human decent thing, which is put our names on all the titles. Part of me just wants to walk away because it's just so irritating.
Yeah.
But I have to stick it out and see it.
away from this.
So,
No, I'm gonna fight for some of this.
all right, oh good. I feel so bad, Mary. I feel like you were especially taken for a ride. You know what I mean? For sure.
I need to get my name on whatever pieces of property is fair, and then we need to sell it. I have an attorney. I just don't want to have to use them.
There's all these things I'm like, wow, I should have been smarter about
Well,
that.
you don't think?
Or when we all signed the papers, like when he assigned who was on each piece, I should have done a little speaking
I
up for
questioned him.
myself.
I questioned him on that, and I got in trouble for questioning.
Yeah, like
There was a couple of people in the family that were not happy with me for questioning. Like,
See,
why is it this?
So this is so interesting because when you would say something, he would do this thing like, well, you're not being a team player. Like he'd make you feel bad for bringing up a question. Do you know what I mean? And then he'd get other people on board. But, to keep the peace, I sort of just was like, whatever. Because I said when I gave him the money for the house, I said, why don't you put our names on that title? Well, Robin needs her estate. I'm so dumb. We trusted.
We could say that we were naive or that we trusted, but it's because we all worked together and we did it for the
Always.
family. And that was the
Always
plan.
for like 25 years. Whoever was able to take the credit took the credit. I had to pay off a lot of debt that I used to support the family.
Yeah.
When the years were really, really tight in Lehigh. We set it up.
Team players.
We set it up in the very beginning. From the very first day, it felt like we just were putting our money in and we were all contributing.
But we always knew that we had each other's backs too.
Mhm.
I was willing to do it then. And now, honestly, Janelle, I wonder because some of the things that he's saying.
No, I know.
He never loved us and he never wanted to marry us and he felt forced to marry us. It's like, okay,
no,
all right.
Do you believe it? I don't.
No, I don't believe it. But he's always been so wishy-washy back and forth.
I think it's just like his ego can't handle the fact that he's failed miserably at this or he's found the love of his life. Like it happens. I've had so many friends.
It's great. I'm glad that he has.
Cody has said, well, all of a sudden I met Robin and she's this diesel jeans model and she's everything I want. And I'm thinking, that's rich, dude. We went through all the starving years when I was holding my bra together with diaper pins and we were broke as broke. And we went through all your crazy, let's move here, let's move there. We've been through all of this with you. And she's not been through that with you. So that's great. You just take your little diesel jeans model and just go live happily ever after.
He's frustrated with the whole way that our spiritual divorce through the church went down.
Really?
He's so mad about that he didn't get a say and he didn't get.
What would you have said?
I invited him. I talked to him about it, and he's like, "Well, let me give it some thought," and nothing. And then he was mad that
He's
he didn't
just
get to
mad
talk about
because it looks bad for him.
Mary told me about it. I didn't know what to say. I uninvolved myself. If I'd have been there and given them the reasons we broke up, they might not have given her the release. She did her stuff. I didn't abandon her. We got the release on that premise, and that's what we needed. We needed to not be married. If I would have given my testimony what I really believe, it would have taken away her justification for the divorce, but it would have made me stuck with her. So they will not separate a man on the man's merit to be separated from a woman. They just don't do it. The woman has to request it, and the woman gets it based upon the merit of what she gives. My church isn't a cult. It's hard to get into, easy to get out. But marriage is its own cult. I don't want to disparage marriage, but it is easy to get into, and it is hard to get out of.
I do understand that the church leader, when he came back to Cody, he said that it was on the basis of abandonment. I did not choose that word. I did not say that Cody abandoned me during that meeting. And so I can't be held responsible for that word or Cody's reaction to it. He's the one who said he didn't even consider himself married to me. I did tell the church leaders that.
So I wanted to ask you about that because are you associated with them anymore? Like,
No.
can I just call up and say,
the way that I feel about it, and I know Christine feels different, and everybody feels
but I'm not
Cody
where
feels
Christine
different.
is, and I'm still sort of like, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Like, I never really thought about a spiritual divorce. It didn't even occur to me because we're really not part of that church anymore. And then when Mary got one, I'm like, huh.
I wasn't interested. I didn't feel the need to get a spiritual divorce. I was at a different spot spiritually. I believe in God, and he was great with me leaving. So the conversation with him was good enough for me.
So when I did the legal divorce, I knew that the spiritual part of it was so valid, because if it wasn't, what was yours? What was Robin's? What was Christine's?
Yeah, I still think it's valid.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't want to offend God.
If you want, we can talk more about it.
Okay.
I would go with you if you wanted me
maybe
to.
that.
I would do that.
It's just to cover all the bases.
For me, that's what I needed.
I'm not dating, but if I found somebody, I would never want there to be like a weird
Well, because
barrier in my head. You know what I mean?
you've been married that way.
I've been married 30 years and it had validity for me. I never worried about it.
So I mean, I know that Christine's perspective on it is, well, I don't believe in that faith anymore.
Yeah.
I just felt like it was valid. I need to actually terminate it. I need to feel like, no, this is done. This marriage was a marriage of an eternal nature. It was a sealing for beyond the grave. I did not want, and I knew that he did not want, to be stuck in the eternities with me. And I felt like that's what that was. And so I needed to let that go.
I have kept my faith, and I think I've kept a lot of what would be considered probably the LDS or the Mormon doctrines. I'm still in that realm. You know, I don't have to live plural marriage again. I don't know if I'll ever even marry again, but I've kept my faith. All of it's intact except for that whole plural marriage thing. I don't know about that. So just so that I'm sure I'm good, if I were to remarry, maybe it's worth getting a spiritual divorce.
All right.
All right.
Well, I will.
Thanks for chatting. This is kind of typical of mine and Janelle's relationship. Both of us are very well aware of the fact that we've never been best friends, and we probably never will be. You know, our personalities just are not that way, but we also always put in the effort into our relationship as far as like doing the best for the family that we could.
Sister-wife relationships are really complex, as you can imagine. I think everybody thinks that somehow you're supposed to all be friends, hold hands and skip together down the road. No, it doesn't work like that. Sometimes you're friends and sometimes you're not. You know, Mary and I just have very different personalities. We just never could see the world the same way. Probably from the very first days we were married, it was always that way. But we shared some very common core values, which was we believed in the family and we believed in our faith. So we figured out how to eventually work for the good of the family, work as a team, despite our differences of personality and opinion.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck financially. I have nothing. Chris, a financial misdirection. And the kicker.
Yay, new Rick Glassman.
These jobs aren't exactly legal.
Not exactly. Don't dance. Just sit. What's up, everybody? My name's Rick, and we have our special guest, Kyle. Hey. Could you hear us okay? You think we hear okay? Great. The reason you can hear us well is because we're talking in the microphones, and the microphones are recording into my audio recorder. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that for this entire episode, I had forgot to press record. And the rest of this episode, if you're watching it, we have decided it's okay. You could watch it, and it's worth watching, more specifically, worth listening to. But I do want to apologize. I consider Take Your Shoes Off to be at the highest production value of any of the podcasts you watch. And I don't think embarrassed is the right word, but really upset and disappointed in myself that I forgot to press record. But the reason I'm putting this out anyway is because this is such a great episode, and I don't want to not share it. But I do want to apologize if this is your first time ever watching this episode. It's not going to sound its best. Also, there's a couple of moments where I'm talking to my mom and we're listening to Kyle's music. You're not going to hear it.
Fuck you. All right, I'm here for fucking 2 more days. We fucking been texting back and forth for a fucking week, and then like literally all you had to do was press a fucking button, and now I'm like practically was going to switch my flights to be able to make this work, and now I have to. Yeah, well now I have to. Fucking, all right, fine, go back. Like literally, the one thing I was in town to do was literally this. So okay, fine. Literally completely.
Also, I had to push 4 buttons because of the cameras.
Yeah, did that help?
No.
Okay. Sorry.
Anyway,
sorry.
Anyway, you think this chemistry is good? Wait until you see the episode. So anyway, here it is, an hour with Kyle Gordon, musician, comedian, not in that order or in that order? I don't remember.
Yeah, you're
in that order.
In that order. Yeah.
Fuck. Hey, tell me the truth in the comments. Tell me, hey. Tell me your honest feel. Obviously, it's not as good as this, but I am curious to know how you guys feel about this.
Like a cutie.
Because I love this episode and I want to put it out. All right.
It was fun.
And also, the Rickies on the Loose tour is coming back starting in August. I will be in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Dana Beach, Florida, North Charleston, South Carolina, Detroit, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Toronto, Ontario, Buffalo, New York, Las Vegas, Nevada. More cities coming up. Go to punchup.live/Rick Glassman to get tickets or to sign up for my mailing list so I can email you. If you are going to be within 50 miles of the city I'm coming to, I'll let you know. Back to the episode. My guest is here. Excuse me, Alvin. Alvin, I'll be right back, bud. It's okay. I'll be right back. Good boy stays. You're going to be right here? All right, perfect. Also, keep everything on the blanket, please.
Yeah.
OCD.
All good. Yeah. So that's where the take your shoes off comes from?
Oh, yeah. It's a rule that's easily digestible. It's kind of like the first rule of my place.
What's his name?
Alvin.
Alvin. Hello, Alvin.
Can I get you anything to drink?
Water would be awesome.
Do you like caffeine?
I'm good. I'm loaded up.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, I was going to suggest one of these babies.
Ooh, yeah. What is that? I usually only drink coffee, but what are those?
Magic Mind. Have you heard of them?
No.
I found out about them when they started sponsoring my podcast, and now I take one before every episode. They're awesome.
Hell yeah.
They're a lot more subtle than coffee.
Maybe I'll take one at the end, like load it up for the road.
Well, room temp or cold?
Room temp actually, yeah. Does he like to sit on laps?
He's actually never. He's afraid of everybody. I've never seen him go to somebody before.
Wow. I have a wonderful personality, and you recognize that instantly.
But if he does sit with somebody, he'll do a lap.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cup?
I'll allow it. Yeah, sure. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Is that Michelangelo? Cool but rude.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let me frame you up. Right now it's an Alvin shot. All right. I think I'm gonna get myself cold water.
Yeah, do it. I started drinking room temp just because on tour I'm like singing and screaming so much that it's just better to do it warm than like shock your throat with.
All right, I want to hear one of his songs. I have no idea who he is. Is he a country singer? Looks like a rock singer. We Will Never Die is the name of the song. Well, this is not the genre I would have guessed. He's like Fred Durst. Angry teenage boys music. That's what this is. Dude, he seemed like such a polite boy. Like, I would invite that guy over for dinner.
Fuck you, bitch. That shit's for chicks. I'ma get the CD and set that shit on. Well, I'ma say it. Well, I'ma say it.
This is Kyle Gordon. This is Rick Glassman's guest this week that we were just hearing. Can't do it. I'm just not an angry teenage boy, dude. Back to the podcast.
With cold water.
So you want to open the episode? We got Kyle Gordon, funny guy, wanting to tell you he doesn't want to shock his vocal cords while sitting on the road.
Yeah, just got off 2-month tour. It was absolutely crazy, but I'm so grateful for all.
2 months, really, though?
Yeah, ish, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Were you just doing satire interview stuff, though, or were you doing?
Yeah. No, I was doing satire. Yeah.
Well, that's cool that you were on the road for 2 months.
It was cool. It was exciting. That was the longest I'd done, and yeah, so it was like 25 cities. Yeah, so that was most of it.
Yeah, these are going. Let me go.
Go. Go.
It's an Alan impression?
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
So it's been 15 hours nonstop of you guys cutting the live stream.
Actually,
Can I go to sleep now for longer than a 1 hour block?
Actually, I was talking to someone the other day, and I think I made some similar noise, and they asked if I was doing a Tim Allen impression. So I
Sorry.
Just joking. If you missed it, the Bureau said I don't even need to run the lives, just to turn it on the next time you're outside.
And they were like, "Oh, you're doing Tim Allen?"
It's on right now.
Really?
Just so I can put that memo up there and let everybody that's a whistleblower know. And now I know why the FBI said that everyone who's going to prison for the rest of their life hates me so much the 2 weeks that kick off on Monday.
Yeah, that's exciting.
That's the power of comedy, but sometimes you get it's going back in.
When you
There's
love
still
your
pieces
deer
I don't
skin
understand
heavy
though.
storm packable
Like
rain
the
jacket,
Bureau said it
you'll
was
take
going
it
to be a
everywhere.
rescue mission
Why?
involving
Because
me.
it's light enough to unfold from
So
your pocket or backpack.
am
but
I
strong
or
enough to
am I
handle a
not
storm.
being
It's
transported
the
away
only
from all of
5-pocket
you
rain
with
jacket
guns
that
that are
comes with a
going to prison
10,000
before you're
millimeter heavy
detained?
storm waterproof rating to keep you 100% dry wherever you are. Thousands of men around the world already
Or do you
love
get
wearing the
detained
bearskin
and then I
heavy
get
storm rain
relocated right
jacket
after you
instead
to
of
the
their
same
regular
hotel
rain
where the
gear?
whistleblowers are
Why?
going? I don't know.
Because
I don't
listen,
know any of
this
these
is
things.
not your grandpappy's rain jacket. This is rainsulation. This puppy locks out moisture like a dry storage vault. Every zip is taped with silicone. Every stitch is sealed. You see these regular flimsy rain jackets? Those zips and...
So you were on tour,
Yeah.
and now you're in LA doing lots of podcasts.
Yeah.
What podcasts have you done?
I did what did I do? I did Zach Sang, which is I guess sort of like half radio show, half podcast. I did this Vinyl Rewind podcast, which was probably it was like a nerdy music podcast, that one I liked. And then I'm doing Scam Goddess. This is the first time I've done like really this many podcasts, really. Yeah.
All the podcasts you named, I'm not educated with.
Oh, okay, sure. Some of them I had to get educated with as well.
Why are you starting to go and do promotion and stuff after your tour?
Yeah, because it just worked. Just to promote the album, Kyle Gordon is Wonderful.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Is it out now?
Yes, out now. Yeah.
Where can people find it?
Everywhere. Deezer.
Oh, well, that's enough. Get it at Deezer.
Yeah.
Now, I know what Deezer is, and I'm sure everybody at home knows what Deezer is, but if somebody doesn't know what Deezer is.
It's probably my premier French-based streaming music streaming platform. So
French-based?
Yeah, I believe they are a French company.
So you use that instead of Spotify?
No, but I know it's on there, and I like to mention it because it sounds funny.
Got it. Are you also on Spotify?
Spotify, Apple.
Goodness, you guys are too much. I'd like you all to sit back and imagine there were 4 to 6 me's downstairs, all with devices too. You'd be so fucked. No, it's 24/7, preventing you from sleeping and eating and all the other things you've done, which is why so many of you are going to prison for the rest of your life. Starting next week. Next week is the ETA for your detainment. Next week, the FBI has stated they expect you will be in jail. Next week. Next week.
I'm not. In the great American Southwest. Welcome.
And I just want to remind everybody, astrologically, mood and climate for numerous individuals that are facing prison, from my madre to Anne Marie Bauer to Andy to my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, all of which you've co-conspired with. Astrologically, they should be happy today, tomorrow, and the next day, exhilarated. But the Bureau said that my astrology was wrong, that they'd be furious. I thought I heard some cloven hoof steps. Is Putin's pussy upstairs? Before I lay down to sleep, I'm just going through on the HP Chromebook on YouTube where I plan on listening to Art Bell. And I just removed their InID cookie, that cookie they've been using for 3 years to break devices, to steal from every online purchase made, to steal money from me, to stalk me, etc. I got rid of their ignore list and their little node thing, and I'm turning off all of this stuff, even though they just turn it right back on again. But I don't know. Maybe it will stick this time, since the Bureau are the ones who instructed me to set up the devices as they are set up currently. And as you saw in the preceding live stream, I don't have the same capabilities to get rid of everything on the Lenovo ThinkPad. Like, I can't see their little magical ignore list at all on the Lenovo ThinkPad, where I can on the HP Chromebook. Okay, so I got rid of their preferences, their workspace, their experiments, their ignore list, their devices. Only on the HP Chromebook. Haven't even tinkered around with them at all on the Lenovo ThinkPad, which was recording the live stream.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest.
I'm gonna try and sleep like you guys have been preventing me from doing for how many hours now?
25 time zones.
I don't know. Well, it's been over 14 hours of me getting 2 1-hour blocks of sleep, while those of you who are going to prison for the rest of your lives starting next week.
That's what it is. Hello, everybody. Welcome to.
Because of your lackeys.
Yeah.
But don't worry. Next week you'll be in jail. I won't have to be suffering anymore.
Language,
Thank you, God.
One call per show.
As far as visual delay,
But I want to serve up a very quick warning.
looks
and
like there's
I
only
really
like a
need
3 or 4
warning.
second one on the Lenovo
Tonight
ThinkPad
is
from the
not a
control room.
joke. Some of the material in this broadcast may be very disturbing to some people. So be warned. This is not happy night. Maybe some of it will be, who knows. But some of this material is scary stuff indeed. And the only headline that I'm going to even put in here actually qualifies as Halloween scary to me. The United States has decided to send combat troops, special forces, actually 50 of them, to Syria. Now, I'm a Vietnam vet. I know about mission creep. Trust me, I know about mission creep. Lots of the rest of you vets out there know about mission creep too. So, this is the beginning of the war with ISIS. And that's Halloween scary, in my opinion, by any measure you can talk about. We're going to do some things you're probably not ready for tonight. There will be some stories from all of you, some that have been phoned in, some that will no doubt leak in through Skype and other means. And of course, our national number, we'll get told. I've got a couple of stories I want to read you first. This comes from a young lady. When I was 18, and I moved in my first place, my friends decided to show me the local cemetery at night after a hard day of hauling boxes. It was a large cemetery with old graves on one side decorated with statues, on the other side a lawn with headstones of veterans in the area laid flat in the grass. The 6 of us walked down a path that separated these 2 sections of the cemetery, admiring the statues and pillars to our right. We arrived at a low stone wall around a family plot and decided to get a closer look, wondering aloud if it was really a good idea to visit a cemetery in such a creepy old cemetery at night. As one of my friends began reading the name and the dates on the headstones, another friend said, "I think there's someone over there." So we all turned to look, thinking we were about to be ushered out for trespassing. Well, I looked where my friend was pointing, and beyond the graves of the hundreds of veterans who were buried there, we saw a dim light about 100 yards away. In hushed silence, we watched as it moved closer. Soon, we realized this was not the authorities with a dim flashlight. As it moved diagonally across the veteran graves, we could see it was a gray, human-shaped figure. We began asking each other, "Do you see that?" About 50 yards out now, I could see a solid gray figure of a monk, hood drawn over his head, rope tied around his waist, hands folded into his sleeves as he floated on his course toward us. The closer this figure came to us, the more details could be made out in the dark. As the monk appeared to give off a light of his own, I could see the shadow of a face under the hood, his knees bending under his robe with each step he took across the grass. Even the ends of the rope around his waist were swaying as he walked. I stared in disbelief, wondering what my eyes were truly seeing. I asked my friends to each point to it, to track its movement, to prove we were all seeing it. They did, but they were growing more frightened by the moment. The monk, now about 20 feet away only, full-bodied, 7-foot-tall apparition, was going to cross in front of where we stood, as he did not appear to be changing the direction he was going. My friends all ran back to the car, screaming for me to join them. I stood, amazed, breath held, blood cold, and watched him slowly walk past me. He must have been 5 feet away, close enough to just walk up and touch. The details of his appearance I will never forget. He looked exactly like a Franciscan monk, but light gray and dimly glowing. My friends screaming for me in the distance, I watched him disappear into the rear wall of the brick caretaker house. This happened at the Greenlee Road Cemetery in Sonora, California, in the summer of 1994. That's from Heather. And then I got this one, and you should prepare yourself for this. When I was a young girl, and I was wild and crazy, up to things I never should have been, with little driving experience, not much sense, a little alcohol, a few of my friends set off for a joyride with me behind the wheel. Well, as the morning came, I dropped them off, and I was headed toward home, planning on dropping off the car somewhere close to it. I somehow ended up on a very busy street during a morning rush hour. My adrenaline, the alcohol, and a car I could barely drive, I hit an old woman who came out in front of a bus. So I stopped the car. The world spun as I saw her on the ground. I rushed over, and crying, I held her. I had no idea what to do. I kept telling her to breathe, and that I was sorry. I could see people calling for help. I draped my jacket around her, and she died right before me, looking into my eyes. This day, I've never forgiven myself for this. It's why I must write this to you. I cannot speak because I might break down. It was the most traumatic event of my life. I was charged, sentenced, and did my time. Many years later, I found myself living alone with a large black dog in an old house. I vowed I'd never do any of those irresponsible things I had done, so I kept to myself. I had often felt very alone, very afraid of the outside world, would sit and work on music or listen to you, meaning me on the radio. I would often have breakdowns of sadness and grief in my heart for what I had done, and I often felt like I didn't deserve to be living. One night I was feeling as such. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, going through a box of my court papers, the newspaper article of the accident, and I broke down and crying so badly I almost couldn't breathe. I just thought it's time to end my life. But then I felt something heavy touch me on the shoulder, something leaning up behind me, holding me, a flash of this old woman's face. That woman I accidentally killed, but not in the way I had seen her on the street on that horrible day, but a gentle, sweet lady holding me. And I was not scared at all. She comforted me. There were no words. I never turned around to see her, but I felt her, and I knew her for that moment. It seemed to last a long time. I felt like I had cried for years and years of sorrow, finally out of me that night. But I stopped feeling alone. For the first time in about 10 years, this experience has forever changed me and the way I see the world, people, and learning to forgive myself. I strongly believe that having such a traumatic moment like this sort of intertwined our spirits for some reason, and I have no idea what that reason is. But not a day goes by that I don't think of her or those moments. It's a couple to just sort of start us off. I I've got a couple of people on the phone. It's going to be a difficult night because I'm going to be like a one-armed paper hanger. We've got a very great deal to do coming up in a moment. Barbara Macbeth she's actually independently researched and studied spirit and ghost phenomena for over 50 years. She has conducted lectures, presentations, conducted ghost tours at locations where the ghost phenomena has been experienced by many different people over many years. She's also been a co-spokesman on behalf of the Ghost Investigators Society. You know them well, in a USU documentary on television and radio. Barbara will be with us alone tonight. You will hear things you have never heard before. Only perhaps 2 or 3 of the ones we have ever been aired. Barbara's leery of anybody who claims to be a so-called expert in any aspect on the subject of ghosts and hauntings. She believes there are too many unknowns about it. Anyone can claim a title. She believes that a ghost is the essence or conscious soul of a person who has lived on this earth. A ghost had a physical body, but the consciousness continues after death. She believes that whatever kind of personality we have while we are physically alive continues and is still retained after physical death, or at least fragments of it. The EVPs that have been recorded have every range of emotion and personality, which clearly comes through those recorded strange sounding voices. In addition to the fact that Barbara is with us tonight, I would like to point out that if you go to artbell.com, click on Barbara's photograph, several photographs gathered by the GIS are up there for you to peruse. That said, let's take a very quick break and we'll come back. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this will be disturbing material. Consider this your final warning. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dead Air.
Any sip and any sup. Will you partake of that last offer cup or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around?
Welcome to Dead Air. On the wild side of midnight, from the kingdom of Nod. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art. All right, here's the deal. If you got a really scary ghost story, call me. If you don't have a good scary ghost story, don't call me. If you've got a really good scary ghost story and it's short, call me. If it goes on forever, don't call me. We sort of need to get it on.
Something that was relatively important. Duh.
Get it off because we've got a lot
Yay!
to do tonight.
Finally, I get to go to sleep for longer than an hour. In the
So
cloven
here we go.
hoof
National
beast known
number
as the Jersey Devil, aka
is
Putin's pussy.
952.
The lady that's been looking at the rest of her life
225-5278.
behind bars and is
That's
responsible for
952.
attempting to send over 27 individuals to prison with her.
Might as well upset somebody else.
She's upstairs, and darling, you're going to be in jail next week.
And then on Skype.
Society will be
You
safer.
are welcome to join us, of course, as usual in North America at MITD51. Download Skype. It's so easy. And then go to the add a contact, and we are that ad. Put in MITD, as in Midnight in the Desert, 51, and then we'll be in your contact list, and you can call us all of that said, let us first say good evening to Barbara from the GIS. All right, I want to say something about the GIS. The recordings that you're going to hear tonight are of the dead, and it's very scary to hear. So be warned. Now, these are gathered by a non-profit group. What was a non-profit group? The GIS. I don't know what its current status is, but I know it's still non-profit, if not almost non-existent. However, Barbara remains a team member of it, and probably I guess, wouldn't you be one of the original charter people, Barbara?
Yes. Yes, me and Roger, and Brendan and Jenny, and we adopted Barry along the way, probably into it about 2-3 years.
Okay. No matter what we ever do, we're not going to get a good phone connection. Hey, it's not bad, Barb, but here's what I'll ask. Stay right up on the phone, okay?
You got it.
Right into the phone. That'll really help us. All right. Okay. So these are recorded at various locations, ranging from what to what, Barb?
Well, we have done cemeteries, prisons, homes, businesses, everything.
Okay. What I want to do is try one very quickly and see if we're in business and everything's working as it should. So tell me quickly about number one.
This first one was recorded in Deer Lodge Prison in Montana. It was recorded by Barry. You'll hear a steel door creaking, and the EVP will say, "Help, I'm in here." And you'll hear Barry ask, "Anybody in here?"
Okay, let's give it a try. That sounded like "Help, I'm here." Is that what it was?
We hear "Help, I'm in here."
Help, I'm in here. Yeah, help, I'm in here. Sure enough. I hate to do this because, but I have no choice. Again. Oh God, no question about it. So, I mean, what's the theory, Barb? Do you think that this man might have died in jail?
I believe if he did not die in that prison, that's where he returned after he died.
Really?
I believe his spirit is still in that prison.
That's creepy. It's a horrible thought, is right. In other words, you do your time, and you do your time. Maybe he didn't do enough time, or he passed too quickly, so cosmically up there they made him continue to do time, huh?
That might be just where he lived most of his life. That might be all he knew. Okay. I can't imagine prison being a very happy place in the first place. So it seems like, to me, this is my own theory, but I think that people return to locations that they haunt, that they were connected to in life.
All right. Well, we have a richness, many of these not played ever on the air before from the GIS. So let's quickly move on to the next one. You do the setup.
This one was pretty interesting. We had been told at the Deer Lodge that there had been a riot, prison riot in the prison. It was approximately about 1959. And the warden had been killed. And there was 2 of the prisoners that was up in this prison tower. And the police, sheriffs, and people that were trying to get this riot under control fired a grenade up into this tower where these two prisoners were that were hiding out, that were holding out. And while we were investigating this prison, you're going to hear Barry and Brendan. They were underneath one of these massive towers of the prison, and you'll hear Brendan remark, "You got to think right here is where they brought those two bodies down from up there." Right. He pointed up at the tower. And directly after that, you'll hear this EVP say, "My 11th year."
My 11th year, really? Okay.
You got to think right here is where they brought those two bodies down from up there.
Wow, that was very, very clear. Very clear. And people should understand that generally that is an exception. What you're hearing in these clear EVPs is an exception to what you normally get. It's usually much harder to hear. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. And sometimes they're so whispery. We recorded so many that we are not able to use on a radio show just because of how low and soft they are.
Right. So what we're going through tonight is from years past, cream of the crop, most of them never heard on the radio, I would say, huh?
Yeah, but I believe so. Most of these have not been heard.
Okay, let's go one more very quickly.
This was also done in the prison, and this was recorded by Brendan. Him and Barry had entered into this main room of the maximum security building. And in this clip, you're going to hear Brendan say, "I'm going to go see if the cell door is open." And go see if the cell door is open. He repeated himself. And as Brendan is walking to the cell, this EVP says, "Let me out of here." And we argue on what it says. It either says, "Get me out of here," or "Let me out of here."
Let's let everybody decide. Here we go.
I'm going to go see if the cell door is open. Yeah. Let's see if the cell door is open.
I think it's "Let me out of here." That's what it sounds like to me. Let me out of here. Wow.
Yeah, there's discussion between us on what it's saying. You can hear something different, and that's all right. It's just that there is a voice there that should not be there.
Well, yeah, clearly. Some of these now were recorded on audio tape, and then, of course, in later years, you moved to digital. That sounded almost like it came originally from audio tape.
Some audio tape.
Right.
And I think it did.
Right. Okay, so.
It did.
Yep. So I know how careful you all are not to have anybody else around. You're the most careful organization I know when you record these, sometimes leaving recorders running for hours and hours and hours, right?
Yes.
And then you get more hours and hours and hours to sift through them and look for anything, because at the time you're doing the recording, you don't know what you're getting.
That's right, because you don't hear them at the time usually. I mean, there's been occasions where we have heard the voice and it just kind of throws you off. You're not expecting to audibly hear it.
Right.
And so when, if you spend 3 hours on an investigation, you are using another 3 hours just to listen to your audio tapes, another 3 hours to go through your videotapes. So there's a lot of time involved.
I get it. All right, very quickly, before the bottom of the hour here, there are some pictures, Barb. If they go to artbell.com and click on your picture tonight, it will lead them to other pictures as they scroll down. What kind of stuff are we seeing?
Well, we call it Super Echo. We were in an amusement park that's located in Utah, and we were in a pioneer village where they brought in old buildings and old houses and stables, and there's no rides or amusement rides in this area. And Roger took a picture of a buggy in the stable, and that was it was at nighttime, and we call it a supercharged echo. We don't know what else to call it.
Okay.
That first one. The other one is echo. It kind of looks like a face. You can see eyes, nose, mouth, shoulder.
You mean ectoplasm?
Yes. Yeah. Ectoplasm.
And so it's an actual spirit we're seeing there.
That's what I believe, that something's starting to materialize and form.
And then the next one, which the next one freaks me out. What's that?
We were doing an investigation in an old building. It used to be an opera house, and that's now a restaurant. We were down. We had gone down into the basement, under the floor. You can see how the floor actually slopes down, like how the theater's floors go down to the stage.
Sure.
But we were coming up, and Roger took a picture in the kitchen. And what you should see there is actually the stoves and the refrigerators and things in that restaurant kitchen. And there's these three figures. Roger calls them my three sons, but there's three figures there that shouldn't be there.
All right. I don't know. Wow. What a photograph. All right. Hold on, Barb. We're at a break. You've got a good long break. My caller's on the line. Everybody hold tight and be patient. We'll get this out as we can tonight. It's Dead Air. I'm Art Bell. Welcome to Dead Air. Feel free to snip our packets. Then, with a smile on your face, please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art. Good evening. I'm going to warn you again, a lot of what you're going to hear is really going to be frightening because it's real. So, please be wary. Please keep the children away. And oh, by the way, hi to Bobby and Cagayan de Oro, way down in the Philippines. That's my wife's brother. I wanted to say hello. Now to the phones we go. And hello there. Thank you so much for holding so long. And welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing well. What part of the world are you in?
Well, I'm in New Jersey now. I just moved here. I recently retired from Las Vegas Metro Police in July.
Oh, you were one of ours.
Yes, yeah, for 15 years.
All right, so tell me what happened.
So at the time, it was a few years back, I was working for a team, as a saturation team, and we're two-man units. Usually Metro's a single man.
Mm-hmm.
And we were down on the strip working on a Friday, and it was busy, and me and my partner were tired, and we just kind of wanted to go chill out. So we jumped in the car, and we took off towards Lake Mead. And as we're going down, we didn't get all the way down through there. We got to about Boulder Highway and Lake Mead, and we pulled off, and there's a road called Padco Road, and that road actually goes all the way around out to the desert.
Mm-hmm.
So we pull off into the desert, and we kind of just pulled around and turned the lights off and just turned on the parking lights and just sat there and started chilling out. Now I'm driving, my partner's sitting there and he's on his phone. And as I'm looking, just illuminated to our right, I see somebody walking towards us. And I said, oh man, we just didn't want to get bothered. So this person's probably about 25 yards away, and they're walking from my right to left.
Yes.
So I tell my partner, I'm like, hey, heads up, there's somebody coming. So he looks up, and we see, as he's getting closer, we see a female. She's probably about 12 to 15 years old, short brown hair, and she's dressed in like 1950s. It almost looked like a poodle skirt or something. It was kind of light brown. And so now she's walking in front of us, and she's right in front of her car, and she's not looking at us. And then as she gets to about past my window, I look down, and she doesn't have any feet, and she's just walking by, but I can see her skirt moving.
With no feet.
No feet at all.
God,
pay attention to her.
What is when a law enforcement officer sees something like this? What do you do?
Well, Well, my partner goes, is that real? I said, I don't know. Well, by the time I turned the spotlight on, she was gone. There was nothing there. We're in the middle of the desert. They're not even scrub or anything. It was like a construction area.
I take it, though she was close enough, you got a good look.
Oh, I could identify her in a lineup. And in fact, it was, and I'll tell you how busy we were. It was, that happened, and we kind of just like, okay. I mean, it's Las Vegas. And we deal with that kind of stuff. It's kind of weird.
I don't want to think that, but okay.
Well, so we go on about our day, and I actually kind of forgot about it because it got really crazy that night. And about a couple weeks go by, and we're in briefing, and they do electronic briefing where they show it up on the wall, and they're going through the slides. And Homicide, Las Vegas Homicide, just came out with a thing where they wanted us to review all the cold case files.
Right.
So they're coming up. Okay, this week's this week's that, this week's that. And I'm, that was really, we're kind of paying attention. And they popped this one up. And as soon as I saw the picture, I was like, that's the girl we saw.
Oh,
and I didn't even read the rest of it. I was like, I was like, she was murdered in Henderson. I know she was, it had been near Boulder Highway and Patco. And I looked at it, and sure enough, that was her.
When had she been murdered? Did you, obviously you looked into the date, I'm sure.
Yes, it was 1975. And they don't know exactly where she was murdered, but she was found out by the Henderson Ponds near there. And I guess she was last seen walking down Boulder Highway.
Well, they do say that, people who go in that violent way tend to be stuck here somehow or another. That's some story, brother.
It was, and my partner happened to be off that night, and I texted him the picture of that girl, and he freaked out.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do you still keep in touch with your partner then?
Yeah, in fact, he was just texting me, and I told him to listen. He's still active duty out there, so hopefully he won't have to go through a psychological eval after that. Because they're going to figure out who this is.
I'm sure they will. I so appreciate your coming on with that story, and I can understand why you'd be hesitant to tell it, and you would never tell it on active duty.
No, never.
Wouldn't want to make out that report.
No, never.
I thank you, my friend.
All right, take care.
Take care. Let's take one more quickly. Hello there. You are on dead air.
Good evening, or it's Ed from New Jersey. How you doing?
Hi, Ed. New Jersey, back to the East Coast again. All right.
Good to be talking to you again, sir. Okay. Well, my story takes place in the mid-'80s. I was about 10 years old. I was at a buddy's house after school. His father was doing some yard work. And digging pretty deep for what he was doing. He came across something, didn't know what it was. Ended up being a coffin.
A what?
A coffin.
A coffin. Oh,
now, this was the inner city New Jersey. Homes were from the mid to late 1800s, early 1900s. So there was a small backyard. So long story short, with that ended up being a toddler. They looked into it, the authorities. One was done back 100 or so years ago. It was done properly. Just nobody knew it was there.
Well,
about
not what I want to find when I go digging in my backyard. So it was an infant.
Yeah, I believe it was around 18 months old.
I would assume all you found would be bones at that point, of course.
Well, I wasn't there when I opened it.
Consider yourself lucky.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Any activity at all after that?
Yes. This is what the good part of it is. And 4, 6, or 7 months into the house starts hanging with us. I am at my buddy's house again. What happened in the past is distant memory. And then one day, our new buddy says to my friend whose house it was, I didn't know you had a little brother. There's a dog, little brother.
Yeah.
And yeah, he did. He was just, peeking at me and waving from the top of the steps.
Yeah.
He's like, well, but, this kid, we thought maybe he was joking around with us. He never heard anything about the story. He was new to town, but his family was originally from the area. So every time we would be at the house,
this one friend of ours would be the only one to see the kid. Well, one day, the kid's father comes to pick him up and says, you know, guys, want to hear a funny story? My great-grandparents used to live here. They actually lost a child when he was about 2 years old. So it was the one friend who had seen this entity's relative, great-great-uncle or whatever it may be.
You know, when we do these voices of the dead, this GIS stuff, we get a lot of children's voices. Extremely disturbing. I really thank you for the story. That's, I don't know what to think about that, but it's a great ghost story. Thank you.
Okay.
Take care. Let's go back to Barbara. Hey, Barbara.
Those were great.
Those were pretty good stories, huh?
Yes. And the police officers, when they see something, I mean, they're trained to be very, you know, I mean, they're on detail, you know. That's great. I wonder if we ever found the killer.
Well, that would have been a good, very, very good question. I guess it could still be a cold case today. All right, let's move on. Number 4.
All right, this next one, we were investigating Gold Hill Hotel up around Virginia City, Nevada. And you're going to hear me say, like I usually do, I began asking if anyone was present. And you'll hear me say, is there someone here, will you make your presence known to us? And you'll hear a young child, I think it sounds like a young boy, saying, help me.
All right, here it comes.
Is there someone here, will you make your presence known to us?
Man. Okay, so that was a child's voice. I'm very curious about the electronic accompaniment. Any idea what that was?
No, I have no idea.
It was kind of an odd sound that went with it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You could still hear it well. There is nothing that bothers me more than hearing the voice of a child that's passed. And it's because I guess we all feel children should go immediately without passing go up to where it's good, right?
And it just makes me question why we get so many children's voices, because we never ever have allowed children to be with us.
Of course. All right, let's do another one. We've got so many, so.
This one, you will hear Barry talking to Roger, and Barry is kind of harassing Roger. And they're talking about some movie. We can't even remember what movie he was talking about. But he says, I think you've seen that movie at the LDS temple, that he said to Roger. And you'll hear Roger say, they do have some good shows, though. And then the man's voice says, kill them both.
Kill them both? Okay, here we go.
I think you've seen that movie at the LDS temple. They do have some good shows there.
Huh. I'm not sure what that noise is.
I don't know either.
Well, let's actually close things up and try it again. That was, I believe, number 5, right?
Yeah.
So let's see what number 5 does now. That's
I think you've seen that movie at the LDS temple. They do have some good shows there.
Okay, well, that's still, unfortunately, it's very, it's still, through all of that, it's very easy to hear. I'm wondering, just let me go back very quickly and play number 1 to see if it has that noise on it. Now, you see, that's as it should be, the cell door opening. That is exactly as it should be. So we'll see if we keep getting that noise. I certainly hope not. Perhaps we'll move out of it, but because without it, it would be a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Fill them both. Jeez. All right, let's try number 6 just to see if this is hanging with us.
Okay. And it could just be the Gold Hill Motel or Hotel. Who knows?
Yeah, that could be.
We were in the living room area of this Gold Hill Lodge, and you can hear me say, "If you can speak, will you speak so I can hear you?" And it's a child saying, "Mother."
Oh. All right, here we go.
If you can speak, will you speak so I can hear you?
Mother, yes, Mother, but I just don't get that sound. And we'll kind of examine during a break coming up what that sound is. In the meantime, let me quickly go to Skype and Israel. Hello, Israel.
Yes, hello?
Hi. Hi. Do you have a ghost story for us?
Yes, Mr. Bell, I have a very good ghost story for you.
Fire away.
Okay, let me get comfortable here, and I'm kind of nervous, so let me take a deep breath.
Deep breath.
Yeah. So this ghost story comes from my mother. My mother's a Pentecostal pastor.
Right.
She's never told a lie to me ever in my life, so I have to believe her on this, and it's very hard for me because I'm a very rational person, and this is a very weird story. So let me take another deep breath here. Okay. So this ghost story took place in the mid-'60s. My mother was traveling around, and she found herself in the capital of Honduras. I believe it's called Tegucigalpa.
Mm-hmm.
And she was traveling around with some friends. And some of the friends, they worked at a resort, a hotel resort. This hotel resort was under renovation. So they go there. They say, let's stay the night here. And the ones that worked there, they went ahead and stayed in their quarters, in the employee quarters. That was downstairs on the first floor, in the kitchen area, next to a jukebox. This jukebox was unplugged to the renovations. It was also next to a dining area with many chairs and tables.
Right.
My mother was staying on the third floor. She just had a room there, I guess because of the renovations and whatnot. And on the fourth floor was staying a mother and her child. This was going to come into play.
Okay.
So my mother, she goes to sleep. Everybody goes to sleep. And I don't know what time of night, but in the middle of the night, my mother wakes up and she sees this dark figure above her. She said that this dark figure, excuse me, you have to understand, I'm kind of nervous here.
I get it, no problem.
So this dark figure above her, it's wearing 1920s, early 20th century tuxedo kind of thing. Kind of roaring 20s tuxedo kind of thing. This thing has bold eyes, dark beard, is just looking at her with hate in its eyes. It reaches down and grabs her by the throat, okay? She can't move, she can't breathe, she can't scream. She tells me that after a while, she I don't know how she got the courage and the power, and she just broke free from this thing. We ran out of the room. I mean, understandably.
Yes.
We ran downstairs, and when she got downstairs, she found everybody awake. The people downstairs said that they had heard the jukebox going off. They had heard the tables and the chairs moving around and a lot of commotion, like if people were there. Of course, this is under renovation. There's nobody there.
Sure.
So they're there. Of course, they're freaked out. And then all of a sudden, they start to hear the baby crying. They run up to the fourth floor. They can't open the door. My mother tells me that the mother had left the baby in the crib, had locked the door, and had left for some reason. Yeah, I mean, mother of the year, right? So they forced the door open. And when they force the door open, they find the baby on the floor on a neatly laid out blanket. Someone had just laid out a blanket neatly, put the baby on top of it.
Yikes.
Yeah, and when they tell the mother said, no, the baby was in the crib, I locked this door. And of course, everybody is very freaked out.
Of course.
So they all come to the agreement that they're going to sleep in the same room and they're just going to sleep out the night.
See, that sounds very rational to me. I would.
Yes, sir. And I mean, that's the end of the story, Mr. Bell. I mean, they just slept out the night in the same room, and that's what happened at that hotel.
So somebody must have tenderly held or moved that child. How in the world could anything like that happen?
It's very weird, and like I said, I'm not the type of person to believe this, but this comes from my mother, who's never lied. She's a Pentecostal pastor, and it's very hard for me to.
Oh, I believe you. I just don't understand or even begin to understand the forces involved. And in hearing the voices of those who have passed, as we've been doing, is really, really creepy to me.
Oh, and Mr. Bell, if I can add, I remember an old show with the GIS that they had the bathtub, if you remember.
Oh,
it really freaked you out.
How would I ever forget that?
That was a very good episode.
The
show.
The drowning, I believe.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's what it was, and that freaked me out. That's why I remember it.
All right. Thank you very, very much for your story. This, of course, is dead air. What's going to happen tonight? Well, I don't really know, frankly.
No, I only have no feeling in your heart. Oh, you like but
Tell me, does fear excite you?
Welcome to Dead Air. Worldwide on the internet, this is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. To call the show, resolutely dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
Indeed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back to Barbara Macbeth now and more Voices of the Dead, and that really is what you're hearing. You're hearing voices of the dead, and it really becomes very, very disturbing for some people to hear this. And I checked, Barbara, it looks like we're out of the bad audio territory. That those just had it on it. So number 7 coming up. Tell us about number 7.
This was at a mortician's home that he was having activity, and I always felt like something had followed him home from work. And you're going to hear him. We were up in his son's bedroom where a lot of activity was taking place. And you're going to hear the mortician say, "Can you see him while he's here? Can you see the lights?" And you will hear a voice. We have a dispute on what it says. Some of the people that says, "I don't know if I want to live," and the other one says, "I don't know how I'm going to live."
So I guess first choice would be, "I don't know if I want to live." Here we go.
Can you see the lights here? Can you see the lights?
Oh man, that's clear. I don't know if I want to live. I think that's very clear to me.
Is it?
How does somebody on the other side, if that's where they are, that's a statement, right, Barb, of somebody who is probably alive. A statement, or somebody who is very recently dead and doesn't know it yet.
Or the mind is continuing and they want it to stop, and they're still, as far as they're concerned, they're still alive because their consciousness is.
All right. One more time from the other side.
Can you see the lights here? Can you see the lights?
Totally creepy, Barbara. I don't know if I want to live. I don't know if I want to hear that one again. I want to emphasize to everybody that your organization is pristine, as are you, Barbara, ethically, in every way you can imagine. This is the real McCoy you're hearing. These people have done a fabulous job with thousands upon thousands of hours of work. Think what you will of what you're hearing, but there's nobody around making these sounds. There's no fakery about what you hear going on. Number 8.
On this one, this was recorded at Indian school, where they would take children, Indian children, American Indian children off the reservations and bring them to the school. And this is where they would live also. And we were there at this location. There is no other voice that you'll hear. It's just the EVP. And it sounds like it says, I don't want to come. I don't want to come back.
Okay, I don't want to come, or I don't want to come back. Listen carefully, everybody. Oh, moly, holy moly. Barbara, so obviously a lot of hum in that one, but also obviously very easy to hear. I don't want to come, I don't want to come back. That's exactly what I hear. Now, maybe that is suggestion, maybe not, but it sounded extremely clear to me. The hum was the only problem with it.
Very sad. Very sad.
Yeah. I don't want to come back. I don't want to come. I don't want to come back, which could mean, I don't know. Do you, after you get these, Barb, particularly these disturbing ones, do you try and analyze what they might have meant?
It could mean so many things. To me, the Indian school wasn't a very happy place for those Indian children to be. They weren't allowed to speak their native tongue. They had to speak English. They couldn't practice even their religion at this location. So it was a very sad place.
Okay. How do you maintain your composure, Barbara? I guess you've done it for years, but still in all, hearing this stuff puts a big chill down my spine. So how do you maintain composure?
Well, it's something that I have never been afraid of this. Just my upbringing, I'm very used to this kind of thing. The thing that's different is the technology that is allowing me to be able to hear the things that I'm able, able to record.
Sure. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. Number 9.
This one is Brendan. This is at the mausoleum, and you'll hear Brendan say, "Hello, is anyone here?" And this EVP was recorded. It's cold. It's cold.
Yeah. Cold. Here we go.
Hello, is anyone here?
Oh, brother. That is clear. That's either a child, I'm guessing, or a very young, I think young child, maybe 12?
That's what I think. I think it's a young child.
So, what do we conclude, Barbara? I ask you for the 10 millionth time, from hearing these children talk from the other side. It just doesn't make sense, Barb.
No, it doesn't, and I can't give you an answer. I don't know.
They shouldn't be there.
I'd be lying if I said I knew.
Yeah, they shouldn't be there. That's what I would say. They
should not be there.
Okay. All right. Hold tight for a minute, Barb. Let's try a ghost story from Skype. These have to be good ones. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi again.
Just want to start. I'm from East Hampton, Massachusetts.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying that I have had lucid dreams before, and I have never had sleep paralysis, and what I'm about to say is none of these things.
Okay.
I was about 7 or 8, and I was sent to bed early. I was being a bad kid, as I did at that time. And I was sent to my room, so it took a while to get to sleep. But when I did, around 9:30, I was woken up by a woman screaming. It was not my mother. My grandmother had passed away at the time. And she was screaming at me and saying, "Come out here." And I, as a foolish child, I decided to go out into the hallway. And in the hallway, sitting on a rocking chair that was not there before, I saw an old black woman. Good Lord. And this old black woman began to yell at me, telling me how I had let my family down, telling me how I was a bad person. And I maybe lasted 4 seconds out in that hallway before I ran back into my bedroom.
Yeah, well, you know what? My first reaction would have been not to run out into the hall where the screaming was, but to go under the covers where perceived safety was.
As a 7-year-old, I must have thought that
you were being
whatever
ordered.
happened to me, I'm safe because my parents were in the hallway right across the way.
Aye. Wow. Okay, well, I don't know what to say about that, except you were one brave little 7-year-old.
I'm much less brave now since then.
I take it that eventually this older black lady was just suddenly gone.
Yeah, never again any haunting things in my house. My mom used to say that my godmother was there when a wine glass broke, but I never felt the same feeling of this woman since that one time.
I'm sure you're not looking forward to it again. So, listen, thank you very, very much for the call. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the brevity and the particularly scary nature of the call. Okay, so let's take one more, shall we? Very quickly. Let's go to the phone line and say hello. You're on the air.
Hi, this is Wendy in Sequim, Washington.
Hi, Wendy. Barbara's listening to your story as well as am I, so go ahead.
Okay, well, this starts off with a Ouija board, and my brother was living in a house which was a very large farmhouse originally in a part of California called Rancho Cucamonga Upland area.
Oh, yes, I know it, yes.
Yes, and anyway, there was like 6 or 7 different apartments in the place that he stayed, that he lived in, that had all been carved out of this house. And he was using a Ouija board and started to communicate with this, something he wasn't aware of what it was, but he was being alarmed that the house, there was something in the house that was in danger, that there was going to be a bad thing that was going to happen in the house, and was driving him in his dreams, even when he wasn't on the Ouija board, to trying to find out what this was. He finally started to get a sense that there was a family living in the house, and the father had been really abusive, and there were like 6 or 7 kids, and apparently the 2 smaller of the kids were abused. I don't know exactly to what extent or all the details on that, but anyway, the house was a place that was very sad because also at some point later, the house had to be sold. My brother looked all the records up on the house later. The house had to be sold, and so actually, because it was a depression, people often took their riches and they buried them someplace in these homes. They would be able to come back to them.
Sure.
And so there was this big treasure in the house, is what this Ouija board was telling him. And there were different players that were different roles coming on the Ouija board. One time it was a little girl, one time it was the father who was very abusive and angry. And so it was a huge drama playing out, with my brother and this Ouija board. In the meantime,
so what was it? Excuse me. What was he trying to do? Different times, reach back and get the same person so he could find out where?
Yeah, he was really sucked into the story. He was curious. He felt, the other thing was he always appreciated something older, the heritage part of life.
Yes.
And not very many people do that, really. So because he was sensitive to that, he appealed to them, and they appealed to him. And he was also lonely and living alone. And I think that probably didn't help things either. But there was just this wanting to reach out and communicate.
Okay, anyway, on with the story.
So anyway, he does eventually is driven. He tells the landlord he's worried. There's some kind of he thinks maybe it's an electrical problem. He's trying to solve it like a Sherlock Holmes, right?
You could call it an electromagnetic problem, I guess.
Yeah. So anyway, of course, I think he tells me these stories. I believe that he's sane. I don't think he has. I have no reason to believe that he has lost touch with reality.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
That's fine.
Anyway, so he finally ultimately does get the landlord to start looking around, and they do find very hot. There's this really urgent messages from the Ouija board telling him, time is of the essence. You must. Driving him to tell, to find out what's wrong so the house doesn't burn down. And that's what they're trying to tell him. The house is going to burn down. He doesn't know why. He's terrified. His whole place is going to burn down. His birds,
Maybe the spirit was worried about the treasure.
Well, that's kind of a twist about the treasure. So
Okay.
you're getting hot there.
I'm sorry, proceed.
You got the good guts for these kinds of stories.
Go
So
ahead.
after all these years. Anyway, so the landlord does, okay, you're crazy, but I'll go and I'll look around, I'll check everything. So sure enough, 100 plus, how hot it gets out there, right, regularly. And it's an old house, 100 plus years old, not quite 100 years old, but it's pushing 100 years old. Lots of little hacks everywhere to make it, depression, so people could rent it as an apartment all over the place, right? So it's probably Chevy parted, if you will, if anyone knows what that means still. So he goes up to the attic, and it's over 110 degrees in the attic. And sure enough, there's a faulty water heater up there. And had they probably not gone up there, the house probably would have burned down. But that's not the end of the story. So David goes, wow, can you believe that? And save the house from being burned down.
Right.
And he didn't tell the landlord really all that was going on, obviously, because he didn't want the landlord to think he was nuts, right? So then later, I think he's nuts. I'm thinking, oh gosh, my mother, to just tell you a little bit about her family, she's a clairvoyant. I won't get into all the details, but she would know who was in the cookie jar from 2 doors down, and there's 4 of us. She just had eyes behind her head, and I won't go all the details on that, but anyway, my brother is very clairvoyant, and I kind of think, well, maybe there's something to this. So my mother comes to visit, and she stays in his room, and where his bed is, and she gets in the bed, and she's sleeping in the bed, and she feels this presence walking out of the closet, coming around the side of the bed and climbing into the bed with her. And my mother actually didn't feel threatened at all because she's so clairvoyant that she knew immediately that this was a child that wanted to get close to her, that had known her son but didn't feel comfortable with a male person.
Okay.
And maybe didn't have much close, personal relationship with the mother, but needed a mommy, her being a mommy and all.
Got it.
And so she kind of just reached out, emotionally to reassure this child, but then she told my brother, geez, Dave, Anyway, so we all believed him. There's no reason not to believe him. There was a treasure. They were trying to drive him through the Ouija board, but the last part of the story, I think my brother's come maybe a little off. Maybe he's spending too much time alone, etc. So I'm spending a lot of time with him, and I'm sitting up on he's moved from one apartment in the place to another one upstairs.
Yes.
And I'm sitting upstairs, and there's 3 people on this futon with all of their backs up against the wall. And my brother's sitting across the room, we're all talking, right?
Yeah.
And what we don't know about the house is there was a staircase in the house that had been gutted. It had been taken out, But originally the plans had had an elaborate staircase like many of these homes did with the big, middle post all the way up. And it had been gutted, though. It wasn't there anymore.
All right. And we're kind of running out of time here.
Okay, so I'm sitting there, and I feel so clearly as day some kids sitting with their back up against the stairs, pounding on my back up against the wall.
Yes.
And I look to my right, and the 2 people don't feel it. I mean, I heard it, I felt it, I turned and with my chin dropped. The people next to me, literally next to me, did not feel it, hear it, or understand what I was so alarmed about.
Yeah.
I looked at my brother. We both smiled.
What was the treasure?
Well, we never found the treasure. He searched, never found it.
Okay.
Thought it was a Rolex watch from the 20s.
All right. Thank you very much for the story. I would have liked for the treasure to have been located, but that much communication on a Ouija board, well, frankly, even a little communication on a Ouija board is a very, very, very bad idea. Barb, ball and back.
Thank you.
You agree, with, by the way, on the Ouija board?
Oh, yes, it's not a toy.
It's not a toy, and so many people treat it that way, don't they?
Well, it's how it's promoted.
Uh-huh. Barb, you and I are both getting up there. I don't know how old you are, and I won't ask because you're a lady, but, you know, I'm 70. I'm hearing footsteps. I know eventually I'll be on the other side. Is it your intent, Barbara, to try and communicate when you get there?
Yes, I have every intention of doing my best to let people know that I am still around. I've always told my brother, if you feel somebody tap you on the shoulder and you turn around and nobody's there, it's me.
I've always told my wife to watch the ceiling, and she usually slaps me. All right, let's go to number 10. Number 10.
All right, this was in Rollins Penitentiary. We did this prison many times. We were in the death house recording, and we had Fox News with us at this location.
Wow.
I think it was around Halloween time.
Okay.
And this voice was recorded on 3 recorders and my video recorder.
Wow.
This one was recorded, I think the one that's on the website was done by Jenny, but everybody picked it up, and she was in a different location than me and Barry and Roger.
That is so interesting. 3 devices picking it up.
Yeah, there was actually 4. There was the 3 recorders and my video recorder.
Okay.
But you'll hear this voice say, "I appear."
I appear. Okay, here we go.
I appear.
Ooh.
I appear. I appear.
Well, there's nothing at all hard to hear about that, is there? I appear. And I guess the next thing, let me hear that again.
I appear. I appear. I appear.
You know, if you could have heard that in real time, I think I would have run. Because there would have been obviously something about to manifest itself right there.
Yes, and the thing that's so unique about this voice is every recorder, no matter where it was located at that time, picked it up just as loud. It was loud.
So do we theorize, because you don't hear these with your ear, right?
That's correct. The majority of the time you don't.
So then do we, the majority of the time, so every now and then?
Every now and then it happens. Yeah, it happens, but not very often.
So I wonder, do we imagine that they use electromagnetic energy to project these voices into the microphone or the device itself?
I have no idea how they do it.
I understand.
I don't.
All right. Number 11.
You're going to hear Barry and Brendan. This is still at the Rollins prison. They were walking into the solitary confinement area, and they hear Roger talking in another section of the building. And Brendan asks Roger, you're gonna hear Brendan ask Brendan asks Barry, who's Roger talking with? You know, who's he with? And Barry responds sarcastically, he could be talking to somebody and have nobody with him. and the voice recorded, it sounds, it's upset, and it says, "You lose again, coward."
Really? Okay, here we go.
Who's your up here with? Who's talking to somebody? Somebody has something.
Coward. That sounded like I would say a woman's voice. Yes.
Yes, and they had a women's section, a women's prison there in that prison. They had a small section.
Oh, I understand. Okay, that I don't know, that explains it, I guess. You did tend to go to a lot of, I don't know, prisons, and did you go to hospitals?
We tried. In fact, there was one that was being torn down, and I thought it would be an excellent place to go because I had had so many employees of that hospital and patients of that hospital tell me how they had seen a woman in red in the original intensive care area. And so I waited until they relocated all the patients and all the machines and all their stuff out of the hospital, and I had to coach the members of the board of directors if we could conduct an investigation there before it was torn down.
I would imagine in years past it would have been easier. All the attention now to paranormal, TV shows, radio shows, investigators crawling all over the place. Yeah, exactly. It was a lot of years ago before people were really doing this much of it, because now I'm sure there's a lot of no's that are given out.
Well, yeah, they would not let me do it, even though it was being torn down.
Do you believe, Barbara, that the collection that we're hearing tonight, and so many more, so many more, are evidence, absolute evidence of people who have died?
To me, it is. I don't know how else, how it could be explained any other way. To me, I have no doubt about life continuing. Your body, you might be dead, but you continue.
Yeah, okay. Let's do another one, if we dare. I believe this would be number 13.
No, this is 12.
This is 12, okay, there you go. I'm wrong, sorry about that.
That's okay. You're going to hear Brenda, he's talking to the prison director, and you will hear her ask him, what do you do with it? And she's referring to CDs that he had made for her while we had been at the prison previously.
Okay.
And he responds and he says, I've got it because I make backups of all of them. And a voice joins the conversation and says, I have to go now, I'm dead.
Oh my. Okay, here we go.
I still got it, because I make backups of all of them.
That one is shockingly clear, I'm afraid. There may be some people who have a problem with it, but I'm not one of them. I have to go now. I'm dead. One more time. I've got to do this again.
I still got it, because I make backups of all of them.
It's just totally too creepy. I'm glad I didn't, and I almost skipped it. Good Lord. So I to go now. I'm dead. I guess they get busy on the other side. Actually, even though that was horribly creepy, it would suggest that, I don't know, maybe he's headed to a Jim Rummy game, or I'm trying to think the best here. Or some activity that they have over on the other side. I have to go now. I'm dead. Catch you later.
I don't know.
I'm going to ask you in a little while if you've ever, I don't know, discerned something about what's on the other side, what awaits us. This is Dead Air.
And I still can hear you today. Oh, talk to me. Don't you check what's going on?
Welcome to Dead Air.
Midnight in the Desert via Skype. Worldwide, if on a computer, please be sure to use the headphone mic and call MITD 51. That's MITD 51.
And so it continues. Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dead Air. Indeed, needed warning. This is rough stuff. You're hearing the voices of the dead. That's right, the voices of the dead. This is the GIS that has done the work for you over many, many years and thousands of hours of recording, transporting themselves to locations where they thought they could get things and getting them. And here is, once again, Barbara Macbeth. Barbara, welcome back.
Thank you.
Let's do a couple and then a couple of those stories. We're sort of just jumping all over the place tonight, so I'm taking it. I hope you're keeping track with me. I would think the next one would be 13.
You're right.
Okay, good. Good for once.
This is a private residence, and you'll hear Brendan say, I tell you what, it is hot in this house. And he recorded this voice, and I don't know what it was referring to, but it says, she didn't put it down.
Put it down. All right, here we go.
I tell you what, it is hot in this house. It is hotter now. It is hotter now. It is hotter now.
All right, I have an observation about that one right away. And that is, not only is it clear, but it's almost too clear. I mean, it's almost like, you know, somebody was in the room actually saying that. Of course, we have no idea what it means, and I trust you implicitly, Barb, but if I didn't know better, I'd say that's, you know, like somebody in the room. That's how clear it is, although there is a certain sound that comes with it that's a little bit unnerving, huh?
Yes, and the difference I think that you're hearing is Brendan used a condensed microphone and it was recorded into his computer.
Ah, okay. That would explain it, but a good one. Oh, a good one.
I tell you what, it is hot in this house. It is hotter now. It is hotter now.
So she didn't put it down, but there's no way to know what that means, huh?
No, I mean, it wasn't, what it's saying isn't relating to anything that was being said or done at that time.
Barbara, you do this, but how do you sleep at night?
I sleep very well.
You do, huh?
Oh, yes. This doesn't scare me. I find it very fascinating. People that have witnessed ghosts, like a full apparition,
yes.
I feel like they are very fortunate. And I feel like we have been very fortunate that we have recorded so many voices that they have taught us, like what they have done.
Did you hear the opening story? It was from Heather, actually.
Yes.
Oh my, that's called Up Close with an Apparition.
Yes, and she's very fortunate to have experienced that, because there are so many people, especially people that research it, and all the ghost investigators that are out there now.
Mm-hmm.
They would love to experience something like that. They would give anything to experience that.
I guess that would be true of ghost investigators, but it would not be true of me. That tells you why I'm not a ghost investigator. Just hearing these voices puts a chill down my spine, and I guess we might as well do the next one, though I'm almost hesitant. Tell me about it.
This was in the same, in fact, it was the same day, and Brendan recorded this in the same house. He says, "Is anyone here? Does anyone want to talk to me?" And this voice was recorded. There was blood.
There was blood? Uh-huh. Okay, here we go.
Anyone here? They want to talk to me?
Oh, good Lord. There was blood. At least it's past tense. Now, if that voice had said there will be blood, it wouldn't matter. I mean, you don't hear it until you get home. But if it had said there will be blood, then I guess I'd count myself lucky that I got home at all. Relax for just... God, that was awful. On Skype, we have Katie. Do you have a good ghost story, Katie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed.
First off, I just want to tell you I love you. And
well,
your family, I pray for you all the time. And
all the time? You got to be from the South.
Yes, sir. Okay. I live on Arkansas, Louisiana line.
All right. That explains it.
Yep. And I think that ghost on that EVP was saying she didn't turn the air conditioner down. That's why it was so hot in there.
I'd have to listen back for it, but God, it's creepy listening to those voices. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So one night I had went to sleep and I had this horrible dream that this demon thing was at the end of my bed grabbing my feet trying to pull me off the bed.
Yes.
And I woke up.
Just a dream though, right?
Yes, it started out as a dream.
Oh.
And I woke up and I sat up and I was like, oh goodness. And I felt something on my feet and I was like, I happened to look down there and it was actually really there grabbing my feet and I felt it trying to pull me and I started kicking and I was just like, leave in the name of Jesus, leave in the name of Jesus, because that's what my mama told me to always do if I ever encountered anything.
Sure.
It left. I was like, ooh, Jesus, has to help me.
Yes, when you looked down and you say you saw it, what did you see? Hands or, I mean, a whole of what?
I saw this impish looking thing. It might have been like 4.5 feet tall. It had like scaly looking skin. Its hands had pointy nails and it was grabbing around my ankles and on my feet. It just horrified me.
I completely understand. All right, thank you so very much for that story, I think. Barb, what did you think about that?
Well, that is not a ghost. Whatever she experienced there, that's not a ghost.
No? You would classify that?
That's a different kind of an entity. If she experienced something like that, and that's what she saw, that's a different kind of an entity.
Have you, I'm afraid to even ask, but have you encountered that different kind of entity in your work?
I have not what she described, but I have encountered different kinds of entities before the GIS, just in my upbringing, yes.
That's scary. That's legitimately scary. All right, let's grab one more quick ghost story here from Jazz Monday in Australia. Hello there.
Hi, Art. Hi. Scary night.
Scary night indeed.
Yes, so back in '96, my brother was suffering a deep depression and he hardly ever came out of his room. And one day I found him unresponsive in his bed with an empty bottle of pills and a note. And the paramedics came, they worked on him for what seemed like hours, and at one stage they thought they had lost him, and then they were able to revive him and stabilise him enough to get him to the hospital. Long story short, they did get him to the hospital. He did survive. He's since turned his life around. He's no longer in the Deep Depression, and he's living overseas with a wife and family. So fast forward to earlier this year, and my sister and I were helping out at my parents' house, and she was putting her son to bed in one of the bedrooms. As she exited the room, she was startled because she thought she saw a solid human figure with its back towards her, who she categorically claims was my brother, because you sort of know the look of someone you've known for all your life when you see them from behind.
Of course.
And she sees him turn and walk into the bedroom, and she knows at that time, like, she called out to him, and I heard her actually call out to him, and like she knew full well at the time that it couldn't have been him because he wasn't there. So he walks down the hallway, turns into the bedroom, and there is nobody there, and no way anyone could have gotten out. So now, you and me, Art, would probably leap to some paranormal explanation, but my sister doesn't come from our world that we come from. She didn't graduate from the Art Bell Paranormal Community College, and so she puts it down to sleep deprivation of a new mother. So we go down, well, she came downstairs to me and my mum with a puzzled look on her face, and I asked her why we called out to Marcus. And she proceeds to tell my mother and I what she just saw. And my mother's face went white as a ghost, pardon the pun. My sister then asked her what's wrong, and my mum proceeds to tell us that she never told anyone this because she didn't want to seem like she was crazy. But one day she was putting linen away in the closet, and she caught something out of the side of her eyes, and long story short, she sees exactly the same thing that my sister did. And called out to him, followed him, and nobody was there. So I didn't witness this, but my mum's expression and the colour draining from her face when my sister relayed the story was just all the proof that I basically need. Now, is that a ghost?
Okay, so we've got two people, Jazz, processing it in very different ways, obviously, according to their own worldview. I guess that's what we do as humans, right?
Oh, definitely. And this was like 10 years apart between my sister seeing it and my mother seeing it. And I don't know what it is. Is it a loop? Is it something that's being replayed over and over? Because my brother's not dead. He was suffering a deep depression, and he spent a lot of time in that room. And we always assume that hauntings are the result of like when a death is, very sudden, or it's violent, or, there's some kind of unrequited love or something like that. And, depression's a deep, strong emotion. Was that something that was lingering, that emotion is lingering, causing that? Or he actually clinically died in his room while they were reviving him, was perhaps a part of his soul, if you believe in that.
Oh, I do.
Left behind.
I do, Jazz, I do. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Have a good night. So, Barb.
That's a doppelganger.
Is that what it is?
Yes, they saw the ghost of someone who's alive.
Yeah. And projected, Barb, that kind of depression that he described, combined with, a near-death experience or a death experience, depending on how you want to look at it, I guess, could project some pretty strong stuff, right?
Well, yes, that could be residual experience that from the emotion that this young man was going through at that time in his life. Burn something in that room, that atmosphere.
Gotcha. Right, Barb, two questions for you. One I've been waiting to ask, and that is, have you, in the years you've been doing this, gleaned anything at all about the nature of the other side?
I think the nature of the other side depends a lot on that individual's mental state. I think, in fact, I kind of worry about the generation coming up.
Don't we all?
Yeah, how the ghost will be in the future. There's so much turmoil.
Well, we are the future ghosts, and then as they will then be. One other question, and that is about suicides, Barbara. Have you discerned anything at all about suicides versus natural or even unnatural deaths?
I've known some people that have committed suicide, and their families have all experienced activity. I don't believe their soul and their spirit is at peace after they've died. I think they're still in turmoil. I think the mental state of the person continues.
Okay. All right. Let's do number 15.
All right. This was at an old Western military fort that was established back in the 1800s, and it's still in use today. Barry was in the museum, and which used to be one of the barracks. And he recorded this child's voice. It says it's dark in here.
Yeah.
It was not dark in that room at the time. There was still lights on. But when we went back to that location and we were talking to the curator of the museum and told him about this child's voice, he informed us that he had just learned a few weeks prior that women and children were kept in the basement of the barracks for their own safety. The women, the wives of soldiers, were referred to as laundresses. And to keep them safe, they lived in the basement of these barracks. Because we were surprised to get a child's voice there on this military base, you know.
I can imagine. Of course, yes. Here we go. Wow. I'm going to have to replay that for you, I think. It was quite clear and quite fast, so let me do it again. Oh, that is a little child's voice. There's no question about it. One more time, please. Yeah, that's awful. Obviously, it's dark then in a different realm altogether.
Yeah.
The other side. And I don't want to think of the other side as dark. Maybe this poor child made a wrong turn, a.k.a. John Lear. I don't know.
So, the curator was quite surprised that we had recorded the child's voice, and he was quite fascinated that we had.
Yes. Yes. All right. One more. And it's number 16, and it's pretty... This has been heard before.
Yeah.
But this is the creepiest, the creepy. It really is. Tell us about it.
This is in a cemetery, and it's one of our favorite places to go. We get great EVP out of this cemetery. And we were discussing some ghost pictures that had been developed, and we were looking at them and talking about them. And we recorded this voice that I think that she came to self-realization of her situation, and she says, "I'm completely dead."
The moment of realization, huh? Okay, here we go. Okay, so we don't have that one repeated unless I repeat it, and I shall indeed repeat. Okay, what's being said is, I'm completely dead, and there's absolutely no mistake about it. One more time. That's so weird. I mean, it might not have been the instant of recognition that person was dead, but it had not been a long time since that person found out they were dead. That would be my conclusion. Would you agree?
Very, very possible. That cemetery is so active. In fact, one night, I've got to tell you a little story.
Okay, we don't have the time. It'll have to be on the other side.
Okay.
Other side of the other side. Right. The other side. This is dead air in progress. Welcome
across America, you found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Oh, this one's getting to me. I've got the lights turned down in here. And this is just some pretty freaky stuff, what they say. And we've got another full hour of it coming up. You're listening to Barbara Macbeth, who's kind of here on and off in between the ghost stories with her own EVPs, the best probably EVPs ever played on the air. Many of these, most of these actually never heard ever before on the air. And very disturbing EVPs at that. Back to Barbara, you said you had a bit of a story, Barb.
This is quick, and it's kind of comical.
Sure.
In that cemetery, we would always get cold drinks in a paper cup at a place, and maybe French fries and a hamburger to eat before we'd start our investigation at the cemetery. And Roger had finished his drink, and we were walking down the road, and he tossed his empty cup into a garbage can that was chained to a tree. And the cup came flying back up and arched, and he could have really almost caught it if he would have tried.
Mm-hmm.
It went into the garbage can and came flying back out.
Oh, God. I take it that that kind of activity was not frequent. Because you just couldn't keep doing this if it was.
We had quite a bit of activity that we witnessed. Yeah.
Well, then you guys had iron spines. That's what to say. All right. Let's do one more, and then we'll take a ghost story. So, number 17.
17.
Yeah.
This is a old building where a new age business is now residing. Originally, this building, which a lot of the buildings in our town had brothels upstairs, the main building.
Must have been a long time ago.
Yes, back in, this is a railroad town.
Uh-huh.
And so Barry recorded this voice. He was upstairs, what they called the cribs, where the girls would work, little small rooms. And he was winding up and we were getting ready to leave. And we have the impression that this female ghost kind of likes him. You hear his voice, she says, "Gonna miss you, and I mean it."
Yeah. So I guess, let me just play it. I guess there's humor on the other side. Okay, that's only a single play, so I'm going to have to do it again. So you're listening to this, well, it's a young lady, all right? I'm going to miss you, and I mean it. Can everybody hear that? I'll do it one last time. It was from the brothel, and I guess he made an attachment, so to speak. Here we go. That's funny.
Probably her routine line that she'd give when they leave.
Maybe, but once you're on the other side, I guess you don't get to utter too much that people hear, and that's kind of a key. I mean, you're there with electromagnetic pickups and hearing things that other people don't hear, so it makes you wonder, how often does an entity, a ghost, try and communicate unsuccessfully? Probably most of the time.
Probably most of the time.
So the connection from their world to our world is, well, at best, very tenuous. All right, hold tight, Barb. Let's go to Skype and see if Daniel's got a good one for us. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
Hey, I'm so glad to be on because you have combined two of my favorite shows, the EVPs and the Ghost Stories.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know. It's pretty cool.
So my ghost story starts in 2006. I went to a really small private college in North Georgia. And the ghost legends around there are really sort of famous among the students.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that I always heard, because I was a theater kid, is in our little black box theater was the spirit of Jesse, who was very big into the theater. always played an older role if they needed him, and was supposedly a janitor who died in a car crash.
Right.
And I experienced little things with Jesse, but he really got me one night when it was my first date with the woman who would become my wife.
Oh.
We set up a little TV to watch a movie, and I dragged a couch in, and I was one of like 3 people who had a key to this place after hours.
Mm-hmm.
So we watched our movie, and the thing you have to understand about this black box is, in the middle, it's a wide open space for 2 floors. So when you're in the middle of it, you can see not only the hallway around you, but you can see the hallway up above you with perfect clarity. So we're sitting there talking on the couch. Movie's over. It's dark except for one single light on, ironically called the ghost light. And we're sitting there, and all of a sudden we hear footsteps up above us. And so we look at each other, and we're really freaked out. And we sit there, and I kid you not, up above us, we hear these footsteps go running from one side to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And they sound like boot steps. Very, very loud. Obviously someone there. And we can see it. We can look up there and see every bit of that, and no one is there.
Nobody is there. So as the footsteps go, there's nobody there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So they do this, and we sort of pass it off at first and go back to talking. So then it happens 2, 3 more times until, I kid you not, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
We're 2 college kids in the middle of a dark theater, and we say, we're out of here. Screw this. I mean, we're out.
I'd have been out the first time. Maybe the second time. First time, I guess you could put it off to something, but when there are footsteps going right past you that you should be seeing, something attached to them, and you don't, twice would be not nice.
Oh, and it's not just footsteps, man. They are running. They are heavy boots, and they are booking it from one end to the other.
I got you.
And the real punchline to it is that this is maybe January. I graduated months later. So right before I graduated, I talked to the head of the theater department. We're sitting in her office just chatting. And I happened to bring up Jesse because I never truly believed the legend behind him. I'd experienced him. I knew he was there. I totally felt that. But I didn't believe in the legend. And she goes, oh, no. She said, he wasn't a janitor. And I said, excuse me? And I'm floored. She said, oh, I knew Jesse. He wasn't a janitor. He was a cook. He loved the theater. He absolutely adored it. And she goes, actually, and she reaches around and she grabs a picture and she hands me the picture. And there was Jesse. And she absolutely confirmed that not only was Jesse a real man, not only did he love that theater, but that she believed that he was there too. I mean, it sent chills down.
Thank you so very, very much for the call. And let's go to Santa Rosa, I think, California, on the phone. You're on the air.
Hi, my name's Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
This took place in Marin. I occasionally am called to help people if they have a disruptive spirit or weird energy in their house. And some people down there had built an add-on to their home in Marin. They added a guest room on the back. And every time somebody stayed in it, they always wound up on the couch in the morning saying that it was freezing in there. They didn't feel good. It was too cold. There was something wrong with their air conditioning. And sometimes it looked cloudy in there. So they would always find it kind of afraid sleeping on the couch. And they didn't deal with it too much because they didn't use it to sleep in themselves. But then one day they decided they were redoing their house and they were varnished a mantle over the fireplace. And when they woke up in the morning, there was a little child's footprints in the varnish going across the top of the mantle, and they didn't have any kids. So they got a little freaked out about that, and they decided they knew someone who knew me, and they just said, would you just come over and take a look at this, what's going on in our house, kind of an energy feng shui, I suppose.
Sure.
And I went there with a couple of friends, and I have some abilities to do this, so we walked into the room, we opened the door, and it's just like walking into a refrigerator. It was really, really cold. I mean, basically, it's never been this bad, and we could see kind of a hazy, almost just a lightly milky cloud right in the middle of the room, and it happened to be just right where the bed was.
Mm.
And I went and I said, well, let's just stop for a moment and take a breath, and I said, hello, who are you? Is there someone there?
Yes.
Who are you? And it moved toward me, and no one else could hear this, but I heard it right next to my ear. It said, Mother. I'm looking for my mother.
Oh.
I I kind of got a little, well, okay, this is intense. So I said, what happened to you? And I saw a picture of a swimming pool. And they also had mentioned to me that occasionally they found piles of little bits of water in the floor in that room. And there was actually some dampness on the floor when we were there. So we actually walked out of the room because it was really intense and we were having a little bit of a hard time with it.
You actually saw water on the floor? The water?
There was little, damp piles of water, just like 3 or 4 of them leading out the door.
I still know where this is going. I'm afraid.
Well, they had actually had the plumber come and check, the air conditioning check. They thought there was something wrong with the house.
Right.
So I sat down and I asked them, have you ever had a swimming pool in the backyard? And they said, no, there's never been a pool there. And I said, are you sure? They said, well, we can call our next door neighbor. They had someone who lived there for 50 years. They gave her a call while I was there. And she said, well, yeah, some 10 years ago, there was a swimming pool there. And the people who lived there, their 3-year-old daughter had drowned in the pool.
Yeah, I knew it, yeah.
And what had happened is that the father he blamed the mother, and he was so livid, he literally showed up with bulldozers, I guess, and bulldozed the pool and filled it with earth. And he moved out. And 2 years later, the mother evidently, who had never gotten over it, died in a car accident. It was a single car accident. There was some speculation that she had killed herself. And the little girl was, so as they told me this, I said to the little girl spiritually, just telepathically, can I help you? And she said, again, I will need to find my mother. And I did a few things that I know how to do in terms of assisting spirits to move on, and reconnected her to let her know she didn't have to stay there. And I did manage to reconnect her with her mother and help them both move on.
That poor little girl. Do you have any, we hear, with these EVPs, we hear so many children. Do you have any clue? I'm going to go back and ask Barbara again, but we think, we adults, we somehow think that if a child like that drowns in a pool, they're not going to some nether region where there is nothing or darkness or cold or whatever. They're going directly to heaven without passing go, but it doesn't seem that way. Where was that child trapped?
She was trapped in the anger between her parents. They didn't let go of her, and she was actually trying to heal her mother. One of the reasons she didn't leave was because she was really in pain about the fact that her mother literally disappeared spiritually. She just went kind of in such deep depression, and the entire family was destroyed. And on some level, the little girl was still trying to find them and heal it so she could move on and finish the cycle with them. And it was a very, very painful thing. We were all very sad when we got done, but uplifted because we actually were able to assist them. And
well, that's a whale of a story. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take care. It's hard. This thing with kids is really hard for me. The adults, well, you can imagine all kinds of long lives lived, right? In error or sin or however you want to look at it, and they're being trapped, but not children. So there must be many things that we truly do not understand about what we call the other side. Here once again is Barbara Macbeth. Hi, Barbara. Boy, that was some story, huh?
Yes, it was.
She actually got into a dialogue with a little 3-year-old. My goodness.
And hopefully the people that live in that house have never experienced her again. And she has moved on, hopefully. It'd be interesting to know.
When I asked you about tell us something about the other side, you really can't. I do understand that. But you do believe, right, that this is some sort of, middle area before you go on to wherever your final destination, I'm not trying to spit out movie titles here, is?
Well, you're getting into theology.
Yeah, a bit.
I just believe that we continue on. I believe that it's a learning process. That this is just one of the lessons, life's lessons here, and we continue on.
Number 18.
All right, you're going to hear Brendan and Barry. We were investigating a mortuary, and Barry recorded this, and you'll hear Barry say to Brendan, "I hope there's no bodies down there." And this voice tells him to talk to the dead. And there was several bodies down there. We didn't know it. There was a couple of us that went down in the basement, and there was probably about 9 bodies on slabs.
On slabs?
Yeah.
All right, here you go. Okay, that was very fast. I'm going to try and do it again here. Many of these earlier times were repeated. Let me try it again. Okay, that's a little hard for me to hear, so I'm going to do it one more time and see if I can hear it. Yep, talk to the dead. That's what it is. Talk to the dead. That time I got it clearly. These old ears are trying. All right, so yes, there it was. Talk to the dead. And now I'm, in view of the discussion we just had, let's push on to number 9.
All right, this was recorded in a cemetery, and I think we've played this one on your show before, but if you're going to hear wind blowing and a baby crying throughout the whole time, it was after midnight, and there was absolutely no children around, and the EVP is not looped. This whole crying episode is just what was recorded.
Okay. Now you see, it doesn't seem. My God, that was awful. I mean, how could a infant, a baby, be caught on the other side? That's awful.
Yes, and some people think they hear it laughing.
Really?
How you hear it?
Really? Laughing? That would be nicer. Let me try again. Hold on. Thank you, Barbara. It's the power. It's either the power of suggestion, or I'm not really sure, but it does indeed. Thank you. Sound like laughing. So it was written. That helps me a lot. You'll never know. It says baby crying, and I thought, oh God, baby crying, not good. And when you made that suggestion, maybe it's just the power of the mind. I honestly don't know, but yeah, amazing stuff. All right, let's go to Skype briefly and say hello to Brian.
Hey, Art, how's it going?
Well, it's a pretty wild night, Brian, as you can hear.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so are you going to, first of all, turn off your device, please?
Is that better?
Yeah, it needs to be off. And if you have a ghost story for us, proceed.
All right, this actually has to do with a listener that calls into you a few times, Jack W. He's a good friend of mine. He took me into a cemetery near us, and we decided to take a mirror in there one time. And it was not a good thing, we found out, because it actually got extremely hot in my hands.
The mirror did?
Yes, it did. And then pretty much every time after that, I've been in that cemetery 2 or 3 more times. And every time I've been in there, I've had a really difficult time breathing every time.
Breathing?
Yeah.
Well, there are weird things in the paranormal world with mirrors, scrying and such. It's mirrors are strange in a way, huh?
Yes, they are.
I appreciate your story. It was short and quick. The way to do it. Thank you very much. So, what do you all think about that? I'm kind of glad that you brought it up. Barbara, mirrors. Are you aware of anything with regard to mirrors that is strange, unusual, paranormal?
Yes, mirrors to me are weird. There's a lot of, well, there's some cultures, I don't know if they still do it, but I know they used to do it when a person would die.
Yes.
They put mirrors up because the dead supposedly does not like seeing themselves.
Huh. Can you think the dead can see themselves?
I don't know. I don't know. I just know that has been a procedure of certain cultures in the past.
I see.
Brendan experienced seeing that child in the mortician's house that looked like his neck was broke. It wasn't fitting right. Brendan saw his reflection in the mirror.
Gosh, no thanks. That's horrible. All right, Barb. Hold on. I'm going to I'll put you on hold and venture forth. We've been getting quite the night tonight. Lake Charles, Louisiana, I do believe. Hello.
Art, thank you for replaying the baby because I'm sitting here and I had chill bumps.
You kind of agreed. I mean, when you first hear it, you go, oh, God, a baby. But then when you listen closely, she's right. I think it's laughing.
It got better. I want to think it was laughing.
Okay.
This is Michael. So I've lived in Lake Charles, born and raised here. But in 2004, I moved to Alaska to be a youth pastor for church.
Oh.
I was living in Seward and was invited to come and speak at a church in Fairbanks.
Mm-hmm.
It's about a 9-hour drive from the south. Not used to. Got there in January. This was in February. I took out on this trip by myself and had been given tips and this is where you want to stop. This is where you don't want to stop. Gas is real expensive here, things like that. So I got out of just north of Anchorage, north of Wasilla, and up in that part of the country, the people that I'd been with had stopped and picked up hitchhikers, and they just said it's just kind of a thing. You don't really do it in Louisiana, but here it's life and death if you see somebody on the road.
That's right.
So I saw a man walking north on the road, and I pulled over.
Mm-hmm.
He got in the truck, and I remember distinctly he had a kind of a little bit of a body odor smell. He smelled like a campfire. He was unshaven. His name, he told me, was Alex. He spoke with a Russian accent, and he said he was a mountain climber, and he said his favorite place on earth was the top of Mount Everest, and that he was in Alaska to climb Mount McKinley. So he was on his way to Denali Park. He rode with me in the car for about 2.5 hours, asking me about why I was there, about my calling that I felt on my life and feel on my life, discussed those types of things with me, gave me tips about driving in the ice, and told me not to do things that would have caused error.
Right.
And we came to a town called Trapper Creek. I don't know if you're familiar. And I was not going to get gas there. It was one of the places I was told the prices will kill you there. And he said, you'll want to stop here because the weather is too bad. Denali is the part where I was planning to stop. They're going to be closed. And so I said, okay. And he'd been in the car for 2.5 hours. We talked extensively about Everett and his plan to see the top of Mount McKinley. Well, we stopped. I got out, started fueling the car. He grabbed his small backpack that he had, I saw him walk into the gas station, a little junction station, had a little cafe in it. He walked through the doors. When I finished filling up, I went in to use the restroom and pay and grab a bite. And I asked the clerk, I said, where's the man that just walked in? And she looked at me and said, you're the only one who's been here for hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, a man just walked through these doors. We spent 20 minutes walking around the back of the building. We followed the track back to the 2 sets of track back to the truck. He was nowhere to be found. There was icy been sitting in the truck.
Really?
The truck still smelled like him. So at that point, I've chalked it up to, was it a ghost? Was it an angel? I don't know what it. I wouldn't have had enough gas when I got to Denali. That gas station was indeed closed.
Well, here's what I'll say. It may be that living on the other side, as he may have been doing, he could spend time on Everest, because I can assure you the average human being can't breathe at the top of Everest. Not for long. There are a few who claim they've tried. But the fact of the matter is, there is not enough oxygen up there to support a human being, and frequently the stay on Everest is not somewhere. Put it this way: it's not a place you lollygag around at all. You get there, and then you get down, if you can, as fast as you can. Okay, let's go back to Barb, and we've got the next one coming up that just is awful. It may have been heard on the air before. So many of these have not been, but this is number 20 we're talking about here.
Right. We were in a mausoleum, and Roger recorded this voice. You don't hear Roger, it's just the EVP that was on this one, and I don't think that this one's Luke either.
Okay.
But Roger had said, talking about our video camera infrared lights, he had apologized to any ghosts there, saying that our lights did not hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
And he recorded this voice saying our death gate. And you can hear this voice kind of echoey, it's all marble walls and floors and ceilings.
Okay. All right. Our death gate, not one I like. And hold on. We're going to get to it here. I'm going to play this, I think, several times for you. Death gate, that would mean where you go to So that one is sort of whispered, I would say. Listen carefully. Yep, that's a whisper. That's definitely a whisper. I wonder why, one more time, I wonder why somebody on the other side would feel it necessary to whisper. Very quickly, Barb, any thoughts on that? Why would they whisper?
I don't know. I think it takes a lot of their energy to even be able to be heard on a recorder. I don't think that that's something that comes easy to them.
Well, if that were true, you'd think they'd almost have to shout. But that whisper got through quite effectively. I just, it just seems strange to me. Not many of the ones that you've recorded are whispers, but I know some are. Okay. All right, Barb, hold tight. We're coming to the bottom of the hour. Everybody can take a little deep breath. This has really been quite a night. One of the best we've ever done. I call it dead air. Stay right there. Welcome to Dead Air.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA. Well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
Top of the morning, probably, for the majority of you out there. Dead air underway for the, now only minutes away from Halloween, and in many, many locations listening to me right now, it is Halloween. Let's quickly go to Robert on Skype and say hi.
Hi, Eric. Roswell.
Thank you. Back just away a little bit. You're loud.
Oh, sorry. How's this?
Better.
Okay, cool. Anyways, me and my cousin, we usually go to the...
Robert, again. Robert, you and I have to have a talk. This call isn't going to work. You called me about 6 times now, still not having fixed whatever it is going on. I'm so sorry with your audio. but you're going to have to work on that. Here's what I recommend. There is a Skype Echo server, Robert, and you can call it and talk to it, and it will play back your audio, and then you'll hear what your audio is doing. I'm terribly sorry we can't get you on. I really, truly am. But you've tried that about half dozen times now with the same setup, and it's just not going to do the job. So try the Skype Echo. It will work for you. It's pretty cool anyway. So let's try this one on Skype. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. You have a ghost story for us.
Am I on the air?
You are.
Okay, great. Boy, do I have a good one for you.
Go ahead.
Alrighty. Just a little bit of background. I am a musician, and one of my friends is also a musician, and he was playing for a wedding, not too far from where I live. So what ended up happening was, he finished the wedding, he finished the gig, and a couple of the people there invited him to have a drink. So he said, okay, well, let me just have a short beer, but I have to get back home because I have my wife and kids waiting for me. So, time passed by, and he ended up leaving like at 2 o'clock in the morning. So he checked his phone. His wife had called him like 20 times.
Yeah.
So you knew he was in trouble. So what ended up happening was this guy got into his car, and he was going 90 miles per hour on a 60-mile-per-hour road.
Oh my.
And he said, you know what? Well, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. There's no cops around. So let me just go ahead and just, go real quick and, try to get back home because my wife is going to, lay the hammer on me. So what ended up happening was all of a sudden he saw a couple of signal lights from a cop. So he was all like, oh, man, I'm going to get home late, and I'm going 90 miles per hour on the 60-mile-per-hour road.
Might not get home at all in that situation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so what ended up happening was the cop ended up shining like this big bright light like they always do.
Yeah.
But he said that for some reason when the cop asked him to put on the window, he felt the cold shiver. So what ended up happening was the cop, told him, hey, why were you going so fast? He said, well, I just got out of a gig and I'm supposed to be home at 10 o'clock, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I want to get back to my house.
Right.
So the cop ended up telling him, you know what, well, you were going 90 on the 60, so I'm going to have to give you a ticket. I mean, there's no other way. You could have killed someone.
Right.
So he's like, okay, just go ahead and give me the ticket, I just want to get home. So, he ended up writing him the ticket and everything, and he said, you know what, just be very careful out here because there might be a whole bunch of killers out on the road or whatever, so just drive safe and lock your doors. So he ended up going, back home. The next day, he said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and pay the ticket. So he went down to to go pay the ticket. And the lady up front said, well, what are you here for? Well, I'm going to pay a ticket because I was going this much over the speed limit. So she checked the ticket and she said, okay, well, let me go ahead and just verify something real quick. So for some reason, he said that they're taking a long time. And he said, is everything okay? And they're like, yeah. But we're wondering who gave you this ticket? So he said, well, there was this cop last night that gave me a ticket.
Right.
And, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock.
Yes.
So she's like, okay. Well, well, she got really upset and she said, sir, are you joking with me? Because you could get arrested for giving a fake ticket. So he's like, no, actually, I mean, a cop actually wrote a ticket out for me for going 30 miles over.
Let me guess. That's a cop that had died, perhaps even on that road.
Mm-hmm. The cop had been dead since 1972. Reason for him coming out in that road is because one time he pulled over a guy that was had just committed murder, and he was trying to escape. So the cop told him to come out of his car, and as soon as he he kind of got a little bit comfortable, turn around, the guy ended up stabbing him to death. So,
God.
Yeah.
And
He got a ticket from a cop that had been dead since 1972.
Not only that, but that cop's out there patrolling the same road again and again. Oh God! And he wrote out a ticket, and they had the proof of it. Barb, did you hear that one?
Yes, sir.
I guess it's all around us, life and death. Let's quickly do number 21.
All right. You remember the stock exchange building where the drowning episode took place? This was from the second time we had visited and investigated this building.
Right.
You were going to hear, I think it's Brendan. He says, okay, this is our second recording from the building. We are now getting ready to leave. And an EVP is recorded here, and it says it's dead.
It's dead, okay.
Okay, this is our second recording from, we are now getting ready to leave.
Yikes. Do you think, well, the other recording you mentioned was where the drowning was?
Yes.
Oh my.
That's the same building.
So maybe it was referring to that situation. I wonder.
I don't know. But that's the building where the
All right.
other one.
We're woefully short on time here, and I'm just committed to trying to get these in. Those never heard ever on the radio. So number 22.
All right, you're going to hear me talking about another EVP in this. You're going to hear me talking about how the quality was, and I'm saying you can tell he's real quiet and draggy, and it sounds like it hurts him to talk. And this EVP was recorded, and it says, "We can talk."
We can talk. Okay, here we go.
And you can tell it's so draggy and quiet and it hurts him to talk.
That's unnervingly clear.
That was recorded in the house that we rented for several years. It was quite active.
Oh, how, I guess for you, lucky.
I thought so, but my husband Roger didn't.
I would imagine not. I'm with Roger all the way. One more time, that was freaky.
And you can tell it's so draggy and quiet and it hurts him to talk.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that. Obviously, they can talk. It's a rarity, I suppose, but apparently they can. All right. Hold tight, Barbara, for just a second. Let's, let me see. Like a one-arm paper hanger here. Let's go to, how about this one? You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Art. This is Millie.
Hi, Millie. How are you?
I'm doing good. Love the show tonight. And I want to give a quick shout out to the Art Bell Time Travelers on Facebook. And we have a quick question, and I will get to my story real quick.
Okay, question.
At the beginning of the show, before the first EVP came out, there was a spliced voice that came in while the two of you were talking, and we don't think you heard it. We all heard it. Did you hear it?
No.
You're going to have to go back and listen to it. It was like right around the beginning, the first couple of EVPs. I think it was right before the first one.
All right. Well, I can listen. I can go into my, you know, I'm a time traveler, believe me. So I will go and I will listen. I promise.
All right. We thought you were haunted. Okay. Now, back in California, we lived in a haunted apartment. A man had killed his girlfriend in there, and we knew it was haunted. You know, weird things happened in it. And we had these two friends that had been together forever. We took them over to our ex-brother-in-law's house for a barbecue. Well, she kind of got a hankering towards him. And, you know, we didn't say anything to the man. His name is Ron. And he was over drinking one day with us. And we had this table that my husband made by hand. It was a very strong table. You could jump up and down on it, and it wouldn't move. And he was talking about his girlfriend, and we kind of lied about it. And every time we would lie, one of the legs started bending out.
Oh, my.
I noticed it. My husband noticed it. And we tried to change the subject. You know, it hadn't fallen over yet. It took about a half an hour. And within that half an hour, that leg bent out to the point where the table actually fell over.
Oh, my.
And my husband picked it up. Now, the leg was from another table. It had a screw in the center of the leg, and it was attached to a table bracket. The bracket had a lip on the inside, so the leg kind of slanted out, which made them really strong.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, but how it would bend, no, I don't know about that at all.
And the screw was not bent. He put it back in, and it was fine. That table lasted for years, and it never did it again. But the more we lied about him, about where she was, the more that thing bent until the table fell over.
Usually it's a nose growing, not a table bowing.
I think the lady that died in there was telling us, don't do it.
At least I had a laugh tonight. Thank you so very, very much for that story. My goodness, folks. All right, let's go back over here and say, Barbara, you're back on the That was quite a story, wasn't it? Okay, we're way short on time. I'm determined to get to the last two, so let's do it. Number 23.
All right. We were at a bed and breakfast place. It's a big mansion that they've turned into a bed and breakfast in Salt Lake.
Right.
And the woman that was on staff that night, she was showing us around, and she said there was this little table by the office that she sat in, and she's looking at this book that had pictures of the original homeowners of this mansion. And she said, you're going to hear her say, this is the main guy. It's Dr. Edward Woodruff and his wife. And then this EVP says, very feisty.
Very feisty, really. Well, that's a new one.
Yeah, that's the main guy. Dr. Edward Woodruff. Why?
The unusual things that come from the other side. It's just, what a comment. Very feisty. That's
And it makes you wonder, did he know the Dr. Ed Woodruff's wife?
Yeah, well, that's right. That's right. Okay, last one, Barb.
All right, this is a Utah cemetery, and it was the cemetery that we've gotten so many great EVPs from. This voice, we recorded him many times in the first couple of years that we would go there.
Really?
Well, there were several of them that had the same voice, but anyway, you're going to hear, we were discussing a voice that was previously recorded and that said A Company when a military headstone was being read aloud.
Oh.
And Roger was relating this and erroneously said Company A, real proud. You'll hear Roger say that. And I recorded this voice repeating him, Company A.
So, okay, here we go. Wow. Wow, that's a real wow. So, and also very clear. So this is a military man, very, very proud of Company A. One more time. From the other side, that's actually one of the best ones I've ever heard. And you can hear in this military man's voice that he's very, very proud of the fact that he's Company A one last time. I would say that was uttered in a proud military manner.
I would agree.
Well, Barb, it has been unusually amazing tonight, a mixture that we've done, and I don't know how to thank you for doing this. I know it took a very great deal of prep on the part of my producer and working with you, and then to be able to mix it with some of the greatest stories we've ever had on a show of this sort.
Great stories tonight.
Yeah, absolutely great stories. So I want to thank you and all of the GIS, but especially Barbara, who stuck it out with us on what's about to become Halloween. Thank you, dear lady.
Thank you very much, Art. Always a pleasure.
Good night. That's Barbara. She's really something. Really, really something. Thank you all. I wish we, the lines are stacked. I wish we could get you all in, but this is now only a 3-hour show. So we have to stop when we have to stop. I hope all the little ones enjoy their candy gathering for tomorrow. And be it safe, please. From the high desert to all 25 time zones out there. Dead Air says good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's 25 time zones, each and every one covered like a warm blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I would be Art Bell, and it is my pleasure to be here tonight. I've got a lot to talk to you about, and then I'm going to scare the hell out of you. And probably myself. This is a story I have never heard. It's probably a story you've never heard. So that's all coming up. Rules of the program. No bad language. Well, no really bad language. People are calling me on that. Every now and then I'll say hell and damn, right? Or something. And so I'm not banning those, but you know what I mean, right? No really bad language. Can't allow it. One call per show. Now I have to define it, right? Like the Supreme Court says, you know it when you hear it. All right. I have news on Abby, otherwise known as KIC 8462852. I think we're going to call her Abby, though. Seems like a good name to me. She discovered the star, right? All right, so here's the thing. I have information, inside information again. I've had it now twice from NASA. Once NASA itself, once JPL. And now I have somebody inside the main scientific circles that are looking at all this right now. And I'm not going to burn this person's name. I understand that makes you perhaps down a little bit, what you're about to hear. But I beseech thou, please go to artbell.com immediately. Artbell.com, because I'm going to ask you to look at a chart, and I almost never ever do stuff like that. But this is important. Go to artbell.com, and right below tonight's guest info, you will find a chart. This is the chart. What this shows is the dimming of Abby. It's no minor matter, and the information I'm about to give you does come from inside the main scientists looking at this, and that's all I can say. You're just going to have to trust, and I do, that the information is accurate. The first 16% dimming event was a weird one. The light curve would suggest that the object is monolithic and triangular shape. This fact is what's driving all the scientific interest, because that is exactly the kind of structure that you would build to announce your presence to the universe. Don't see big opaque triangles in nature. Doesn't happen. If the spectra show the object to be opaque when it comes back around, then it can only be explained as an alien megastructure that was probably constructed to announce the presence of the civilization. That would imply that they wish to make contact. Woohoo! There is a slim chance it could well be conglomerated comet tails. Very slim. They too can appear triangular. However, as you'll see in graph C, and that's what I've got up for you right now, graph C of slate link below, well, below my guest, which is close up to the 800 event, what they call the 800 event. That's the big dimming, right? Notice how smooth the curve is. As time goes on, it exponentially blocks more and more light until at the very end, it abruptly drops off. That indicates that a perfect isosceles triangle passed in front of the star. This is hot stuff I'm giving you this morning. The Hubble Space Telescope is now on standby to look at KI Abby. We'll call her Abby. The moment a dimming event is detected, the first second they detect any dimming, Hubble is ready to go. They'll use the STIS instrument to look at the spectrum of whatever the object is, and get this. They may even get an image of it as they did with the exoplanet orbiting Formula. The triangle feature is being referred to as, in quotes here, the Imperial Star Destroyer, informally for fun among scientists, because it is a huge, slow-moving triangle. So now, using that phrase, some of the scientists will know that I have an in, but I'm not going to burn my sources. The Imperial Star Destroyer. Not bad. This is big news. You don't find triangles in nature, folks. If that's what she be, Abby, then we're looking at a signal to us. They want to make contact. Do we want to make contact? If you want to see the big event charted, you really got to see this. I mean, you've got to look at this chart. You can see the 800 event centered on that. And then the additional random dimmings. Imagine if they actually get a shot of the damn thing, a big triangle. Figures it'd be a triangle, right? That's how I thought of it. Figures it'll be a triangle. That was my big sighting. Anyway, that's from inside the science circle looking at all this now. And again, I'm not going to burn my contact, but I'm going to tell you it's good information, as I did with NASA. I was right then, I'm right now. This is getting really exciting. It really is getting exciting. When we can lead with these kind of headlines, and it's still not a done deal, of course, but my God, folks, when has this program ever been able to talk about the scientific possibility of life beyond our own planet? I don't think it's sinking into a lot of people. Some people it's making angry. I got into sort of a heated email debate with somebody about this earlier, and as you know, on the air, I interviewed some very religious people from back in the Bible Belt, and they're not so happy about alien contact at all. Of course, I threw down some pretty hard stuff to make them say that, but there is a definite prejudice against anybody else being out there. There's one God, and for a lot of people, there's only one people that he created, and we're it. All right, onward. And this is another biggie I want to talk to you about. The British and U.S. officials said Wednesday they have information suggesting the Russian jetliner, Russian one, that crashed with in the Egyptian desert may have been brought down by a bomb. Now, if I'm a CNN junkie. I'll admit it. I am. I watch CNN all the time. I think they were brainwashing the holy hell out of us today. Really, I mean, all day long. Was it a bomb? It wasn't the usual, oh, we don't want to make any guesses until we have absolute proof. It was a bomb. likelihood is it was a bomb. Now, they're of course just repeating what the U.S. government and the British government are saying. I will grant you that, but we're going to examine why the U.S. and British governments would be saying that. And boy, was CNN their mouthpiece today. Let's think about why. I mean, normally CNN, pretty good about plane crashes. All the talking heads they have on. The British guy I really love. But, you know, they all kind of were swinging in there with CNN that this was a bomb. It brought it down. And you know, it may well turn out to be it was a bomb. But we don't know that yet. And normally CNN would be ultra careful with its talking heads. And they'd all say, but we have to wait and see. But, oh, in this case, it was most likely a bomb. Yeah, we saw, you know, a heat signature when it blew up. But they're beyond that now. They're talking about inside jobs and, you know, it being ISIS, and ISIS, in fact, is taking credit, perhaps not in the normal full way they do. They may be protecting an inside source. I'll give you that. And also, I will give you that it may have been a bomb. But at this point, we don't know that. We don't have one scintilla of proof that it was a bomb. No chemical analysis, nothing. And I'm telling you that normally CNN would be very circumspect about calling it something like this. I think they're calling it what the American British government wants it called. We want it to be a bomb. Like, that sounds horrible, right? But in a way we do, because it was a Russian aircraft, passenger aircraft, that if it was a bomb, came down as a result of it. So there's a big backstory here with what CNN is doing, and I think they are cooperating with the American government here, and I almost count this as propaganda. And again, please, I'm not saying it's not a bomb. It could well turn out to be. But normally they would never, ever cover it with this kind of assurance saying bomb. So why are they doing it now? Well, because the American and British governments, the American government mainly wants them to do it. That's what I think. I understand when I'm being propagandized. When you've been out of the country and observed the world political process underway from outside the country, you have a very different perspective of the American media. And I have that different perspective. And the way I see it is as follows. We want it to be a bomb because it's a Russian airliner. Now let's consider what's going on in Syria for a second, okay? Incredibly dangerous. Oh, God, it's dangerous there. So we've got Assad, a guy that we ostensibly wanted out, right? We wanted him out. He was horrible. Then, well, we sort of reconsidered a little bit. We haven't said much lately, like, well, you know, maybe Assad's better than whatever might come next. But still, we officially don't want Assad there. The Russians are in Syria now, in a big way, tanks, troops, bombing. But they're not bombing ISIS. They're helping us to death by bombing, but they're bombing the wrong people. They're bombing the rebels who want to take down Assad. In other words, Russia's in there militarily propping up Assad. We've been complaining bitterly about it now for a long time, right? What do we want Russia to do? We want them to bomb who? ISIS, of course. So if this can be a bomb put in a plane by ISIS, then it might make the Russians really, really angry enough to begin actually bombing the people we hoped they would bomb, ISIS. So while we're normally extremely circumspect, I mean, we've seen a lot of plane crashes lately, right? And they're always very cautious. So what's up this time? Is there a connection between what the U.S. government and Britain say and then what CNN is hyping up? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, for your consideration, you can write to me and let me know whether you think I'm right, wrong, or upside down. Then we've got the case of the USS Kitty Hawk. What is that? You know what the Kitty Hawk is, right? It's a great big super carrier. Kitty Hawk was in the Pacific, along with the ships that tend to her. And surprise, surprise, oh, Captain, look, oh, off the port bow, it's a Chinese sub surfacing. That's right, a Chinese sub surprised everybody by surfacing near the Kitty Hawk. Now, my guess would be somebody's head is going to roll because of this. I can't know that for sure, but I'm guessing. You know, they were supposed to be protecting the carrier, and you were not supposed to ever get surprised by something like a Chinese submarine. So that's what's going on in the world. Now, forget all that stuff except the star. That's very important. And let me tell you about what is coming up next. Deborah Moffat is just a regular person, an experiencer behind the acclaimed books A Deadly Haunting and Unwelcomed, which draw upon the frightening experiences she and her family endured at the hands of their unseen tormentor. Vastly intelligent and destructive, this demon wrought havoc in their lives and home, resulting in a daily battle to maintain their own sanity. After 25 years, Deborah decided to tell her story, detailing what went on in her family's home during the 6-year nightmare in which this entity plagued them. For these 6 years, can you imagine living like that? Can you imagine it? For these 6 years, the Moffat family was terrorized by a demon from the past. A demon that claimed that Lee Moffat was promised to him as a sacrifice hundreds of years ago. The entity had come to collect. There were no safe havens. There was nowhere to run. The Moffat family had only one option, as we would all have: survive. And so, in a moment, the Moffat story, A True Haunting.
Did you see the light and play?
And the terror in each sip and in each sup. Will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground when the man becomes the rest?
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bells. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
All right, then. I can take it. Mike in Massachusetts said, Art, no one's perfect. I just want to let you know before people start scolding you, it's Tabby's star, not Tabby's star. Yeah, I knew that, Mike. It was just a test, and you're the only one that passed. No, Mike, I'm lying. I did blow it, and it is Tabby's star. It happens. I'm sorry. Tabby's star. It's Tabitha. So Tabby. I don't know why I like the name Abby, but I do. It gets stuck in my head. So no, Tabby. Tabby's star. God, that's an important story. All right, now to Deborah Moffat, and you're just not going to believe what you're about to hear. Deborah, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you for having me on.
Do you prefer Deborah or Debbie or Ms.
Debbie's fine.
Or Miss Moffat?
Debbie's fine.
Debbie it is. Okay, Debbie, I guess in this, we have just, I blabbed away most of the first half hour. So if you would please tell us just a little bit about yourself.
Actually, I have 3 children, still live in the same house where the last part of this story occurred, retired. And Mr. Entity has been gone 25 years now, and we've never heard another thing from him.
Well, if you have 3 children, then that's what you do.
Right, that's true.
So this all occurred that long ago, Debbie, is that right?
Yes, it did. It happened twice. It actually started before I was even in the scene. It happened, I married my husband in 1987.
Right.
And this actually started from what we can, the researchers that came to study it think it started back in 1980. It had to do with
I'm sorry, I missed the year, 1980 something.
1984. And it had to do with a Guatemalan housekeeper who practiced Santeria.
Ah, yes. Okay, so who got her upset?
Well, back in 1984, my husband's mother, her mother, his grandmother, had a stroke, and they hired a Guatemalan housekeeper to take care of her.
Right.
And she lived right next door to my mother-in-law and my husband.
Right.
And the Guatemalan housekeeper, very nice lady, I don't think, from what I've been told, did any of this on purpose. She was afraid that when she lost her job, when the grandmother died, she'd have to go back to Guatemala.
I see.
So I think she was trying to keep the grandmother alive as long as she could. And what happened is she opened some type of a door and allowed something to come in.
Is this sort of all guesswork, or do you have any firm reason to believe that's what happened?
It's partly guesswork, partly from what my mother-in-law found at the house. After her mother died and Juanita left the house, they went to clean it, and they found strange markings all through the house. They found candle wax, broken rosary beads, and blood and feathers.
Oh.
So from what they told the researchers that came to the new house, they believe that that's probably what happened. Because they can think of no other way, why this started.
Okay, but yeah, that's quite a bit. You said feathers and blood. And what else?
Broken rosary beads, feathers, candle wax, and strange symbols all through the house.
Okay, so there was practice going on in the house, no question about that.
Right.
Well, I do agree. I do certainly agree, Debbie, that when you dabble in such things, you do leave open the door for something you don't want as well as something you do want.
Yes. Like I said, I don't believe she did this, anything to happen on purpose. She was just trying to keep the grandmother alive to save her job.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. Something evil did come through.
Yeah, so I get that, but I read in the opening that Lee Moffat was promised to him as a sacrifice hundreds of years ago.
Right.
Now, that's different than somebody practicing Santeria and calling the wrong thing across.
Well, this is a story that now the entity used to communicate with us by writing on a mirror with soap.
Really?
And it would write from morning, noon, and night. And it told me the story of, because one of the times I asked it, why are you doing this? Why are you here? And it told me why it wanted Lee.
Okay.
That he was in, not I don't mean in physical form, but he was in a monastery way back in the 1600s. And some of the monks there practiced Satanism, and they promised him a blood sacrifice. And it never came to fruition. And the lady, she wasn't sacrificed, but he believed because she was promised to him, Lee, in a past life, now she still belonged to him. And now he found her and he came to collect her.
Okay, I want to be straight about this. Lee, or Lee to be, was promised in a past life to this demon.
Right.
So it wasn't Lee per se, it was, I guess it was Lee. How could they know to promise Lee would be there that far ahead of time?
I don't know. They promised her in that lifetime with the monks, they were going to sacrifice her, and something happened and she wasn't sacrificed. So he still believes she belonged. This is what the demon wrote to me. So he still believed that she belonged to him, and he came to collect her.
Wow. So Lee came to collect her. You mean, I thought Lee was your husband, no?
No, Lee is my mother-in-law.
Your mother-in-law, okay.
No,
I'm sorry.
my husband's mother.
I'll get it all straight.
It's a complicated story.
Okay. All right. So that Lee, the mother-in-law, was promised to this demon in a previous life. In other words, some kind of, almost like a curse, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
In other words, don't take me, but you can take somebody in a lifetime or two or three, whatever, somewhere down the line in my lineage.
Yeah, right. From what I understand, it was Her. He gave an impression that it was her. That, you know, that this was a previous life of hers.
Yeah. That would make sense. But one would imagine there was a deal cut. In other words, don't take me, take somebody from my lineage somewhere down the line.
I don't know.
I don't know is a good answer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know what? There are so many things about this to this day that I still don't know.
I'm glad you're saying I don't know. Listen, I really worry when somebody comes on the show with me, Deborah, and gives me an answer to everything I ask. When I hear somebody finally say, I don't know, I love it. It gives credibility to the story. You know, usually you push hard enough and somebody says, well, the demon told me one night when I had a deep sleep, you know, or something like that. In other words, they try to provide an answer to every single question you ask. And as an interviewer, I've learned that's not a good sign. So stand by, Debbie, and we'll get back to you. This, of course, is Midnight in the Desert. I'm telling you right now, I'm hearing voices in my head. Did any of you hear what I just heard? Did you? Anybody out there?
Feel free to sniff our packets. Then, with a smile on your face, please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
You should always be smiling. Actually, Mike in Virginia said, are you planning on doing a prediction show this year? Huh, of course, Mike. It's a tradition, has been. The only thing I don't have, of course, is last year's predictions to make bonks out of. So it'll be a very positive show, looking ahead only. Or maybe 2 days of it, I don't know. And then you may have heard my remark prior to the break that I was hearing voices in my head. David, yes, I was hearing voices, and I called Keith, who operates, you know, the board down there in Arizona, and I said, Keith, I'm hearing voices. Now, either they heard it on the air and will tell me, or you did it there. And he said, oh, not me, not me. And then a moment passes, he said, oh, God, I left the mic on. And let me tell you, there's nothing more demonic than the rolling voice in your ear. Demonic indeed. And since I'm on the subject of the wormhole and messages you can send, if you are a time traveler, you get to pick. By the way, we've got between 75 and somewhere like 80 shows now in the hopper. You can go back and you can listen to old shows. You can hear last night's show in the afternoon when you want to hear it, and you have access to the wormhole. You can send me messages about how I screw up, and so much more. All right, that said, yes, Olin's voice is demonic indeed. Debbie, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, so I would assume then, that long ago, your children were about what age when this began?
When this began, my one son had just been born, 1987.
Right.
And then the other two were born in 1990. They're twins.
Oh.
So until this came out in 2014, they knew nothing about it. We had never spoke about it in the house. So I had to tell them about it before I even wrote a book about it.
Okay. And here we go. We're now going to begin to get about it, what really happened. This is so well documented, all of this. I know that, for example, somebody I trust implicitly was there with you, Dr. Evelyn Paglini, who helped you out, I guess, substantially. You can confirm that, right?
Dr. Evelyn Paglini was awesome. She was a wonderful lady.
Okay.
I mean, when she came to the house, I mean, she came in with such courage and such confidence.
That was Evelyn.
Look at her, I thought, we're saved. This lady's going to save us.
If anybody could, she'd be the one. The Warrens, were the Warrens also involved?
Yes,
somehow?
and Lorraine Warren came.
Really?
Yes.
But I guess Evelyn Paglini helped out a bit more?
She couldn't get rid of it.
Couldn't get rid of it.
Tried. No. And the entity hated Dr. Paglini.
I can imagine.
He absolutely hated Dr. Paglini. He every minute was writing nasty things about her, vulgar things about her on the mirror. But she told us, she said, I can't get rid of this. She said, it's too powerful. It's ancient, it's old, and I can't get rid of it.
Let me tell you, for Dr. Paglini, that's one hell of a statement.
I know it, because I thought she'd be the one. But she said she was actually worried for my mother-in-law's life.
Yes.
She said, I can suggest something to do. Whether you do it or not, it's up to you. She said, this deity, she called it an ancient deity, or she never really called it a demon. She called it more of a deity.
Okay.
She said, if you take one room upstairs and empty it and give it the room and pay homage to this won't hurt you, and it'll actually make your life better. She said, because I can't get rid of it, and I don't know if your mother-in-law can be saved. So
oh, good Lord.
That's what she suggested.
Wow. Okay. Let us now go back to the very first thing, and you're still in the same house, right?
Well, see, it started at a different house.
Oh, it began. All right. So at this different house, located where and what?
Where it very first started, it's in Rancho Cucamonga,
Okay.
on Archibald and Narrow Highway, excuse me.
I always thought there was something wrong with Rancho Cucamonga. I could never pin it down.
And there were like 3 houses right on the corner, right there. And my mother-in-law and father-in-law owned the one in the middle. Her mother owned the one next to it.
Okay.
And my husband owned the one on the other side.
All right. Well,
3 houses were all connected.
Let's deal with the house you were in. Was it limited to that house, by the way?
No. And when all 3 houses were affected.
Oh, my goodness. All right. All right. Start with the first thing that ever happened.
No, I can start with the first thing that happened that I can confirm because I actually saw it.
Fair
the
enough.
things that happened earlier, I never saw it, so it's only hearsay.
Fair enough.
What I actually witnessed, the first thing was a porch. We had a tenant that moved into, my husband rented his house out, and we lived with his mother and father.
Right.
He had a heart condition, and he just felt safer living together, so we all lived together.
Right.
We rented out his house to a gentleman. He had a large sports collection, my husband. So we left one room in the house locked. And the gentleman had free run of the house, but he couldn't touch this room. We would go down periodically to check on the room. The very first thing that happened is we unlocked the door where his sports memorabilia were. And so something had taken all the bobbleheads, baseball bobbleheads off the wall and put them into the shape of a triangle on the floor.
Oh, my. All right.
And, of course...
And this is locked all the time. Is that right?
This was locked. We were the only ones with key. But you automatically think, you don't think something's happening. We automatically thought the tenant did it.
Well, that's just, yeah, but that's just bad. I mean, then you think you have somebody you can't trust.
Right. But at least you can see that person, and you can deal with them.
True.
We confronted him. He said, I've never been in that room. I never touch it.
I have a room like that in my house. There's nothing but very expensive, very complicated radios inside, and so nobody goes in there.
Right. That's what Bill felt about his sports collection.
I fully understand.
Mm-hmm.
And so here are bobbleheads on the floor in a triangle.
Right. We locked it back up, like I said, talked to the tenant. When he assured us he didn't touch it, well, what could we say? We thought he did, but we said, well, don't do it again.
Right.
Within a week's time, my mother-in-law was very religious.
Yes.
Next to her bed, she had a stand with all types of religious statues on it. One morning, she wakes up, and on the statue of Jesus is a pair of men's briefs.
Bad.
Out of nowhere. She thought one of us was playing a joke. You know, what are you doing? None of us could figure out how it got there. At that time, none of us even understood what a report was.
Well, look, even I don't know what it is. What is it?
It's something that moves, something like an object that moves without anyone physically moving it.
Right. Okay. Well, here's what I think. There's almost nobody, regardless of their religion, who would do something like that? I mean, it's just so highly disrespectful. I can't imagine, of course, I don't know your family, but I can't imagine anybody would hang some underwear on a cross. No way.
No, it was. She was very upset, and it progressed from there. Pretty soon we started getting all kinds of different clothing on her statues. Then we couldn't figure out where they were coming from. Then we started getting mail and receipts, and they were all coming from the tenant. They were coming from the house next door.
Receipts? You mean he was buying stuff?
Sure, he would like receipts where he bought some clothes, and he had a receipt for them.
Yeah.
And they'd end up on her chest by her religious statues.
Yes. So it started all around religious artifacts.
Right. We went down to a house. It's very hard to explain to the man, listen, we have your things up at our house. You can't do that. He'd think we took the things from his house.
Was that his underwear?
Yes.
Oh, good Lord.
I don't know for sure.
At the beginning of that, I would, as a woman, and I'm not, I'd have reason to worry. If another man's underwear shows up on the cross over my bed or near it. Well, sure. I mean, at this point, they're probably, I don't know what you're thinking. You're thinking somebody broke in?
Right, that was another theory my mother-in-law thought. Maybe somebody came in when we weren't here.
Right.
Because, you don't go to the supernatural, you go to reality.
Of course.
You try to justify things.
Of course.
But we couldn't. There was just nothing that we just didn't know what was going on. Went back down to the house like a couple weeks later, and he wasn't home. And we noticed over all the light fixtures where you put the lights on and off,
yes,
someone had made strange symbols. And it looked like they were drawn in crayon.
Well, now you did have children in the house, of course.
No. My children, my one son was only like a month old.
Oh, okay.
That was it.
I don't imagine him slithering out of his...
No. And this gentleman was all alone.
Gotcha.
So then within a few weeks, the gentleman said, I'm leaving.
Don't blame him.
He gave us a reason why. He just said, I'm going. And he told us that on Friday, and by Sunday he was gone.
Okay, so I would guess that he was experiencing things over there or tired of getting accused of doing things over there.
Right, that's what I think too. He wouldn't talk about anything. He just left, so he was gone.
Okay.
We went when he left up to the house to look at it to see what needed to be cleaned to re-rent it.
Right.
My husband goes in his room. I stood in the living room looking around, seeing what needed to be cleaned. There was a long shelf on the top of the wall, ran the whole length of the living room with all kinds of knickknacks.
Right.
I looked at it, and then I looked back, and I looked again at it within like a blink of an eye. Every single thing on that shelf was turned backwards within a blink of an eye.
Oh, bad.
My husband came out. I said, you're not going to believe this. And he didn't. He said, no, you didn't see it right to begin with. They were all turned backwards. Maybe this man had problems. He did these weird things. So just let it go. So I know, though, that what I saw.
Right. That's right. I understand. You know what you see, and what you see is what you saw.
Right.
Simple as that.
He made plans to come back the next day to start cleaning. He kept the place pretty good, but it needed to be cleaned. We came in. We walked in the door. In the middle of the living room was a lamp from the bedroom sitting in the middle of the floor.
I got you.
And I just looked, and my husband said, "Oh, somebody must have came in the house," because he wouldn't want to believe. He was so afraid of the paranormal, he wouldn't want to believe something paranormal was happening. So he would try to make excuses what was happening.
Most normal people would.
Yeah. So we put that lamp back. We went into the kitchen. Went in the kitchen probably for 2 minutes. Came back into the living room, and the furniture from the dining room was stacked up in the living room.
Good Lord.
Within 2 minutes, and we didn't hear a thing.
Okay. At this point, I wonder what you were thinking, and I wonder what your husband was thinking.
Two completely opposite things. I looked at it as something, at the time, I wasn't familiar with anything paranormal. I had never been frightened in my life by it.
Right.
I looked at this as something absolutely fascinating. Look what was happening. It was like my mind was going in circles trying to figure out what was going on. My husband's first instinct was, let's get out of here. Let's go. Let's get out. But I wanted to try to understand what was going on.
You and I, Debbie, have different ideas of what's interesting. And by that I mean, for example, this star out there that could be aliens. That's interesting. A room full of furniture moving itself, I run like hell.
My husband also.
Feel free to teach.
It was like, I just couldn't understand it, and it was fascinating to me. I put the furniture back, he left. He stood outside the door, he didn't want to be in the house.
Don't blame him.
But, you know, the feeling in the house, there was nothing nasty feeling in the house. You know what I mean? The house didn't feel like an evil presence or something threatening. It was like this, and it became almost like a game. When I'd go up there to clean, I would go into a room and I'd say, if there's something here, move something. I was cleaning, and I'd come back and something would be moved. So it almost became like this game where, you know, it gets you, like it grabs you, look what I can do.
Debbie, a game is Candy Crush. What you're describing is no game, but I guess you were playing.
Really, because to me, it wasn't frightening. It was amazing at that time.
Okay. I've got to give you props for a steel spine that I don't have. I'd have been so out of there like your husband. Boy. So this went on how long?
Now, this went on probably for another week, and then everything just stopped. It just stopped. It was like nothing happened. We went back to the house. Nothing was moving. Everything just went right back to normal.
Okay.
So the next month we decided, everything's back to normal now. Maybe this gentleman, you know, left something, you know, he dabbled or did something, left something wrong, and everything's gone now, so we're okay. So we decided to re-rent it out.
Right.
Now, during this time, the neighbor on the other side that we rented out, the grandmother's house, had talked to my husband and said, did someone die in this house? Which no one had. And my husband told him no. But he evidently had been playing with a Ouija board. And he said he contacted something on a Ouija board.
Oh, brother.
And he wanted to know if anyone died in the house. My husband said no, didn't want anything more to do with it because he didn't want to even talk about it.
So this neighbor wanted to know if anybody had died because he had been playing with a Ouija board.
And had contacted someone.
Okay. And I presume stuff began to happen to him.
We don't know. He never said a word. But one strange thing that happened, his son, he was like 20, 21 years old, moved in with him. We saw his son. This was a strange thing. We saw his son, my mother-in-law, walk by the house. She was walking her dog. And his son was in the backyard. And he was digging holes and planting trees. But he wasn't planting trees like planting trees. He was planting them upside down.
Okay.
Yeah. So she was going to talk to him. She said when she looked at him, he just stared at her and just stared, and she got frightened, and she left him alone. She said she didn't care if he was planting trees upside down. She just left.
I get that.
So things were happening on both sides, and then everything stopped. It was like it just stopped. So we thought, well, okay, everything's okay now.
So did somebody go out there and plant the trees correctly, or did they stand forever looking silly?
No, they died, and they were all just thrown away.
That figures.
Eventually, because within a month or so after that, the tenant died. Monty, his name was. He died.
Okay.
And his son moved out, so that house was empty.
Did he die a natural death, might I ask?
He died of congestive heart failure, which is funny because it seems like everybody connected with this died of congestive heart failure.
How are you feeling? I
feel fine. My husband died of congestive heart failure. His mother died of congestive heart failure. His father died of congestive heart failure. His uncle that lived in the house next door died of congestive heart failure.
Wow.
So it seems to be something that runs through that.
Apparently.
Yeah. So we rented out the house again where the tenant was with the knucklehead. So we rented that out again because everything was quiet.
Sure.
And like I said, there was nothing threatening that happened. So I didn't feel frightened in any way. My mother-in-law and my husband, on the other hand, they were still frightened of this.
Have you disclosed this new possession?
Yes.
You did?
My husband said, this house may be haunted. And they laughed.
You know, it was like, back then it was like 1987. It wasn't like today when people are more open-minded and they understand more about what's really happening out there. Back then it was more of a joke. This is a haunted house.
Yeah.
So they moved in. There was a younger woman and an older gentleman. They weren't married, but they lived together. The lady was very kind. We lived next door. I would talk periodically with her when I went out in the yard. You know, she was a nice lady. Then I noticed that I didn't see her very much.
Oh.
And then I see her in the front yard, and she looks like someone had beaten her up. And I confronted her. I said, "Are you okay? What happened?" And she told me that since they moved in the house...
Hold it right there. Hold it. That's a great... Hold it right there. We've got a break. Along when I told you about. What do you think she said? Mark Bell.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's waiting in the fog. Meantime, when I wanted you to share my life, I had no doubt in my mind. It's been you, woman, right down the line.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, you know, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
By and away, my favorite Ross name. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. I am interviewing Deborah Moffett. And I want to give you a warning that what's coming up is going to be really frightening stuff. If you have a weak heart, take care. Perhaps it's not for the kids. So the first part has been sort of, I don't know, light, kind of scary for me in a way, but not the heavy-duty stuff that's coming. Here once again is Deborah Moffett. Deborah, welcome back. So the neighbor was there looking as though she'd been pummeled.
Right.
And you asked her.
And she said, she told me ever since they moved into the house that her boyfriend had become hostile. She said she didn't know what had happened to him. I told her, you know, she had to get away from him. She said, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." And that was the last time I ever saw her. Within a week, everything was quiet, but I didn't see Michelle. Another week went by, no Michelle. I saw him out in the front yard. I said, "How's Michelle? I haven't seen her in a while." He said Michelle left. And I thought Michelle left. That was the last I heard about it. Within the month, he moved out. He just said he had to leave, no problem. He just was leaving. Or we went up there to clean the house, and it was spotless. I mean, it was bleached. It was cleaned. There wasn't a bit of dust anywhere. The only thing missing was a rug. It was like a throw rug, big throw rug.
Did anybody check out under the upside-down trees? Dead trees.
No. So we decided we just locked it up. We didn't know. By this time, my husband, my father-in-law, myself, and my mother-in-law had decided we were going to sell the properties and move to a new house, a bigger house, and live together. So we were thinking, well, we won't rent anything out anymore. When Monty died, we didn't rent the other house out. When this tenant left, we were going to rent this one out again.
Okay.
After he left, about a week or so, maybe 2 weeks later, someone was knocking at that door. I was in the front yard. I yelled over. He doesn't live there anymore. He asked me, "Well, do you know where he is?" I said, "No." He said, "Did you hear what happened to Michelle?" And I said, "No, I haven't heard anything about Michelle." He said they found Michelle beaten to death, wrapped in a rug in the landfill.
Oh, God.
Now, I was in shock because I didn't know if this was, first of all, I didn't know if it was true. I hadn't heard anything about it on the news or in the newspapers. It was just what this gentleman was telling me. And also I remembered her saying how the gentleman, her boyfriend changed when he moved into the house. So I remember going home and telling everybody in the house what had happened. And I said, "Do you think we should call the police and explain, you know, what happened?" And no, they said, "We don't even know if this really happened. How do we know this man was even telling us the truth?" So I don't know if that had actually happened to Michelle or it didn't. It's just what the gentleman told me. But to me, that was rather scary because at that point, it changed from something that was non-threatening to something that maybe was very evil.
Maybe. But you know, would have been possible, Debbie, to go to either the police or a local newspaper and find out if that, I mean, after all, if somebody's found in a landfill in a rug dead, that's going to be a story.
That's what I thought the same thing. But like I told to my husband was the type, he read every newspaper, watched all the news. He said he hadn't heard a thing about it. So I don't know if that was true or if that wasn't true. And
pretty weird comment to make either way.
Right. It just put a lot of, you know, it made me frightened at that point of what this thing could do if it was real.
Right, okay. You could even at this stage, even today, you could go back and find out if such thing had happened, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know what? That would be interesting to do, to find out, because Michelle was a nice lady.
It's not a light comment you just drop on somebody. I mean, he must have had some knowledge.
I mean, where would it come out of the blue? I mean, there had to be some fact. The stories always have based on some fact.
Or made up. Why would somebody make up a comment like that? Good God.
Yeah.
Found dead, wrapped in a rug. Okay. All right. Continue.
So we left both houses empty. We found a new place to live. It was like 10 miles up the hill from where we lived.
All right.
And so we were moving very slowly. They put the property on the market, and we were moving our possessions very slowly up into the new house. The very last day we were there at the house, my mother-in-law and I were alone. And for us, this is when it really became hostile towards us. Everyone was gone. My mother-in-law and I were in the back bedroom. We were getting the last of her things, and there was one box. And all of a sudden from the kitchen, we hear almost like an explosion. We run to the kitchen, and the entity or whatever, what happened, all the cupboards had been just ripped off the walls.
Off the walls?
Off the walls. There were pieces of them were lying all over the cupboard, all over the floor in the kitchen.
Oh, Jerry.
Yeah, then we hear glass breaking. We go back into the bedroom to see what happened, and it blew out all the windows in the back bedroom.
Oh my God.
And I remember grabbing my mother-in-law by the arm, and we just ran out of the house and got in the car.
And did what? I mean, in the car, sure, for a while, shock, shaking, probably.
My mother-in-law was shaking. She was so frightened.
That I get.
We went back home when we were up at the new house, and thank God for small time, everything was quiet. Nothing happened. It was like we found our safe haven. We were okay. At least that's what we thought. But it didn't turn out that way. We were here for like 3 weeks, and then a thing that anybody else would experience, they would just ignore it, happened. A picture was turned backwards. And it was like a bell went off in my head. It was like,
here we go again.
It was with us. So it came with us from dead. We thought we got rid of it by moving, but it didn't. It came with us.
Yeah, okay. So here we go again. So it wasn't the house, it was you, or it was your mother-in-law.
It was my mother-in-law. Now, by this time, my husband and I were trying to talk. My mother-in-law, she was the one that was against telling anybody what was going on or trying to find somebody to help us. Because she said people will think we're crazy, or she had it in her head, if things like this happen to us, we must be evil and we're getting punished for something. We couldn't make her understand, this is something's happening, we need help. So from this point on, we became very isolated. We started to look for help, but we became isolated. We weren't allowed to talk to anybody about what was going on.
What do you mean? What do you mean you weren't allowed?
My mother-in-law would go into hysterics. She wouldn't want anybody to know what was happening to us.
I see, okay.
So we just kind of kept it to ourselves. And then then the entity started to isolate us even more. He would go where we went. And he would make it so uncomfortable where we went, we would stop going places. Like we couldn't invite someone to the house, so we would go to visit them at their house.
Yes.
But the entity would do something, like we went to this gentleman's house. It was a friend of my husband and my mother-in-law's. And when we came home, on our kitchen table was the gentleman's wallet. Now, we were just at his house. How can we explain to this gentleman why we have his wallet?
Very carefully.
So it did things like that to make us so uncomfortable that we kind of isolated ourselves from everyone. And by this time, we finally got my mother-in-law to try to allow us to go and try to find help to tell people what was going on.
What kind of help?
First of all, we went to a psychologist right here in Rancho Cucamonga because I remember my mother-in-law was contacting the church at the time to try to get a priest to come to the house. And we decided to go to a psychologist to see if any one of us was causing this. So we went to a psychologist.
Yeah, they wouldn't be the ones to really be able to pin this sort of thing down, would they?
No, not really, but my mother-in-law said we need to go find out if one of us is causing this.
Okay.
So we went to the psychologist, explained the whole situation. He was dubious at first. The more we explained to him, the more he started to believe. Finally, he said, I can't help you. He said, you need to go to a parapsychologist, or you need to get in touch with a church or some kind of institution that studies this kind of things. I can't do anything to help you. So that was the first avenue.
Probably gave you a referral slip and $200 bill.
It was a big bill. My mother-in-law contacted the local church. She was been very religious. She had stopped going to church actually when her mother died. Her mother and her used to go to church together. So when her mother died, she stopped going to church. But she was still a very religious woman.
Right.
She contacted the church. The priest agreed to come to the house. He came to the house. It was an older gentleman. He walked in the house. He walked into the foyer, and he wouldn't move from there. He was supposed to go through the whole house and bless the house. He said, no, I don't have to. I can do it here. He took out his holy water and he made the sign of the cross in the hallway. And he said, okay, it's blessed. And my mother-in-law said, aren't you supposed to go to every room and do this? He said, no, this is good enough. I have to leave. So then my mother-in-law decided she would try to explain to him what was going on. And he didn't want to hear it. He looked at me and said, ladies, when they get this age, they get a little crazy. I got to get out of here. And he just ran out of the house and jumped into his car.
So the way you're telling the story, it sounds like he felt whatever it was, either was lazy or felt whatever it was and said, I'm out of here.
That's what I think it was, because he looked frightened. It wasn't like, he was too old to do it. It was just like he just wanted to leave. He wasn't comfortable.
Okay. This is sounding more serious all the time. Okay, so he tossed the holy water, said the word, quit. Now, at this point, I'm sure you're hoping that did the trick anyway.
I was very doubtful that just that was going to affect this. But my mother-in-law was crushed because she thought the church would help her. So this really was a blow to her. From about this time, the entity started to focus all its negativity towards my mother-in-law.
Right.
Now, it made my mother-in-law's life hell. It destroyed her clothing. It would take one shoe, so she'd have a pair of shoes, but they'd be from different pairs of shoes. It would take her money, her wallet. It would destroy her credit cards, her license. She couldn't own anything. She couldn't have anything on her. Her purse, it would hide. Her glasses, she had a very bad eyesight. It would take her glasses, so she was constantly having to buy new glasses.
All right, I don't mean to be insensitive, but I've got to ask this. You remember what the priest said, right? Sometimes older ladies, particularly if they're scared or just because they're older, I mean, we all begin to change, right? So are you confident that the mother-in-law was of sane mind and
yes,
other than being scared, I get that, and I would
my
be.
mother-in-law was an old world Italian lady, as smart as they come.
Okay.
And she was just frightened, but she was sane.
Okay.
And I mean, I would see she'd go to a purse to try to get something, and she'd pull out money, it'd be all cut to pieces. Or she'd pull out her credit card and it'd be sliced in pieces. So it just tormented her. In the new house, it was quite large. She had a bedroom upstairs with my father-in-law, and it had its own bathroom and a sitting room upstairs. We had the master bedroom downstairs, which was a little bit further away from them.
Okay.
And other than, another thing it liked to do was knives. They would bring knives. Now, these knives weren't our knives. I don't know where the knives came from. He just imported them. He would stick them through the bottom of chairs, or especially it would be the chair that she would sit in, so that if she sat, she'd sit on a knife.
You there's a message in that. A fairly clear message. That would, it would be. I get messages. If that started to happen to me, gee, I don't know. I'd question my wife and my daughter. But if I realized that this was happening, from something like this, I don't know what well, actually, I don't know what you can do. You apparently can't move because it follows you.
Right.
You can't stop it because it's not human.
Right. You can't even see it to defend yourself. What do?
Yeah.
And it progressively got worse. I mean, she'd go to bed at night and it would put knives in the pillow. So it got to the point where I'd have to be with her, and we'd go wherever. If she was going to sit down, we used to have to look before she'd sit so she could sit down safely. The next thing that happened to me was the most amazing thing. All these other things were just torment. But the next thing to me was amazing. It started to write on the mirror with soap.
Okay. What did it
upstairs in her bedroom. In the bathroom of her bedroom.
What is the first thing you saw?
The first thing it said was, I think it was "talk to me."
Really?
Yes. And then I remember my father-in-law. When it first happened, she was upstairs alone. So, when she called me up, she said, "You have to see this." I left the room, I came back in, and this was on the mirror. Everyone else was downstairs, so it just was her upstairs. So when we all came upstairs to look at it, to see what was going on, immediately the first thing you think of is one of us wrote it.
Sure.
Because I never even heard of ghosts or demons writing on things and actually communicating with you. I never heard of that.
Well, it was in her room, so you would think she wrote it, right?
Right. So what we did first, we examined it, and I found out that it was soap. And so we cleaned it. We cleaned the mirror.
Right.
And we walked outside the bathroom. We were the only people in the house. There's only one door to the bathroom. The four of us stood outside the door. And I remember we talked. We said, if we go back in and there's writing, then we know none of us are doing this. We opened the door. We went back in.
Right.
And there was writing on the mirror.
Oh, my God.
So we knew then no one else could be in the little bathroom. No one else could get in the bathroom. We were in front of the door. And the four of us were right together.
Perfect.
So we knew
all right, so this time, what did it say?
It started saying, I didn't want us to go in the attic.
Don't go in the attic.
Right. It didn't want us to go into the attic. It started to pretend, now when it wrote, it would write all the time. It pretended to be my mother-in-law's dead sister. My mother-in-law had a nickname when she was a child that only her one sister called her.
Yes.
It was Nene.
Right.
And the entity wrote on the mirror, Nene, don't go near the attic.
Sound advice, in my opinion.
So it didn't want us in the attic. It would say things, there's a bad wire, there's going to be a fire, stay away from it. It wasn't saying to us, if it was her sister, have someone check out your attic, there's a bad wire in it, I don't want you guys to get hurt. It was saying to stay out of the attic. So it didn't want us in the attic.
Well, I'm impressed that there were four of you who, after immediately cleaning this mirror, went back in and then saw it. Okay, so that eliminates any other possibility.
It did. At that point, we knew it wasn't one of us, and no one else could get in there.
All right, so usually, when there's a button and it says, don't press this button, everybody does. They press the button. So it didn't want you to go in the attic. And oh my God, there's a mouse crawling across my table. I'm serious. Excuse me for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to see if I can. God, what is the mouse doing here? I wonder if it's your influence. I'm going to see if I can get a fix at this. Hold on. What in the world is a mouse doing?
You're right, because We were infested by rats for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Tight. Oh, no. Darn it. All right, where'd you go? I was just set to take a pee. He was just sitting right there. I'm sorry, Debbie. I'm really sorry. You're in the middle of this story, and I'm talking about a mouse. Where did he go? Okay, let's continue with the story, Debbie. I'll keep an eye out for the little guy.
Okay.
I hope it has nothing to do with your story.
I hope so.
Please continue.
So my father-in-law, we stood there. My father-in-law one time asked it what its name was.
Yes.
And it wrote Prince. It wanted to be called Prince.
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 Okay. At this point, apparently, he was, I don't know, getting used to this to the point he could do something like that, ask a question.
At this point, yeah, other than that, if I wanted to answer that, for the first, year, it didn't communicate with us, more so it spoke at us. It wouldn't respond to what we were asking it. It would tell us things it wanted us to do, things we weren't supposed to do. It almost became we were almost like held captive.
Was it like bad things it was telling you? I mean, give me an idea.
It was bad things, but it would say, don't go in the attic, don't do this, don't bring anybody to the house. If my mother-in-law and father-in-law had to go somewhere, if they didn't ask the entity, say they were going to go, it would destroy the car so they couldn't go. It had such power. It stopped us from doing some of the things we wanted to do. It would break windshields, break headlights. It was the most. You can't believe the feeling of almost being held captive in your house.
This is very serious damage. The one thing.
It destroyed the house. The entity had a symbol. It was a triangle, and it had a tail coming out the bottom. And it carved this symbol in the walls. It burned them in the walls. It cut pieces, like 4 or 5 foot pieces of rug out in the symbol. It literally destroyed our house. Every day was putting our house back together.
That's incredible. How do you go on living with something like that? Now, I guess at this point you knew it was with you, not just the house. So it wouldn't make any difference.
No, it was with us. No matter where we went, like I said, we'd go out to dinner. We'd come home, on the kitchen table would be the name tag from the lady that waited on us. One time we went out to dinner, and my mother-in-law looked down at her plate, and her meat, it had a big, like someone had taken a big bite out of her meat. Yeah. So where we went, it went.
Well, that sure takes the fun out of a night out.
Yeah.
Okay, so there had no way to get rid of this thing. I would have tried another priest.
We tried everything. We called Lloyd Arback. He was in charge. He had a paranormal organization.
I know him. Yes.
Yeah, he sent Chris Chacon out. And I remember Chris Chacon came out, and he had, at that time, I've never seen one before, one of those meters, EMF meters or whatever it is.
Yes.
And he went through the house, and he checked it with that and everything. And when he was done, he couldn't do anything, he said. I said, well, what is it? What's going on? And he said to me, very, very nice gentleman, he said, there's some things in this world you're never going to understand. And that was all that he could do for us.
Did he
Everyone that came, and we called, there was no one we didn't try. We tried musicians. We tried people that practice Wiccan. We tried, we went to Thelma Moss. She sent out Carrie Gaynor because she wasn't doing it at the time. He came to try to help us. No one could get rid of it. They would say, we'll pray for you. We've had religious people come out, we'll pray for you. But no one could help us.
Okay. I'm lost. At this point, what does anybody do? You mentioned he had a meter. Did anything register on the meter?
He didn't tell me anything. All he would tell me was, there's some things in this world you're never going to understand.
All right. Well, I know Lloyd, so I'll talk to him about it.
Yeah.
But obviously,
Lloyd Arback, very nice man.
Nice.
He was, very nice man. They're trying to think of it. We had, like I said, people from all over. We even wrote to people in different countries, in Brazil. there was a gentleman that worked with this thing, so we contacted him. He told us to contact the Warrens. But before we contacted the Warrens, we had other people come out. We had this is the time I saw it show itself, or at least use something to show itself. Two shamans came out to the house. Very nice people. They came out. By this time, the entity had destroyed my mother-in-law's room upstairs to the extent, and it felt so dangerous now. We all moved in together into the master suite downstairs.
Huddling together.
Yeah. So now downstairs we have, and thank goodness it's a really large room. It has a sitting room, so we had beds in there. We had bed in the other part. So we all stayed together. At night, we didn't go apart. My mother-in-law very rarely even walked through the house by herself.
Don't blame you a bit.
No,
I think any group of people would be so terrorized. Yes, you can do nothing. There is nothing literally you can do. So you try to survive.
Right? That's what you do. You try to survive the best you can. It got to the point where she'd be sitting in a chair. She'd turn next to her, and next to her would be a knife sticking right next to her in the wall.
Oh my God.
And these weren't our knives. We ended up with a box of knives, a big box of knives that weren't our knives that we just threw away.
Really?
He just supported them here.
So you saved them?
We had them in a box, and we threw them away after about a year when the box got filled. We just threw them away.
You had a box full of knives.
Yeah, and they weren't our knives. And there were all kinds of knives, old knives, new knives.
So at this point, you had no idea. Well, you were in discussions with this thing, right? I mean, obviously.
Up to a point, we weren't, because in a way, like I said at the beginning, for the first year or so, he talked at us. He wouldn't really communicate with us. Later on, he started communicating with me. But at this point, he wasn't. Like, the last thing was, like, before the spear came. I'll talk to you about the spear. But before they came, the Indians came. The shamans came.
Indians,
yeah,
okay.
Shamans. Very nice people. They really tried to help us. There were two shamans came, a female and a male. And I went with them upstairs. Now, no one was upstairs. The entity took over the upstairs. It became his upstairs. You could feel it if you start going up the steps. You get halfway up the steps, and it was like something would just tell you no, and you want to come back down the steps. You just left it alone. So we didn't use the upstairs for like 6 years. So,
Lord.
He went, the two shamans were upstairs. They asked me to come with them. I went with them. They did a ritual. They had, I remember, feathers, and they were putting sage, I think, all through the rooms and chanting. They opened up the door, which is right at the top of the steps that goes into the attic. They opened up the door, and they would blow the sage in. And as they would blow the sage in, a second later, something would blow it back out.
And their reaction?
Yeah, you could see the smoke go in, then you could see something blow it out again.
And their reaction to that?
They said, we have to go into that room. So
Okay.
they went into the attic. I stood right at the doorway so I could be right there seeing what was going on. Now, the attic had a pink insulation around the walls. And he told me he was going to confront this and make it show itself. I stood right there and watched this happen. And it's something I'll remember to my dying day. As I watched, the pink installation came off the sides of the wall and formed into a gigantic head. It was like a 5-foot head hanging from a rafter. And it was just a head, that was all. And I only saw the side view of it. I didn't see the front. And it had a huge chin and a large nose, and on the side of its head, instead of an ear, it had a circular horn that started there and made a circle and went up and over the top of its head into a big horn.
How are you taking this, Debbie? Even the unaverage person could not take this kind of stuff happening.
You know, this is the truth. I don't know why, but from the very beginning, I was not frightened of this. It was almost like one of us in the house had to be the strong one. My husband couldn't. He had a bad heart. My father-in-law wasn't a good person. My mother-in-law was weak, and I had a child. Someone had to defend the family, and it was left to me. So I just, that was it.
All right, Deborah Muffet, hold on. The head part, that would have been over the top. Way, way, way over the top for me. I'm Ardell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Tell you all about the mouse in a moment. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable.
And if it's
What's said in the dark stays in the dark. Call Midnight in the Desert at 1-952. Call ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
All right, my guest is Deborah Moffat. She's in a nightmare nobody can even contemplate. We're only partway through the story. It's off the charts, totally off the charts, as you can hear. I want to take a second because I've never had anything like this happen before. Now I'm telling you, you heard me when it happened. I just took a picture and I sent it to Keith. Now it's not of the mouse because the mouse is vanished, gone. Here's the way it came down, and it's just too weird. I mean, on my right, literally, on my right is a Denon CD player, right? And above that, I've got a special Denon machine that plays Keith's voice. Get the evil Keith on my mind. Will play Ross's voice, you know, like that, when I hit a button. That's where the mouse was standing. Now that's directly in front of me, right next to me. And this mouse is sitting there, eyes open, looking at me, curious or something. I mean, why would a mouse get that close to a human and then just sit there and stare? I turned to my left to get my camera, and, you know, I started to open the camera app, and I turned back around and it was gone. That was freaky. Let me tell you, that was freaky. That mouse I'm going to name Abby. You do something with the name Abby. Oh, God, I wonder where it is. What was weird about it is, A, it was so close to me. B, it could have set off Ross's voice. It was just standing there. And C, it was staring at me. I'm telling you. Looked it in the eyes and looked at me. I know. Too much, right? But it happened, and I had to get it off my chest. So anyway, I sent a picture to Keith of the equipment I'm talking about, and he's going to post it up there, I think. But you can take a look. You'll see how close this is to me. It's right here. I could have, well, if I'd been fast and had the guts, I could have grabbed him with my hand. That's how close he was. But the little sucker was staring at me. All right. Gathering back together. It's just weird. It's weird that it happens when I'm getting a story like this from Debbie. Hey, Debbie.
Yes.
I mean, that's almost impossible. There's, you know, mouse. Yeah, they're pretty, you know, the kind of, timid and scattered. This guy was, I could have grabbed him with my hand. That's how close he was, and just staring at me. Weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to your weirdness. So, this thing is ruining your life. It's ruining your house, literally destroying your house. It's putting knives hither and yon in places where you might sit. God, awful thought. And there's no help to be had, no matter who you see.
We tried everything. It got to the point where my mother-in-law was becoming distraught, which you couldn't blame her. She had no life. She couldn't even have the money to do anything.
Right.
You know, I believe that this entity, whatever it was, and I still to this day don't really know what it was, I don't think it had the power to actually kill her. I think it wanted her to commit suicide. And that was trying to drive her to suicide. Because with the power it had, I can't believe it couldn't just snap her neck if it wanted to.
That's a very good point. A very good point. It seems like it was trying to either scare her to death, or, as you point out, have her take her own life.
Right. Now, when they moved down to downstairs with us in the master bedroom, the entity no longer wrote upstairs because no one was up there to see it.
Right.
It started writing in the guest bathroom downstairs. So it moved from upstairs to downstairs, not living, but writing.
Right.
So that's where it did all its writing. And it wouldn't write a little bit. It would write morning, noon, and night, constantly writing.
Examples, please, of what it said.
It would, like I said, at first it would tell us what to do. How it changed was like this. This was after like 2 years of going through this constant terror, especially with my mother-in-law. And it got to the point it was just too much. Then something happened. The entity locked her in the pantry. She got up to get some paper towels and locked her in the pantry. And it did grab her by the throat and throttled her. Now, like I said, with its strength and its power, it could have killed her if it wanted to, but it didn't. But it did leave marks on her throat. At that time, it just got to the point where I felt so helpless. Because what can you do? I was trying to protect her the best I could, but how can you fight at something you can't see? So I went into the mirror at this time. I was very angry with the entity. And I confronted it. And I told it, I said, listen, I'm going to treat you with respect. You'll treat me with respect. You're not to touch my child, my husband, or my mother-in-law, Lee. And I left the bathroom to see what it was going to say. A minute later, I walked back in and it wrote on the mirror, I will not touch the child. I will not touch your husband, but Lee belongs to me. That's when it told me, when I asked it why, that's when it wrote the story of what happened in the past and why she belonged to him.
Well, wait a minute. It wrote the whole story?
Yes, it took a couple of hours. I would go in, he'd write on the mirror, I'd erase it, I'd go back out, come back in. He told the whole story.
Debbie, I don't get how you held up through this.
You know what? It's because I didn't have a choice.
Well,
what could I do?
Yeah, I do get that. I guess I get that. But when I say held up, I meant psychologically held up. How did you, not go bonkers?
Because I was so worried about everybody else and making sure they were safe and trying to appease the entity at the same time. Because I found out from that time on, that's when I started calling the entity Mr. Entity. I wouldn't call it Prince because I wouldn't give it that power over me to call it Prince because that's what it wanted. So I couldn't call it Entity. So I just called it, I told it I'd treat it with respect. It sounds silly, but I started calling it Mr. Entity. From that time on, I referred to him as Mr. Entity, and he would call me Debbie. And from that time on, instead of talking at us, he started to actually communicate with me. He would write to me on the mirror.
Did you get any photographs of all this?
This is funny. When it first started, we had one researcher come and he would say, now take pictures of everything that happens and document everything so that you can show the next researcher or you can show me what's happening.
Yes.
So we would. It'd write on the mirror, we write it in a book, and we try to take pictures. Now, some of the pictures aren't great because you have to remember back at that time, it wasn't the digital camera where you could see if you took a good picture.
Right.
And taking pictures of the mirror, you got a lot of glare.
Right. Right, I get that, but you did.
Okay.
You did take pictures.
During this whole 6-year period, we must have taken 1,000 pictures.
Okay.
Right? But this is what would happen. The next researcher that would come would say to us, now, you got to get rid of all these pictures. You got to get rid of all this documentation because you're keeping it here. You're acknowledging it and you're making it stay. So throw all this away. So it was a constant taking pictures, throwing them away, taking pictures, throwing them away. So luckily, my husband, who was a hoarder, he would not throw them all away. He had a box, which I didn't know about until he died. He would take some of the pictures and he'd throw them all the time in the box. So I have over 200 pictures, 250 pictures of the demon writing and the things that happened with the negatives. So I have a box full of those, but they're not all the pictures because we threw most of them away.
Yeah, but it would be enough.
Yeah.
It would be
That's
enough.
in the book, The Unwelcome. That's why I actually wrote the second book. Because the second book, actually, I just wanted to show people the pictures. There's over 100 pictures in that book of what went on. And that's what's so fascinating. Even me, who went through it. See, for 25 years, we hid it because once it left, we decided we're not going to talk about it because people said, well, don't talk about it because you'll bring it back. So we didn't want it to come back. So we never, 25 years, we made a vow. We never spoke to a person about it. No one ever knew anything about it. Even my kids didn't know about it.
You said, you indicated that something strange happened. Well, go ahead. Your husband died?
My husband died, and I was cleaning out the closet, and I found the box in the back of the closet. Right. And I opened it up, and it was full of the pictures from the demon.
Okay, and those are in your book?
Yeah, just 100 of them. I have hundreds more.
You have 100 pictures in the book. That's pretty darn good, I'd say.
Yeah, I wanted people to see it. I wanted people to realize that, this happened. Look what it did. Look how it communicated.
Okay, your books are a deadly haunting. and
Now
unwelcome.
that the Deadly Honey is the fiction version. It's based on the true story, but it's more fictionalized. But 95% of it's accurate.
Okay.
I wrote Unwelcome because I wanted everything to be the truth. I wanted people to know just what happened, and I wanted to show the pictures.
All right. Now, you indicate that something happened involving animals. What was that?
Oh, this is very sad for me to talk about because the entity killed our animals. When we left the first houses down on the other street, we left our dog down there the last night. We were going to pick him up in the morning because we had no place to put him. And we had wrought iron gates. And the entity took the dog and he actually pulled the dog, a pit bull, big heavy pit bull. It actually pulled it through one of the 3-4 inch wrought iron slats.
Oh my God.
So half the dog was on one side and half was on the other.
Oh my God.
And I could cry when I even think about it, that why we left that dog there. I remember saying, please, let's take him. No, he'll be okay one night. We'll pick him up tomorrow. And he wasn't. It's so sad. It was just...
All right, you did contact Ed and Lorraine Warren, right?
Right. I contacted Ed and Lorraine Warren.
What did they
They
do?
were very nice people. They came out. This was back in, 88. I think, or was it 89? The beginning of 89. It was in February of 89, I think it was.
Right.
They were very nice people. I contacted them. They said they were coming out to California to have some kind of convention or something with a friend of theirs. I think his name was Chuck Moses from Los Angeles.
Okay.
And so they said they would stop and try and see if they could help us. Ed Warren was, you could sit and talk to him for hours. He was such a very kind, nice man. Lorraine was a little different. She's a little standoffish, a little reserved, but they were both very nice. I remember they came into the house. Now, whenever the entity did something, very few times did you actually ever get to see it. It's like you had to turn your back or blink an eye before it happened. And this is one of the things I actually saw. When Lorraine came into the room, she walked by a toy box, and the toy box slid right out in front of her. So I actually saw that. And that was one of the rare times it did something in front of someone.
Okay. So the Warrens tried, but no luck.
They came, we all sat down. She said, I'm going to walk through the house. She walked through the house. She came back down. She was rather pale. I remember she looked at us and said, this demon is the most powerful, ancient, evil demon I have ever experienced. She said, this is bad. I remember turning dead and saying, this is bad, Ed. This is really bad. Of course, my mother-in-law almost passed out when she heard this because that really scared her. They told us they didn't have any contacts in California, someone who could come and help us other than them.
Right.
And so they decided, Ed said he would do a rite of provocation.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
I really don't know either. It's just he kind of confronted the demon. But at the time, I think there was more than one thing in the house because you got the feeling there was one strong thing and maybe some other things that weren't quite as powerful. But there was like one main thing that was the bad one. And I remember they went in and we all sat in a circle. And at the time, we had a researcher staying with us whose name was Gary, who was brought to us by a friend who became a good friend of ours, Brian Hurst. He tried to help us. He was a medium in Los Angeles, a quite famous medium. He tried to help us. He wouldn't go into trance in the house because he said it was just too dangerous. But he did try to get people to come and help us. And he brought Gary. Gary was a researcher. He was staying with us. And the entity just hated Gary. He would torment Gary as much as he tormented my mother-in-law. So we sat in the circle, and Ed and Lorraine brought a gentleman, I think his name was Kevin, who videotaped everything. He videotaped it. And I remember we were sitting in the living room, and Ed did prayers, and he did some other kinds of things, and then he called forth the demon. Now, my father-in-law was sitting right next to me, and I remember my father-in-law started to change. Excuse me. I don't mean literally change into a monster, but there was subtle changes. His arm curled up to his chest. His back started to bend forward, so he kind of leaned forward. And he kind of became something different than what he was. And he stood up, and he walked towards Ed, and he dragged his one leg And he went towards Ed, and when Ed saw him coming towards him, he got frightened, and he held up a little piece of wood he had, and he said, "This is a holy relic from the cross. You can't harm me." And my father-in-law, in a voice that was completely different than his, but his voice, said, "I'm going to bite your hand off and take your hand in that wood and chew it up and spit it in your face." And then all of a sudden, my father-in-law turned around, walked back in the couch, sat down on the couch, and went back to normal.
This is a horror movie.
It is. It's like anything that ever, I mean, we had, I don't mention the things like the smells and the pounding and the banging because they seem so non-consequential compared to the other things that happened.
Right.
But we had all that. We had, like, for 2 weeks, we had, like, rats infesting. I mean, they were so bad that in the pantry, you'd open the door and they'd be hanging upside down, swinging in the pantry.
Really?
We had birds for over a week that would bombard our windows in the bedroom.
I wish you hadn't told the rat story. I'm still looking
We
for
had
that thing.
rats
Wonderful. Rats. Hanging upside down.
hanging upside down, just swinging. I mean, and they wouldn't move. You'd go in and you'd look at them, and they just look at you. I mean, it was like they weren't afraid of you.
No, you're scaring me, Debbie. Because you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
So Mr. Entity, I remember asking Mr. Entity, it got to the point when I would communicate, if I communicated with Mr. Entity,
yes,
I love to talk. I would go in and talk to him all the time. If I talked to him, he wouldn't be as destructive. It's like he was using his energy to communicate instead of destroy the house.
Now, you're serious? Are you really serious about the rats just staring at you?
I swear to you, they just would stare at you. They wouldn't run. They just look at you. And we'd have to back. I remember backing out of the pantry. And with Mom, I would say, "Oh my God!" And then my father-in-law said, "Oh, don't worry." He said, "I'll go get rat poison." And Mr. Entity wrote on the mirror, "If you get rat poison, not only the rats will get the poison."
Oh God!
This is what he did. He would threaten us, but then he would back up his threats. He wanted us to bring a gentleman here who had come to the house before, who he said he had known in a past life, and he said if we didn't bring him, something bad would happen. But we didn't want to bring this gentleman back to the house. It wasn't the type of person we wanted to bring back to the house.
Yeah.
So he killed another dog. So see, that's what he did. What could we do? How can you fight that? You can't fight something you can't see. There was no one to help us. It was just a matter of surviving. Our life became so bizarre. It was like what was abnormal to someone else would be normal to us. Getting up, looking for knives, pulling knives out of the wall. I mean, we got to the point where we would just do it. It's like it wouldn't threaten us anymore because it became so part of our life.
Well, now you're starting to scare me a little bit. Here I am listening to your story. I'm 70 years old, Debbie. 70. A mouse does not come up 2 feet away from you, and that's how close this mouse was. I took the photograph, by the way, and sent it to Keith. So if you want to see how close it is to me, it's the device that allows me to play Ross Mitchell. This mouse, if he had put his foot forward just a hair, would have set off one of those and played Ross Mitchell. Mm-hmm. That's how close it was. But what got to me was a little guy sat there and just stared at me.
Right. It's like they're not afraid of you. It's like they're almost just staring you down.
Well, yes, that's never happened in my 70 years, Debbie, and here you are telling this story tonight, and you get to rats staring at you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're freaking me out a little bit now. When we come back, I want to sort of finish up, and then I want to begin to take some calls. Would you mind doing that?
Oh, certainly, I'd enjoy it.
All right. What a night this has been. And if she had not come to the story on the rats, I would have been I'd be feeling a lot better right now. It's telling you, I've never had anything like that happen in my life. They run. They should be afraid of us, right? This guy was staring straight at me. And that was going on for 10 to 15 seconds or so before I turned around to get the camera. Everyone stick with the camera. Then he was gone. Shouldn't say he. I named her Abby, right? This is Midnight in the Desert.
All I
got to do is just to love you. All I got to be is just be happy. All I got to take is a walk, make it blow away, blow away, blow away.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalange and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, okay. Cheers to the person who said, why don't we name that mouse Abby Normal? Yeah, thanks a lot. All right. My guest is staring rats, God, Deborah Moffat. So if you have questions for her, and I can imagine you would, I certainly do. And incidentally, you can go to my website, not only seeing a picture of where that mouse was, it's the little device with all the little white buttons. That's where the mouse was. And also, you can see some pictures that Deborah took. So for all those reasons, go to my website now and click on a picture of my guest, Deborah Moffat, and follow the links. Apparently, it'll go over to her website. There may be some pictures on my website. I'm not really sure. We're about to go to the phones, and I really do want your help in asking questions. This is a very, very long-term, significant haunting case or demon case. I guess a demon case, right? We'll talk more about that. Anyway, here's the talk. You're welcome to call now at area code 952-225-5278. That's area code 952-225-5278. You can reach us as well on Skype. North America, we are simply MITD 51. Midnight in the Desert 51. MITD, just the letters. It's not case sensitive. Make it anything you want. MITD 51. If you're outside of North America, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. Once again, here's Debbie. Okay, Debbie, this is such an incredible, incredible story in every way I can think of. You then called, and you sort of gave us the story, Dr. Paglini, and a lot of people on this show have a lot of requests, a lot of respect for Dr. Paglini, the late great Dr. Paglini.
Well, like I said, she was just awesome.
I had her on the show many times.
Yeah,
and
really
here's what I'll tell you. I had all kinds of seers on the show, Debbie. I had, all kinds of psychics and people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to predict the future. Nobody even came close to being as accurate as Dr. Paglini. It was bizarre how accurate she was. So if she couldn't do it, I guess nothing could do it. And she did say she couldn't get this thing out, but she felt it.
Right. Well, like I said, when she came here, tried to get rid of it, then she called up later, like within a week's time or so, and she had my father-in-law write things on the mirror for her. And she wrote Dr. Paglini, blank, blank. And at the bottom of the one thing she had my father write, God protects us. And Mr. Entity crossed off God and put Prince protects us.
All right, there must have been a way that you finally got rid of this thing. What did you do?
First, let me tell you about the spear, because that is
Oh, that's right, the spear. Oh, God,
so
yes,
amazing.
Spear.
That's something I still have today. One night, my father-in-law jumps out of bed, and he said, "Oh, like something had touched him." And it was like 3 a.m. We go over to his bed, and in his bed, he picks up a spearhead. It's about 17 inches long. It's made of iron, some type of metal, looks like iron, and it's hand forged. It's really old. And Mr. Entity writes on the mirror that he wants a blood sacrifice.
And provides the spear.
And the spear must be used. He wanted my father-in-law to use the spear on my mother-in-law because he had to have blood for his ritual.
Okay.
So the next day, I remember I took possession of the spear. because I knew if I had it, Mr. Entity never touched anything that belonged to me. He, for some reason, I think he respected me. He just stayed away from me. If I was with my mother-in-law, he wouldn't harm her. If I was away from her, he harmed her. If I had something that belonged to me, it wasn't touched. I took the spear and I put it away because I knew if I had it, Mr. Entity couldn't have it. We took it to the next day to the Los Angeles Museum, History Museum, to see if we could have it identified.
Right. Yeah.
The gentleman there, we got to go in the back with all the tables, and the gentleman came out and told us he looked at it, and he told us it was a spearhead from the Belgian Congo area. It was over 200 years old.
Really?
And he said it looked like it was brand new. He couldn't understand it because it looked so new, like it was just made. And he said it wasn't for hunting, it wasn't for warfare because of the way it was sharpened, he could tell. He said this was a type of spearhead that's used for, the shamans use for magical rituals. So,
yeah.
I remember when I came home and I asked Mr. Entity, where did you get this? He said, I got it from the Congo. But he told us it was a very special implement and that it had to be used for the blood ritual.
This was a very conversational demon.
It talked all the time. Matter of fact, I told it, no, you're not. I actually said, no, you're not getting a blood ritual. I'm not going to let it happen. And it got so upset, it blew out all the windows on the top floor.
Who did all the repairs?
My father-in-law and myself. I mean, we had big tubs of plaster because he used to gouge in the wall. If you look at some of the pictures, you can see he used to just take something and gouge in the walls. That's why I was actually happy when he started writing on the mirror, because when he started writing on the mirror, he stopped gouging everything in the walls. I remember one of the researchers said to us, well, why are you letting him write on the mirror? Just take the soap away. Don't let him write on the mirror. And then I tried to explain to him, well, if we take the soap away, he destroys the house. It's best that he puts it on the mirror, we can wipe it off.
Right. Okay.
And also, if I communicated with him, he didn't, like I said, he wasn't after my mother-in-law, or he wasn't after the house every minute. It was like he used his energy to communicate, and he liked to communicate.
I can see now, for example, the front of your book, Unwelcomed, has what looks like a bloody, is that a spear?
That's the spear.
That's the spear.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like blood on it. Oh my God, look at this. I can see a bed. Oh my God, a bed standing on end. How does that happen?
He would take, now this is strange. The room is a small room. It's a 4-poster bed. Sometimes we'd come in and the bed would be upside down, and you had to take the bed apart to get it to put it back up because the bed's too big to turn over in the room.
Yeah.
So it would be upside down.
Upside down's bad enough, but this is like would have to be balanced to be in this position.
Yeah, it was. So like I said, a few things happened in front of you.
Oh, you
most
did
everything
get
happened behind your back.
Yeah.
One of the most, I think, amazing things, even more amazing than the spear and the ports and everything else, is two pictures I took in the bathroom. Now you have to understand, their bathroom mirrors were bolted onto the wall.
Right.
They were never taken from the wall until I redecorated in 2013.
Right.
I would go in, take pictures, and then, we'd look at the pictures. So I was going through the pictures, looking for pictures to put in the book. And I see one picture, and then I see another picture that was taken, they have dates on them, that was taken right afterwards.
Yeah, I see the dates.
And you look at the picture, and the reflection is not the bathroom. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
If you look in the mirror, you see the reflection behind you.
It's the wrong thing. Yes, it's the wrong thing.
It's the kitchen. I can see the kitchen.
I don't know how you can put up with this. Really don't.
We had no choice.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
What could we do? We couldn't run away from it. We couldn't get rid of it. No one could help us. We just had to survive.
Right. There came a time, I guess, when you finally got rid of this thing?
Yeah, it left of its own free will.
Why? I mean, it had an absolute goal, right?
Right. Here's what happened. Dr. Bergolini, like I told you, she told us how powerful this was.
Yes.
She said to me, She said, listen, the reason I can't get rid of this is because somebody in the house is giving it permission to stay. And if someone gives it permission to stay in the house, no one can get rid of it. She said, I'm not telling you I can get rid of it even if that person leaves. She said, but we have a better chance. So she said, I said, well, who is it? She said, we'll find out tonight. She said, I'm going to do something. She said, tomorrow you call me and you let me know what happens tomorrow night.
Yes.
Okay, during the middle of the night, I think it was like 3:30 or so, my father-in-law jumps up in bed and he starts coughing like he can't breathe. Just coughing and coughing and shaking. And we thought we were going to have to call the ambulance because he wouldn't stop. Then, just like it started, he laid back down and went right back to sleep, like nothing happened. So the next day I told Dr. Puglini what happened, and she said, he's the one that's giving it permission to stay in the house. And I found out the entity actually wrote to me and explained to me that my father-in-law was not a very nice man. Not a nice man at all. And he had got to the point he was sick of my mother-in-law. And so he was actually encouraging the entity to kill my mother-in-law. So when then he explained this to me, then not only did I have to protect her from the entity, but I had to protect her from her husband. And she was one of these old world Italian ladies. We would say to her, Ma, you got to get rid of him. He's got to go, or we can't get rid of the entity. Oh, no, it's not him. It's not him. We even sent him to a psychiatrist, everything, to try to find out if the hostility he had towards my mother-in-law. Nothing helped. Finally, she made him move out. When he moved out, the entity didn't leave. The entity still stayed. But he became more he liked to talk even more when my father-in-law was gone. Once my father-in-law was gone, and I knew nothing was keeping him in the house, and Gary was still living with us at the time, I remember telling Mr. Entity, you have to go now, Mr. Entity. No one's keeping you here, and you're not going to stay here. Gary was a researcher who was kind of down on his luck. He decided, because the entity was so powerful, that if he welcomed him into his life, maybe his life would be better. So Gary told me, he said, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to tell Mr. Entity he can come with me. I'm leaving. I'm going to England. He can come with me. So I remember I went in and I told Mr. Entity, all right, Mr. Entity, it's time for you to leave now. You have to go. Gary said you can go with him. And the entity wrote on the mirror, I don't want to leave. And then he wrote, I will not work with an inferior being. I will destroy him.
Okay. I'm going to go to some calls. The story did a pretty good job on me tonight. Hi there. I think Orleans, Ontario, maybe?
That's right. This is Kenny J, and I want to send a shout out to all my DM talk peeps, especially to Michael and Rob. Hi, Art. Hi, Debbie.
Hi.
I have a question concerning EVPs, and I'd like to know if Debbie caught any and if she has any up on her website.
You know what? Back then, no one even brought up the subject of EVPs to us. We were novices in this. We were just fighting to stay alive. I didn't, if someone would have suggested it, I would have tried it, but no one even suggested it.
Yeah, you didn't really need to hear voices. You had it all written out for you.
Right. He could write it.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot.
You're very welcome. And listen, folks, be sure you take a look at these photographs. The ones that are on my website, just down below Deborah's picture, you'll see her books, and then you'll see this bed standing on end. When I mean on end, 2 legs. The other 2 legs clean up in the air. This was serious stuff. You'll see a picture of this spear. I guess that's what it is, a spear. How big was that?
It's about 17 inches.
Okay. And it looks like it's made for ritual sacrifice of some kind.
Right. The entity told me what this spear is possible, has the capability to do, and I won't even talk about it. I mean, I just keep it put away so it can't hurt anybody, because if the entity gets it again, I'm afraid it'll hurt somebody with it.
Are you afraid it's going to come back?
No.
Good. Robert, you're on the air with Debbie.
Your story.
I'm very moved by it too, but Robert, I had to cut that out. I don't want you to give your last name on the air.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea. My bad.
So, Robert.
Can I start again?
Yes.
Hello. I just wanted to say Deborah is
story, you've moved me, and we have a research group here, and we have gone through something very similar. We have found that it's the interaction between when the spirits or demons talk to you, and they, after the person, someone does need to give permission, but also anyone else, anyone sensitive who can hear them, it's the interaction that seems to give them energy. The more you talk to them, the more they can affect you. There's so many people I found going through this now. I just wanted to let people know that. And the mild mouse thing, that when I was first in a house, when I first started being able to hear, I didn't believe what I was hearing. And it's like they wanted to prove it, and a mouse, a big girl, a rat, walked up and stared at me exactly when Art started saying what had happened to him. Chills just tore through my spine. This is like the 5th time I've heard this. The fact that it happened live to Art is just flabbergasting. And so that is, I'm very happy to hear that after that man left, after he was put out of the house, that the entity finally did leave. That at least I can tell some of the people here who are still suffering from that there is hope. They just have to. I wish I knew how your person that helped you made him cough so you could identify who in fact was giving permission. I would love to know how to do that. Is it a prayer? Is it a ritual? Or if you could elaborate on that, I would love it so much. Thank you.
When Gary told him he could go with him, Mr. Entity said, "No, I'm not going. I want to stay here." And all I did was say, "No, you're not staying here. You have to leave now. It's time for you to go." And he said, "I won't work with an inferior being." And this is so strange because for a demon, when he talked, he said, then he wrote, "Why?" I said, "Well, why won't you go with Gary?" He said he has no integrity, he has no word, and he gave like a list of things, and I thought, what a strange thing for a demon to demand from a person to leave with when he's a demon. Yet he expected the person that he left with to have like integrity. That was so strange.
Yeah, this whole night is strange. Let's go on to our next caller. You're on the air with Deborah. Hi.
Hey, how you all doing? I just wanted to say that I find the subject of AFTER to be really interesting. That's the most interesting thing I've heard tonight. I just wanted to clarify with you that there was no apparitions that have appeared during this situation?
My mother-in-law saw something twice. She saw blackness come after. It actually chased her down the hall. And she saw like a blackness. No, nothing with the eyes, no form, just black. She went after her twice when she was alone.
The shadow figure at some point.
Actually, she said it wasn't even a figure. It was just blackness, like a black cloud. The only thing, like I said, that I saw that resembled when it showed itself with the insulation.
Have you ever heard of the documentary, The Afterlife Investigations, either of you? There's a lot of afterlife.
No.
It's a study by Stoll. What's the name of the? It was a British study of this sort of thing. It's very interesting that I think both of you should check out. It's called The Afterlife Investigations, and one of the best documentaries I've ever seen dealing with afterlives and all kinds of different things.
All right, well, I'll check it out to be sure. Do you remain interested in this sort of thing, Deborah, or do you want to put it behind you?
You know what? I still have an interest in it. I don't want to get involved in it because I just, I've been there, done it. I just don't want it. But it's still very interesting. Why it's interesting to me is because I have so many unanswered questions. How things happened, why they happened, who this was. I would love someone to say, to research and say, this is what really happened. This is what it was. This is why it could do this. That I would love because I have no answers.
I get it. Okay, let's go to Twin Cities for Deborah. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Rocky. I had a couple questions. One of them was answered. I was going to ask if she tried removing the soap, but I guess she answered that. So I was wondering if the entity could kill animals, why she thinks that it couldn't actually harm any of the humans.
Because I believe that a human is a higher soul, and I don't think the demon could kill it. I think I think even demons have rules. That's my own belief. I don't know if it's true or not.
Demons have rules?
Yeah, I think there's certain, yeah, everything has some certain rules. And I really don't believe a demon can actually kill someone. I think they drive them to suicide, or they scare them to death, or they influence somebody else to hurt them.
Actually, that may be a pretty good point. Because rarely do you ever hear but a dog torn in half. It literally, I mean, my God.
It was horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Anything else, Fuller?
Seeing the image of the spear, it sort of reminded me of images of ancient relics about the spear of destiny, the spear that was used to pierce the side of Jesus.
It does look very ancient to me.
Yeah, there are different relics throughout history, and that had claimed to be it. The one that I've seen images of, it was just the point of this spear, very similar to what she took a picture of.
Did you see the picture of the bed up above?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the serious stuff that you see in horror movies. Really, it is. Oh, okay, well, thank you, Fuller. You've written books. Do you think, Debbie, anybody biting on a movie?
You know what? I never even pursued that. My first goal was just being able to tell people what happened after so many years of hiding it. I just felt so good. Just tell people, look, this really happened. I mean, that was my first goal, just to get it out there, to let people know what happened, to be able to just tell people about it.
Yeah, I get it. That helps to be able to talk to people. There's no
It
question
did.
about it.
It really did help.
All right. Let's go to Case, I believe it is, on Skype. Hello.
Hello, how are you guys?
We're fine.
Good, thank you.
Great. Deborah, I wanted to ask you if you ever did any research on Prince, actually. I vaguely remember something about Solomon in the Old Testament working with some former demon called Prince, or any kind of research on the triangle of the tail.
You know, we had Todd Hendrickson, who's a researcher right now, looking into it. And he hasn't found anything that matches it completely yet. He's still looking, he's still researching, but no one can come up with it. But you'll see, if you see some of the pictures in the book, I mean, he put this symbol everywhere. So it was his mark.
Wow, it's very interesting. That's one question I had, and art times like this, really big thing that's probably not in Martin. Hear this kind of story.
All right, thank you very much for the call, and take care. This is just an odd night all the way around. Hello there, you're on the air with Deborah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to say that in your picture, where you're supposed to have the mouse or whatever, right behind that machine that says Denon, it looks like the little mouse is looking at you from underneath the white wire.
No. Okay, so if you see the Denon machine, right? And then there's another machine on top of it with a whole bunch of white buttons, right?
Yeah.
That's where it was standing.
And if you look right behind, there's like a little white square on there, like to the left.
Yeah, it's an LCD.
Behind that.
The little white square is an LCD display, and he had his feet on that. He was just sitting there. She was just sitting there staring at me, kind of like Debbie said the rats were staring.
If you look right behind that, underneath the twisted black and white wire, it looks like there's something furry.
Well,
But I think it's the mouse.
I don't think so. Trust me,
Okay.
I've been doing nothing but looking. It's not there now. But thank you for the call.
Thank you.
Take care. That sounded like a youngster, proving my point that we get them all the time. Chaz, hello, you're on the air with Deborah.
Hey, Art, this is Chaz calling from Vegas.
Welcome.
Hi, Deborah, good evening. I have a quick question for you. I know I've heard a lot of people who deal with this type of thing, measuring that the more you talk about it, the more type of power you give it, and you acknowledge it, and welcome it, and that type of thing. And I know you'd mentioned that you weren't really worried about it coming back. I mean, it could be a possibility. What would you do? How would you handle it if it did come back?
I truly believe, with my whole soul, it can't come back here. It won't come back, and it can't come back here. It's gone from here. It's still out there somewhere, tormenting someone, but it's not going to be me or my family.
Oh, well, let's hope it's not out there. Let's hope it's gone for good.
Did you, caller, get to see the photographs?
I did. You know, the one with the mirror and the writing on the mirror?
Yeah.
It looked like a flash from a camera, so that was kind of hard to see. And she mentioned it was like the reflection of the kitchen.
Yes.
And not the bed or the bathroom.
No, I think she's talking about another picture, perhaps, are you?
Yes, it's a different picture. There's one that, if you have the book, it's on nearly the last page. It's a really good picture. And it shows the kitchen.
Okay.
And it's like, how can this be? It's being taken in the bathroom.
Wow. Well, the one of the bed was, that was pretty wicked, man.
Yeah, that's kind of like out of any horror movie you can name. All right, Chaz, thank you very much, and take care. Let's go to, how about Benton, Arkansas on the phone? Hello.
Hi, this is Joseph. It's a first-time caller. How you doing, Art?
Very well, Joseph. Thank you for calling. Great to have you.
Well, yeah, it's great to be on the show, man. I really like it. I was going to ask Debbie, though, did you ever have anybody like a ceremonial magician, anybody that did things like that during programs or anything?
Yes, we had
that. Work at all?
Nothing worked. As a matter of fact, Mr. Entity would make fun of them when they left. Or if they left anything around, like some witches would come and they'd leave candles. You turn around and Mr. Entity would take the candles and throw them in the swimming pool. We had all kinds of religious objects and candles in the bottom of the pool.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering that because I've actually seen that work before. And I don't know if you're familiar with Robert Monroe or the Monroe Institute.
I am.
No. Sometimes it's hard to tell if this is just an astral being that's stuck. And angry, or is it really a demonic, deep part of our consciousness, like an evil part of us all? Because really, the spirit world is a part of every one of us. So that's just my belief, anyway. So maybe.
You know what I can tell you honestly? I don't know really what it was. I just know it was very evil, and it was a very destructive thing.
Scary enough not to think about it, huh?
Yeah, it is. I just let it go.
I must say, you bet, sir. You held up so well, Debbie. I mean, so really well. I'm amazed. I would not have held up that well. You. In fact, this stupid little mouse just has me going now. And so if I were to see something like the picture you have up there of the bed up on end, impossible, absolutely impossible, I'd run. I would run, and I wouldn't stop running until I thought it was far away from whatever was happening, but didn't have that option. I don't know.
It was running right with us.
Yeah, exactly. So you had no options left. All right, hold it where you are. Everybody, all those lines are full. We have a Skype availability always, so you can try that. In North America, we're MITD 51. That's MITD 51. Outside the country, outside North America, MITD 55. And of course, our national number, when we get some free lines, 952-225-5278. And we'll give you the first-time caller line when I come back.
Midnight Matters are best handled by those that understand how to move in the darkness, like Art Bell. To call the show, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
What a night. All right, that's our national number. Skype, of course, at MITD 51 or 55 outside the country. And our first-time caller line. I always forget to give that out. It's area code 775-285-5800. That's area code 775-285-5800. If you have never called the program before, Deborah Moffat is on here with about the best horror story I guess I've ever heard, including photographs, which you can see on artbell.com, and you can make your way over to her site and see many more. It was a 6-year odyssey of sheer terror with knives and spears and dogs ripped in half and you name it. It happened. Let's go to Matt on Skype. You're on the air.
Hey, good morning. I'm here.
Good morning.
Matt from New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I should add, we are the, by the way, we're working real hard on WWL in New Orleans.
Yes, I read that, and that's going to be unbelievable. That's going to be great. Big monster WWL. You can hear it all the way into North Louisiana.
So I heard, yes.
Great, entertaining show tonight. I just had a couple real quick questions, Deborah. Did anyone ever see the Mr. Entity doing his writings on the mirror?
No.
Or was,
It never was right in front of you. You had to turn your back or leave the room for a minute and come back.
and I may have missed this earlier, but was there ever any smell? I don't know why through the whole show just smell like Old
like I
Spice
said
or
before,
something.
there were a lot of those things. We had the smelled like rotting food, rotting flesh, noises, poundings. I remember the night before the shamans came to the house, the whole night it pounded on the walls in the beat of like the roar, boom, 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 boom. You know, and the entity, the entities, the shamans were coming the next night, and it pounded like that the whole night before they came. So we had all that.
All right, thanks a lot. Huh?
You're welcome. You know, I can smell something on now, too. I wasn't even going to mention that, but something smells a little different or weird in here. I think what it is I've been psychologically traumatized by Abby Normal and your story. Convinced that's what it is. All right, let's go to the phone, and I think Washington Silverdale. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I wanted to say I truly believe everything you've said, but what I'd like to encourage you to do for future research people, because in the past we've had extraordinary stories and there's not enough research been able to be done, and somebody will, pass away or family members pass away. And then we're kind of, the community of researchers are just kind of left with hearsay, because there was no proof.
Well, she sure had a lot of researchers there, man.
She sure did. Yes, she did. That's what I'm getting at.
And you know what? I still welcome anyone who'd like to research it. I'm open to telling them just what happened, showing them everything. I would like answers myself.
What I'd like to encourage you to do for two reasons is that situation where the woman had died and or been killed and placed in a rug.
Yes.
In that situation, well, you still remember the dates and the woman's name and identification enough that you knew about her and the individual that she was living with. If you call the cold case detectives in that area, just give them a little information, and then that way there's been some kind of not that I don't believe that this entity could have done that, but you've helped with that situation in case that woman's family and that you've helped with that, but also in the future that gives validation that you've done everything you can to isolate that out of the realm of her being murdered by a person.
Sure.
And I think those kind of things, while that's still available, that's it.
Ma'am, understand. That murder could have been committed by a person. I mean, there was domestic abuse going on there, so.
Very definitely. And so, not to say that individual that could have murdered her couldn't have been attacked by this entity and caused it, caused the person to do it too. So I truly believe everything you've said, but as much that would even validate your efforts to try to push this forward, because I do believe everything you've said, and I think you're right on the trail. But those kinds of researches help, and you've done everything you can. You're a very brave woman, I'll tell you, and I don't think you have any alternatives, but you're incredible. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Yes, 6 years. There's no way to get away from it. There's no way to run away from it. There's no way to stop it. And she had everybody in there. A lot of people and I know tried and didn't have any luck with it. So let's go to, I don't know where it is, but on the phone, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Thanks for my call. I have a few quick questions for Deborah, and then I can take my answers off the air. Number one, did anyone at any time demand to know the identity of this entity?
Yes.
And did it ever identify itself?
As Prince.
Oh, okay. What part of California did this happen in?
The Rancho Cucamonga area.
Okay, thank you. I know it well. Also, other than the 5-foot head with the horn coming around on top of the head, did the entity ever show itself to anyone?
It just showed itself as blackness to my mother-in-law, like black cloud twice it chased her.
It was a cloud, not an actual like a type of form.
No, she said it was more like a blackness.
Okay, well, good luck. I hope it doesn't return to haunt you anymore, and I give you kudos for what you put up with for 6 years. You're a very strong woman, Deborah. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't respond well to a cross or a Bible or a religious artifact of any kind, right?
It used to, what it did to all her statues, her religious statues, it would snap the heads off. And it would also, on the cross, and it would also break off the left arm. It had a certain thing it did. Snapped heads and broke off every left arm.
God, this is a scary story. I just don't know how you made it through, but you had no choice again. So, still, you kept a very level head. I mean, as I hear you talk about it now, it seems like you did keep a very level head.
Yeah, I did. And if you probably heard this story from my mother-in-law or my husband's perspective, it'd probably be a lot scarier. Because I was not really, I was frightened for my family, what it could do into them.
Of course.
That's what I was frightened for. But I wasn't frightened of it. It was almost like, it's okay, I know it's not going to hurt me. I have to be here to protect them.
All right, well, let's go to the phones. Down to San Antonio, Texas. Hello there.
Well, hello.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call. I've enjoyed your show for years.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I really mean it too. I can't, for the first hour and a half or 2 hours, I've been listening to, you and Deborah talk.
Right.
And at first I am the eternal skeptic, and I'm going like, oh, really? Oh, come on. But now that I've heard her entire story, I'm actually kind of creeped out myself. It kind of scared me. I have a very good friend. I'm not going to put her name out on the air, but she has a daughter who seems to attract these things too. And I was never there to actually see these things, but I've known this woman for like 20 years, and I don't think she would really exaggerate about things like chairs moving in her kitchen and stuff. So even though it took me a while to kind of really get into what Deborah was saying, I like a lot of the callers, I'm actually amazed that Debbie, you were able to actually put up with this for so long.
Except there was no choice. And I keep saying the same thing, but there was no choice because this thing followed her. It wasn't in the house. It was after after mother-in-law. So there was no choice. It followed them no matter where they would go. Even if they went out for the night, it followed them. So imagine the horror of that. For 6 years, I can't even imagine. This is a freaky story, and I don't get scared easily. Tonight, I don't know why, Debbie, but this scared me.
You know what? This tragedy was a very, very evil entity. He was evil.
Yeah, well, it wanted to kill.
So you actually really do believe in, like, there's evil out there? I mean...
I lived with it. I know it exists.
Wow. Okay. There are bad humans and there are bad whatevers, but evil...
I mean, think about it. Caller, think about it for a second. If it was you, and this thing began to attack and communicate with you, and it wouldn't matter who you called in, priests, people who were really good, like Evelyn Baglini, the Warrens, with this type of thing, they could do nothing. There was nobody who could do anything, and you were night and day. This thing was with you, and there was no way to get rid of it. Now, that's frightening.
Well, I do a lot of reading, and I'm not overly religious, But what I have learned is that if you're really in that much of a bad situation, I don't think there really is much that a human being can do about it. And that's when you have to call upon whoever you believe in, you know, God, Jesus, whoever, and you've got to ask them to come in and help you. And
they did that. They had a priest in there.
Yeah, I know. But obviously the wrong one.
My mother-in-law prayed continually. I think her strong belief in God is what got her through this. Because she believed that eventually God would win. So goodness would win. So I think that's what actually kept her sanity through this, was her strong belief in God.
I have a quick question, Deborah. Why not pull another priest? I mean, if the first priest...
We tried other priests. We went to other priests, and they would say, we have to get permission from the bishop to do this. It was a time when it was almost like the Catholic Church was trying to poo-poo things like this going on.
There was that period, actually, with the church.
Yeah, it was like they didn't want to address the situation. So that's what happened. I mean, we tried other priests.
Okay. Anything else, Connor?
Well, there is one thing. You were talking to the young one about the picture on the of the denim.
Yes.
And I've been looking at it. And if you look at the LCD, and just above the LCD and below the white and black wires,
yes,
it does look like there's a mouse hiding there.
It's not though. It's
was it like a rag or something? Or?
That's just a what's called a ferrite. It's a ferrite on a cable.
No, like where the twist is, or
it's right below the black and white wires. It's actually sitting on a ferrite, which is a kind of a round thing. So trust me, it's not a mouse.
Okay, but I can sure understand where the young one came through.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Art. I appreciate your time.
You're very welcome. Let's go to the phone and say hello. You're on the air.
Hey, Art. This is Josh from Dallas.
Hey, Josh.
At first, when I heard this, I sort of ran everything through my head, and I think the thing that really got me, I just went on your site and I looked at the book and the symbol that is on the book. Now, was that the symbol that Deborah had been shown by this entity?
Yes, it's a triangle with a tail. And he put that all over. He even carved it into our car.
Have you ever heard of an Iblis?
No.
That is a symbol of the Iblis jinn.
What is that?
It is spoke about in the Hadith. I saw that exact symbol whenever I was in Afghanistan in 2010.
Can you spell that for me?
Really?
Can you spell that, please?
IBLIS.
Okay.
It is the third type of jinn. That is why you saw smoke. That is why you have certain smells.
Now, does it like water? Because this one had a lot of control over water.
Yes, they are, I guess is the term people would know it as, they're elementals. You had the Iblis, the third kind, are rooted to one area but are capable of moving about. The other type, the second type, either takes the form of a dog or a snake. And because I was doing some quick research looking into that spear coming from the Congo, 200 years ago in the Congo, King Leopold II had taken over that area and was cutting off hands of people who were not weren't working fast enough. That place holds like $50, $60 trillion worth of minerals. And we're even here recently, the elected president in the Congo had been executed, in the United States and Belgium had been accused of causing their president of being ousted.
All right, very quickly, in Islam, Iblis is a jinn who refused to bow for Adam. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, that is what this is.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very, very much for the call.
That's fascinating.
And I guess you're going to have to look it up, Deborah, and see if you can find this symbol.
Yeah, I will, because no one's ever been able to find that symbol.
Okay, well, I'll be looking too. One last caller, if we have the time. Hi.
Hi. My name is Sean. I'm in Austin, Texas.
Hey, Sean.
Okay, so oddly enough, the guy that was just on the phone,
yes,
I'm very familiar with what he was talking about, and he kind of took the words out of my mouth. This was definitely a djinn that was interacting with her. Like he said, they come in the form of an animal, and yeah, I don't really have much else to say because the previous caller just kind of answered everything. But yeah, this was definitely a djinn that was messing with her.
That's pretty amazing. All right, well, thank you so very, very much for the information. We'll research that. We'll look for the symbol. And Deborah, we're out of time. We just did a whole show. Holy mackerel. Where did the time go? But I think we pretty much got the story out. And I just want to tell you, thank you for unraveling that story here, Deborah.
Thank you so much, Art. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Have a good night. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. What a night. In so many ways. What a night. I wish I could have snapped that picture for you folks. I'm not going to be over this for a while, actually. Just a mouse. That'd be normal. It's just a mouse. From the high desert to all those time zones out there. From the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, in whatever time zone you reside in, each and every one of them covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. It is grand to be here tonight. Dennis McKenna is going to be my guest, and it's going to be a kick-butt show. We have rules here, only 2 of them during the week. No bad language, and only 1 call per show. That's it. All right, a little bragging, I guess. This is kind of interesting. Actually, a lot of bragging. 2 stories. TalkStream Live, they monitor all the talk shows on the net, released its third quarter 2015 ratings and ranks for the most streamed national radio talk shows. Michael Savage continues to dominate digital space, reaching new heights with a 27 share, his highest ever. Savage takes the top spot once again, further extending his #1 streak. Congratulations, Mr. Savage, with high margins over all other competitors, followed by Rush, Laura Ingram, Mark Levin, and Glenn Beck. Then it goes on. Art Bell returned to talk radio with Midnight in the Desert. As predicted, for his first rating period, lands right among the top 25. TalkStream's third quarter 2015 sampling size report exceeds 1.6 million, a 14% increase in total listening over the last quarter. So we didn't slaughter the top 25, but that we are on there at all is absolutely amazing, considering we just began. That's one item. And the other is the headline story on the Huffington Post science page. Go to the Huffington Post, and the headline you're going to see is "Scenario that opens, quote, the day after tomorrow," end quote. Actually, not that far-fetched, according to research. The 2004 blockbuster movie, The Day After Tomorrow, is all about the disastrous effect of the collapse of a massive temperature-driven ocean circulation system. Although the system known as the Atlantic circulation system is real, researchers said at the time that the movie wasn't based in facts, right? Actually, NBC clobbered Whitley and myself, and many other media clobbered us as well. But according to research I'm going on now, published last week by the journal Nature Scientific Reports, the effects dreamed up in the movie may actually be more possible than initially thought. Now, I could go on, and I will a little. The AMOC helps warm Europe and the East Coast by bringing Caribbean waters northward and shifting cooler waters south. Should the AMOC collapse, especially in light of the broader impacts of global climate change, this report finds that parts of the Earth would actually cool for a period of 15 to 20 years, very much like in the movie. The basic scenario of AMOC as a result of global warming is not completely out of the blue or unthinkable. They go on to say, and so on and so on. So if you want to read about it, once again, when Whitley and I wrote the book, Becoming Global Superstorm, that became The Day After Tomorrow, we went on NBC and they made fun of us, and I got a couple of jabs back, as I recall, and then later a really good one. But I mean, we got clobbered, absolutely got clobbered. So, so there you have it. It seems as though, well, frankly, na 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 na. Now, next item, the Martian. Our family went into Las Vegas this weekend, in fact, yesterday, and saw The Martian. Now, in my opinion, The Martian rates as the best movie of the year. The year is clearly not done. At least the best movie thus far, and I mean in every category. The CGI was flawless, but that's not the reason to go see The Martian. The reason to go see it is the story. Oh my God, the story, the acting, the scientific realism. It was gripping, it was amazing, and I might also like to add they used my bumper music throughout. I almost fell off the seat when ABBA came on. Amazing. So if you don't do anything else, and you don't go to any other movie this year, go to The Martian. It's simply out of this world in more ways than one. Sorry about that. Also at artbell.com, if Keith got it up, and I trust he did, somebody sent me a ghost photograph from Mackinac Island up in the northern part of the world. Actually, that island is kind of special to me. I know you know it is because of the movie Somewhere in Time, which I absolutely have always loved. In fact, I went up to the island in a private jet. It was pretty cool. Matter of fact, I'm a ham operator, and I was talking to hams all the way from the private jet, something you cannot do in commercial aircraft yet. They'll finally figure out hams are not going to bring down planes. It's bad guys. Okay, just a couple of other items and then onward. Evidence is mounting that the El Nino ocean warming phenomenon in the Pacific is going to spawn a very, very rainy winter in California now. Scientists are saying they are 95% certain it's going to happen. Now, they say this is as close as you can get to a sure thing. Now, they're calling it too big to fail. So there you have science for you, too big to fail. Now, it wouldn't all be good, of course, because of the deforestation, because of the extended drought, there will be mudslides. I jokingly said the mudslides will put out the fires. Europe's climate chief has acknowledged now for the first time that climate pledges made by national governments ahead of a major UN conference fall far short of meeting the 3.6 degree Fahrenheit limit. In fact, what they're saying is we're going to go up by 5.4 degrees, and that's enough. So ocean levels, they say, will climb. We could have, well, as the book said, we could have a big freeze. This climate change is clearly real. Coming up in a moment, Dr. Dennis McKenna's research. You know, before I even say this, I want to say, when I put up the fact that Dr. McKenna was going to be on tonight, There are a number of people who said, oh, a drug show. Well, I'm not to listen to that as a drug show. A couple people anyway. And yes, in a sense, it certainly is going to be about drugs. But I want to say something. It's not a go do drug show. That's not what we're doing here. Drugs are part of the human experience. How strongly can I put this? What do we do on this program? We explore questions, some of them the biggest in the world, like what comes next. And if there's anything out there beyond our physical, material existence, what greater questions can there be in the world? Everybody does drugs. Virtually everybody, right? Coffee is a drug, and I'm hooked. Cigarettes are a drug, and I was hooked. I'm still hooked on nicotine. So, alcohol is a big drug. Drugs are part of human life. But the drugs we're going to talk about here are drugs that affect the human psyche, the human existence. And so they go to the very questions that we ask on this program. They are central to the question, or may be, let me qualify that, may be central to the questions that we ask and study on this program. Anyway, Dr. Dennis McKenna, Terrence's brother, the late Terrence McKenna, Dr. Dennis McKenna's research has focused on the interdisciplinary study of Amazonian ethnopharmacology and plant hallucinogens. He has conducted extensive ethnobotanical field work in the Peruvian, Colombian, and Brazilian Amazon. His doctoral research at the University of British Columbia in 1984 focused on the ethnopharmacology of ayahuasca and ukiha. We'll find out about that. 2-tryptamine-based hallucinogens used by indigenous peoples in the Northwest Amazon. He is a founding board member of the Hector Research Institute, was a key organizer and participant in the Ayahuasca project, the first biomedical investigation of ayahuasca used in the UDV, a Brazilian religious group. He is currently assistant professor in the Center for Spirituality and Healing at the University of Minnesota. He has written a book called Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss, My Life with Terrence McKenna, his brother. Welcome to the program, Dennis. Hello, Dennis.
Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss.
Here I am.
Oh, there you are.
I had it muted. Sorry.
You had it muted. Okay.
I had it muted.
Okay.
Good to be here, Art. Thank you for having me back.
Well, I'm glad to have you back. Very thankful to have you back. And let us begin with your book. I absolutely love the title, Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss, My Life with Terrence McKenna. Tell me about your book and why you decided to write it.
Well, it's a complex question. I felt that the time had come in my life to write this book. I had a side of the story, our story, that I wanted to tell, and I just thought the time was right, especially since it was written in 2012, toward the end of 2012 is when it appeared. And as you know, that was a very important date for my brother and his time wave theory. And so it was partly a personal thing. It was a desire to tell my story. I mean, that's what it boiled down to. And I was able to do a successful Kickstarter campaign, so I could create the time and the resources to write the book. And so it appeared. Okay. 18 months later.
Okay. And I did not do the break that I had promised I was going to do, which probably accounts for your not coming back in a timely way. So let me do that break. And by the way, they used this song, folks, in my movie, The Martian. I about fell out of my seat They use a lot of the other music I use, and then toward the end of the movie, they used this song by ABBA.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Once again, here is Dennis McKenna. Welcome back, Dennis.
Thank you.
All right, so the title, though, Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss. How'd you come up with that?
Where did that come from?
Well, I don't know. It says book. What it says here at the bottom, book, Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss, My Life with Terrence McKenna.
Yes, that's right. Well, the title is kind of tongue-in-cheek, Art, in some ways. When we were very young, when we were about 20, we got into some pretty interesting, delusional maybe, or conceptual places that led us to traipse off to the Amazon in 1971 in search of this legendary drug, ukuhe. And the reasons behind that are more complex, but to the question,
I.YTIMG was loaded in developer tools on the HP Chromebook while I was able to get some Z's. Unit 207's been real quiet. Codename the Jersey Devil was upstairs earlier. They've been busy preloading things so that as soon as developer tools reloads, they'll be on that device, which does have a 9 or a 10-second delay on the visual, and I haven't gone in and looked to see what they've thrown on the developer tools on that section. Because if you missed it, the latest update was that you're all going to be in jail next week, and that I don't even need to run a YouTube live stream except for when your goofy asses show up. And I'm going to speculate it's going to be a repeat of March, since once again, even with all the felonies you've perpetrated, you're still not able to stop the live stream. And that is, you're going to criminally and illegally shut off the internet in less than 36 hours after that. You're going to have a bunch of people here to kidnap and assault me, and to vandalize my home, and to illegally enter my home. Only this time, that's going to be met with the fugitive task force, who's going to pull you out of upstairs and throw all of your men and women on the ground out here, cuff them, and transport them to King County Jail. Now, the Bureau didn't say that part was going to happen, but it does coincide with when my internet should reset. And we all know without the internet, some of you wouldn't have even been going to prison. And here you are. facing 35 to life without the possibility of parole. Again, that's https://i.ytimg.com/generate space 204. Was preloaded using link preload, but not used within a few seconds from the Windows load event. Please make sure it has an appropriate as value, and it is preloaded intentionally. It's preloaded intentionally by some of the individuals that are going to prison for the rest of their lives that are upstairs. RRL-SN-NX57VNSK.GO in or one, depends on which one I'm looking at, end symbol, a lot of things going on here. Mostly though that ytimg.com. Oh, and they've changed the setting to the dark thing. Just cleared the console. Two messages. Failed to load resource generate 2041. The resource https://i.ytmg.com/generate 204. IYTIMG. So many folders. Remember, I can power wash it a gazillion times, but because of their unlawful and criminal entry into my home, which was premeditated and reported as being one of the primary reasons for their last kidnapping and assault of me, transporting me to a different location for 3 weeks and 5 days, which they're about to be prosecuted for again next week. It doesn't do anything. That's why they've got so many spare renderers, and they're controlling the networks with men in the middle and whatnot. But also remember, the title to this video is accurate. They're about to go to prison. They're about to go to King County Jail. And the plan for the FBI is for everyone who's been requesting to go there for the rest of their life to, say it with me, to believe that they're going to get away with it up until the moment that they're detained, shackled, and removed from the property. And right now I'm just manually going through on developer tools on this device, and I keep erasing like SID CC. Some of the other cookies they manually keep throwing on here so that they can guarantee that they go to prison for conspiring to attempt to murder me on top of everything else.